All right. We are live, Wolverines.
Let's clap for that, you stupid bastard.
Day 7 of the Rittenhouse Trial. We're going to be broadcasting live for a little bit. Kyle is on the stand. There's no audio for some reason, but here we go. They're about to start. They're going to do Kyle. He's going to be.
Hey.
So Rittenhouse is about to testify. Hey, Jeff, what is up?
You may be seated. Swear at the witness, please.
Can I ask you to stand, please, and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated.
Could you please state your name, spelling your last name for the record?
Kyle Rittenhouse, Rittenhouse.
Kyle, where do you reside?
Walworth County,
How old are you?
18.
On August 25th of 2020, did you come to downtown Kenosha to look for trouble?
No.
Would you have shot Joseph Rosenbaum if he hadn't chased you trying to take your firearm?
Objection, leading.
That sounds kind of leading.
Would you? I'll get to it. Are you a high school graduate?
Yes.
What high school?
Penn Foster Online High School.
Are you currently enrolled in any further studies?
I'm a college student studying nursing at Arizona State University.
Who do you currently live with?
My mom and 2 sisters.
Directing your attention to August 25th of 2020, where did you reside?
Antioch, Illinois.
Do you remember the address?
286 Anita Terrace, apartment 104, Antioch, Illinois.
And who did you live with there?
My mother and 2 sisters.
What's your father's name?
Michael Rittenhouse.
Back on August 25th of 2020, where did he reside?
He lived in Kenosha, in the city of Kenosha, in the apartments behind the Pick and Save on 50th. On 50.
Do you have any other family that's from Kenosha?
Yes.
What?
My grandmother, my aunt, my uncle, and cousins all live in the city of Kenosha.
All right.
Okay. There's been
Mr.
testimony
FNH,
in this
how you doing?
trial about the firearm in question, which has been marked states 28. You've seen that gun?
Yes.
Before August 25th of 2020, had that gun ever left the state of Wisconsin?
No.
Now, before this event happened on August 25th of 2020, did you have any hobbies?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you like to do.
I was a swimmer. I enjoyed working. I was a lifeguard. Hanging out with friends, going to the beach. Just normal teenage stuff.
Were you a member of any groups, organized groups?
Yes.
What?
I was a police explorer for Gray's.
I'm a cop, you idiot! I'm Detective John Kimball.
For Antioch Fire Department.
Did you have any training?
What's up, Kimball?
Life-saving, anything like that?
Yes.
What?
I was a certified lifeguard. I am a certified lifeguard and swim instructor. I am certified in Stop the Bleed, CPR, AED, automatic external defibrillator, and basic life support.
Okay. On August 25th of 2020, where were you employed?
I was furloughed at the YMCA in Lindenhurst, Illinois, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, and I was working at the Recplex in Pleasant Prairie.
Okay. Recplex here in Kenosha County?
Yes.
Now, on the night of the 24th, did you come to downtown Kenosha?
Not downtown, but I came to Kenosha for work.
Okay. And after your shift at work completed, where did you go?
I went to Dominic Black's stepfather's house. I believe his name is Scott Dickhart. It's been a while since I've seen him.
Okay. And who is Dominic Black in relationship to you?
Him and Dominic Black and my sister Mackenzie Rittenhouse used to date.
Okay. And on the night of the 24th, were you aware of anything going on in Kenosha?
I knew there was protests, demonstrations, and riots going on in the later evening.
Okay. And how were you aware of that?
I saw videos on social media, on Facebook live streams, TikTok of. I saw the Car Source lot being burned down. The Car Source 1, what we've been referring to. I saw a police officer get assaulted. He had a brick thrown at his head. And I saw the mattress store owner get knocked out, and I believe his jaw was broken and had to be wired shut or something.
And you saw all of that on the 24th.
Yes.
Did you go to downtown Kenosha at that time and try and do anything about that?
No, I did not.
Directing your attention to the late morning of August 25th, 2020, did you have occasion to go downtown?
Did go to downtown in the morning of August.
Go there with?
I went there with Dominic Black, my sister Mackenzie Rittenhouse, and Ray Dickhart.
And describe what you did.
We walked around for a little bit, and then I believe at around 11:30 noon, we ended up at Ruther Central High School, where we ended up cleaning graffiti for about, I want to say, an hour and a half to 2 hours.
Previously marked as Exhibit 131. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Could you describe what you see in that photo?
Towards the left in the olive green shirt, that's me. And then to my left, that's Ray Dickhart. And to my right, that's my sister Mackenzie Rittenhouse. And
What are you doing there?
we're cleaning graffiti off of Ruther Central High School.
And were you getting paid to do this?
No, I was not.
And you see what the graffiti says?
Yes.
And you do what it said as you were cleaning it off?
Yes.
I won't repeat it. After you were done doing that, what did you do?
We went to the Car Source lot, the first location, and we were looking at the destruction of the burnt cars, and we saw
No
the
problem.
owner, Sam and Sal, I believe that's what they told us their names were.
And you saw, when we say Car Source, the one that you met Sam and Sal at is what we've been referring to as Car Source number 1?
Yes.
And that's the one that they just played a video of all the burnt out cars?
Yes.
Did you have any discussions with Sam and Sal?
Briefly, I offered my condolences.
Yeah,
and I
he'll
said,
be
if there's
cross-examined
anything I can
today.
do, please reach out to me. He gave me his number. I gave him my number, and
You were with Dominic Black at that time
I was.
and your sister.
Yes.
And what did you do after that?
After that, we walked back to, I believe, we parked our car by. You see the parking lot?
Do you have the pointer up there?
Yes. We parked our car right out of that corner, somewhere over there.
I can't see that far, I'm sorry. You're referring to the parking lot, which is at the corner, 5th Sheridan East corner.
Correct.
And you had
Oh, something going on with.
correct?
Yes.
Okay, you can put the pointer down. And whose car did you get there in?
Dominic Black.
Get a loss of
Parking
signal.
lot. We went to Black's stepfather's house again, and we hung out there for a little bit.
Okay. And did you have any with that?
Evening around 3:34, Nick Smith called me and Dominic.
And
I think it's a
when he
conspiracy.
called you, what was the nature of the call?
At first, Nick Smith wanted us to drive him to Chicago by O'Hare Airport, the suburbs of Chicago, because he wanted to buy a bulletproof vest. And Dominic said, okay, we'll drive him. And then he said, okay, I need you to pick me up at like 3:30, 4 o'clock.
Okay. Did you go and pick him up eventually?
Yes. We actually, before we picked him up, we went to Jelensky's.
Okay. What did you do at Jelensky's?
We bought, Dominic wanted me to buy 2 rifle slings.
And did you?
I did.
One was for what?
One was for my rifle, and the other one was for Dominic's rifle.
Okay. And why did you care about your rifles that evening?
The reason for the slings were just so it's like a retainer. So if I'm helping somebody with first aid, I can just like dangle my rifle behind me, and I don't have to worry about somebody just randomly going and picking it up off the ground, just as like an extra measure, so it won't be taken from the ground.
And what time did you go to Jelensky's?
I want to say about 2:30, but I don't know exactly for sure.
Okay. When did you first have contact with Nick Smith?
3:30, 3:15.
Okay.
3:15.
And was there any discussion regarding car source at that time?
Yes.
What?
Nick Smith, once we picked him up, he wanted to go to a bank to withdraw money. The bank was closed. And then he was like, hey, would you guys like to come with me and help watch over the car source, make sure there's no fires or anything? And Dominic said, yes, I agreed. I said, okay. And then I said, here, Nick, I don't really need my bulletproof vest. I'm going to be helping people with first aid. So I gave him my bulletproof vest.
And by you giving him your bulletproof vest, did that stop the need to go to someplace by O'Hare Airport?
Yes.
Okay. And why does a 17-year-old kid have a bulletproof vest?
It was issued to me by the Grays Lake Police Department.
Okay. You didn't purchase it?
No, I did not.
And after you gave him your bulletproof vest, where did you go?
We went back to Nick Smith's house where we parked Dominic Black's car.
And then what did you do?
We walked from Mr. Smith's house.
Not sure, Kimball.
Once we parked at
Court.
Nick Smith's house, we
You
walked
never know
from
with the
Nick
court.
Smith's house
That's the thing
to
with
the
the
car
court.
source.
It's like people
One,
plea bargain because
cutting through
you
the
just
Ruth
never know what's going to happen.
backside parking lot because Nick Smith lives on the same street of.
You don't have to say where Nick Smith
Okay.
lives. He lives within walking distance from here?
Yes.
And so you go to Car Source 1,
Yes.
and that's the burnt out one?
No, car source 2, my bad, across the street.
Okay. And at Car Source 2, that's where you spent most of the evening?
Yes.
Okay. When you first got to Car Source 2, the one at 59th and Sheridan, what happened?
The owners were there, Sam, Sal, and his father, and I believe, I think it was his uncle there also. He was driving a van of some sort.
And what was the discussion?
Sam and Sal thanked us for coming out to help. And then Sal said, hey, why don't you guys hop in my car? If I remember correctly, it was either a white or black BMW or Mercedes. I don't recall exactly.
And why did he want you to get in his car?
He was going to drive us down to car source lot number 3.
Okay. And did you agree to get in his car?
I did.
And who went to Car Source number 3?
Me, Dominic Black, and Nick Smith.
And who was driving?
Sal.
And when you got there, what happened?
We got out and we hung around for a couple minutes, and then some people showed up. I now know who they are, but at the time I didn't.
Show you what's been marked as Exhibit 3030. Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
And can you, Your Honor, can you go up there, please, and point out, can you point out the people who you knew before that picture was taken and name them?
Yes. This is
Kimball, this is exactly what I'm saying. You just never know what's going to happen. Unfortunately, courts are like that.
Sal, the owner. This is Ryan Balch. This is Joanne Fiedler. This is Justin Hamilton. This is Dustin Colette. This is Nicholas Smith. I don't recall his name. This is me. And this is Dominic Black.
Okay. We've heard testimony. You can have a seat. We've heard testimony about you, Nick, and Dominic. You knew those individuals before August 25th of 2020?
I knew Nicholas Smith and Dominic Black.
Okay. You did not know the owner of Car Source previously?
I did not.
Was he being nice to you guys? Was he happy you were there? Was he mad at you for being there? Describe it.
He was happy we were there.
Okay. And you heard their testimony, the two owners. I believe that was Friday afternoon.
I did.
And did they give you permission to be there?
They did.
And the other individuals in this photograph, some of whom have testified in this trial, 10 minutes before this photograph was taken, did you know any of them?
I did not.
Had you ever spoken to any of them?
No.
And what's up, Devin?
When you were there, what was the idea? Was there a plan? What was going to happen?
Yes, the plan was to, I went down there to provide first aid. I brought my orange first aid kit, the fanny pack, and I also brought my Pelican box, which was filled with first aid stuff by my feet to provide first aid.
The orange box by your feet you referred to as a Pelican box?
Yes.
Did you have that before the 25th?
Yes.
Was it stocked?
Yes.
With things that you had bought and brought?
Yes.
And do you go with that every day, or is that because of the situation?
It was in the trunk of my car.
Okay. And the fanny pack, what's the situation with that?
It was my work bag. I brought it to work with me, and I would put it under my lifeguard booth.
Okay. And that had first aid supplies?
Yes.
Now, after the meeting here at 63rd and Sheridan Road, what's been referred to as Car Source 3, what happened?
After the photograph, I believe, I don't recall exactly, but there was about 2 or 3 vans that pulled up, like big vans with people inside of them.
Okay. And what was their role in this evening?
Well, they showed up and they wanted to protect the business, and I didn't really have a say in what everybody was doing. I was just there doing my first aid stuff. And then Ryan Ball said, hey, why don't you guys stay here? And we'll go down to the Car Source number 2.
Okay. And so the people, a group of people was going to stay at Car Source 3, and the people depicted in this photograph were going to go where?
Car Source 2.
And is that what happened?
Yes.
And so at that point, then Sam and Sal had coverage, for lack of a better word, at both of their businesses to protect the property, correct?
Yes.
So you get down to Car Source 2. Did all of these people go there?
Yes. Besides Sal, the owner, he did not.
Okay. During the night, was Sam and Sal there?
They were not.
They left you guys there.
Yes. I believe Nick Smith was in contact with them throughout the night. I'm not certain, but I believe they were.
And you get down there, were you able to get in and out of the business?
Yes.
How?
Sal, the owner, actually gave Nick Smith a set of keys.
Did you personally see that?
I did.
Did he give you any other direction regarding any equipment or anything like that?
He let us know where, like, the power washers and the fire. I think there was a single fire extinguisher in the building and some hoses, the hose hookups, just in case there was any fires we needed to put out at the lot.
Anything else about roof?
He showed I believe it was Dominic Black and Nick Smith the two ladders that were there to get up on the roof.
Okay. And did you guys use those ladders?
I didn't personally, but the people that were on the roof did.
Okay. And you saw them use those ladders?
I didn't see them, but that's how they got up there.
Okay. Where were you predominantly at Car Source 2?
I was in front of the Car Source 2.
Now, during the night at Car Source 2, did you stay there the whole time?
No. Time.
When you would leave Car Source 2,
with Mulch, and we would go ask if anybody needed any first aid assistance, and we would see if there were any fires, and we.
okay. Did you personally put out any fires?
I did.
Where?
I put one out at the church.
Can you use a pointer?
So right here was where there was the demolishing. They were breaking some stuff down, but right here, I believe there was another building with an alleyway. It was either right here or right here. I don't remember fully, but there was a fire down the alleyway where they were trying to set the building and church on fire, and me and Mr. Balch, and I believe somebody else was with us. We went to go put that fire out.
Did you put it out?
We did.
Then what did you do?
Around that time, we saw Ruther Central High School on fire, the front doors, and we were walking north down Sheridan Road to go put the fire out. And then somebody else put the fire out before we got to Ruther Central High School.
When you say the front, is that right here on Civic Park?
No, sorry, that's my mistake. You're walking north on Sheridan. It's the side of the building on Sheridan Road, towards the left when you're walking north.
In the general area where you had tried to help remove graffiti earlier?
Yes, in that photo to the right.
Okay. And during the evening, was there any friction between your group and protesters/rioters?
No. The only type of stuff that happened was the person that attacked me first threatened to kill me twice.
Okay. And the person who threatened to kill you, we now know is Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Yes.
Before August 25th of 2020, had you ever seen him before?
I did not.
Had you ever done anything to upset him?
No.
Now, you said he threatened to kill you twice.
Yes.
Describe the first time.
The first time was me and Ryan Balch were a little bit north, towards the north corner of 59th and Sheridan, and Mr. Rosenbaum was walking with a steel chain, and he had a blue mask around his face, and he was just mad about something. Me and Mr. Balch were asking people if they needed medical help, and then he screamed, sorry for my language, he screamed, "If I catch any of you fuckers alone, I'm going to fucking kill you."
And that was directed at you and Mr. Balch?
It was directed at both of us, what I believe.
And there was a second occasion where he threatened you?
Yes. The second time was outside of the Car Source. And I don't know if it was directed towards me, but I heard it. He said to, I believe it was Joanne Fiedler, Dustin, Colette, and another guy. He was screaming. He said, "I'm going to cut your fucking hearts out and kill." I'm not going to repeat the second word, but kill you, N-words.
Now, did you ever see Mr. Rosenbaum doing any physical property damage?
I did.
Where?
I saw him with, I now know to be Joshua Zeminski. I saw him tip that trailer over and the porta potty. I saw him do both. And I believe he tried to start the porta potty on fire. I don't know. I don't think he succeeded. But then I saw him with Mr. Zeminski He was either helping starter or he was like throwing stuff on it. I don't know which one he was doing.
Where did you originally see that trailer?
That trailer was in the St. James Church parking lot. Sort of like right over here in like the backish corner, what I remember.
And did you see how it got from there to where it was put on fire?
It was pulled.
By who?
It was several people that pulled it into the street, but I can't tell you really who pulled it into the street.
And you went down there and saw them starting a fire?
I didn't go down there. I was at the corner of
Mostly
Car Source
peaceful
block.
fires.
And you referred to Mr. Zeminski. Before August 25th of 2020, had you ever met Mr. Zeminski?
I have not.
Did you ever meet him since?
I have not.
Now, when you first saw Mr. Rosenbaum, was his top half of his body clothed or unclothed?
He was clothed with a blue mask the first time I saw him. Yeah, blue mask.
And what color was his shirt, if you remember?
A dark red-ish color.
Now, did you provide medical help to anyone?
I did.
Describe a couple of those occasions.
The first time I provided medical help to someone was this lady. I think she sprained her ankle or twisted. I don't know exactly. I'm not an expert on x-rays, or I wouldn't know. She hurt her ankle and she was being carried by two gentlemen. And I said, hey, before that I was just, but I was like, hey, do you need help? And she said yes. And I said, okay, let's go into the Car Source where I was. And I wrapped her ankle and then she went on her way. And I let her know there was a hospital. I want to say southbound Sheridan, across the street from Car Source 3. Hospital was over there and she should go get it.
They're having so many technical
Yes.
issues today.
Somebody threw a chemical bomb actually right after I heard I'm going to cut your hearts out from Mr. Rosenbaum. I don't know who threw it, but somebody threw a chemical bomb and Ryan Balch had some effects of it. So I helped Mr. Balch with being able to breathe and I helped flush his eyes out and had him drink some water.
Okay. You, in the answer to the question just before, you said something about being pepper sprayed.
I did.
And where did that happen?
That happened at the Car Source, right? I believe it's the first time a big crowd of people were over there. I was pepper sprayed by somebody that was in the crowd. I don't know why, but I was pepper sprayed.
Did you do anything in retaliation?
I did not.
Now, directing your attention to later in the evening, did there come an occasion where you had contact with Mr. McGinnis?
There was.
And before this evening, August 25th, 2020, did you ever met or spoke to Mr. McGinnis?
I have not.
And you and Mr. McGinnis and Mr. Balch go someplace?
Yes.
And describe that.
I get done with my interview with Mr. McGinnis and I ask him, Mr. McGinnis, no, I don't ask him. I said, if you want to come with us, that's fine, to document and film me and Ryan helping people. And he said, yeah, sure. And he followed behind us.
And in that tape from Mr. McGinnis, there's talk about you being an EMT, correct?
Yes.
Are you an EMT?
I am not.
You have first aid and other training.
I do.
And you go to south on Sheridan Road?
Correct.
You cross 60th and Sheridan Road?
I believe we stay just to the right going south on Sheridan Road.
And eventually you cross Sheridan Road?
Eventually.
And were the Bearcats there yet?
No. Yes, they were.
Okay. Had they set up a line to stop people that you were aware of?
Not that I was aware of. I just know they were parked right there and people were throwing rocks at them.
Did anybody tell you not to cross that line? You wouldn't be able to go back?
Not until later in the evening.
Okay. You cross that line, where do you go?
We continue straight in a southerly direction down Sheridan Road.
Okay. Were you going any place in particular?
No, we were just going to see if anybody needed medical
That's all
help.
right.
And I looked at a guy's shoulder on the way there.
Okay. And you finished with the guy's shoulder and you continue on, and what happens?
I continue walking in a southerly direction down Sheridan Road, and then as I'm walking, I believe you guys have been referring to him as Yellow Pants. He said he said something to me. I believe it was, you were the one that pointed your rifle at me with the laser pointed at me. I believe that's what I heard. And I didn't. That's the first time I saw him that night. So I was confused. So I said I did. And then I continued to walk away.
And was the did an admission that you did it, or more of a statement with a question?
It was a sarcastic remark.
Okay. Did you engage with him any further?
No.
And from there, where did you go?
There I continue walking in a
Yeah.
southerly direction.
They have
towards
Yellow
the middle of
Pants,
Sheridan
Jump
Road.
Kick Guy,
At
and some
that
other
point,
ones.
did you become aware of anything?
In about as I'm walking, I start to look because I realize Mr. Balch is not with me anymore.
Okay.
It wouldn't surprise me if they do
Continue
close
on your way
today.
down Sheridan Road without Mr. Balch?
No, I actually went to go look for Mr. Balch in the Ultimate gas station parking lot.
Okay. When you went to the Ultimate gas station parking lot, describe what was going on there.
There were a lot of people there. I don't really know what was going on. I was just focused on trying to find Mr. Balch. As I was looking for him, couldn't find him. I said, okay, no problem. I'll just go back to the car source.
They're having a lot of issues.
Dominic Black.
Let me back up. Were you able to get back to car source number 2?
No, I did not.
Describe that.
As I was trying to get back, the police stopped me. Well, didn't stop me. They told me, I believe they said lines of to not go down there. And I was telling them, hey, I need to go down there. That's where I'm at, that business. I exactly how that conversation went, but they wouldn't let me go back to car source lot number 2.
So you weren't able to car source 2.
I was not.
Did you disobey the police's order?
No.
And you're alone, you're stuck on the other side of the police line from the car source 2. Where do you go?
I go to where there's other people at the gas station protecting the gas station, and I go there because I believe that's the safest place to go because there's other people there. And
at that point, were you able to find Mr. Balch?
I was not.
While you're at the Ultimate gas station, I think we've been calling it?
Correct.
Point it out, just there's no.
Right there. The
That's his
Ultimate
mom right
Convenience
there.
Center, diagonal from the golf gas station.
Okay. And when you were there, what's the next significant thing that happened?
Crazy Scott's been there.
Dominic Black calls
I got
me and he
a link
says, Kyle,
pinned
I
to the
need
top
you
if
to
anyone
get
wants to
down
join
to
in.
the car source lot number 3. The cars are being bashed in. They're setting all the cars on fire. I need you to go and put the fires out.
Okay. And did you do anything as a result of that phone call?
I did.
What?
At the Ultimate gas station, I asked, I don't know who he is, but I asked an individual if he could come with me and if I could have a fire extinguisher to put out the fires.
Were both of those requests satisfied?
One of them were.
What?
I was given a fire extinguisher, but he said he can't come with me, and he said he believes there's already people down there helping protect the business.
Okay. And what did you do then?
I start running towards the car source lot number 3 to put out the fires, pausing occasionally to catch my breath and walk.
Okay. On the way to car source 3, did you have any interaction with Mr. Rosenbaum?
I did not.
Did you speak to Mr. Rosenbaum?
No.
Did you notice Mr. Rosenbaum doing anything as you went down to car source 3?
I didn't notice Mr. Rosenbaum until he came out from behind the car and ambushed me.
Okay, I'll get to that. Did you run the whole way?
No, I didn't.
Okay. You had your gun, correct?
Yes.
And you had a fire extinguisher?
Yes.
And you had your medic?
My medical bag, yes.
And were you asking people about medic at that point?
I was asking people if they needed medical help as I was getting down there.
Did you receive any responses?
No, I didn't.
Describe your approach to car source number 3.
As I'm walking down Sheridan Road, I hear somebody scream, "Burn in hell," and I reply with friendly, to let them know, hey, I'm just here to help. I don't want any problems. I just want to put out the fires if there are any. I continue walking, and then I notice the Duramax. I notice a in the back seat of the Duramax, and I step towards the Duramax, and as I'm stepping forward, I believe his name is now Joshua Zeminski. He steps towards me with a pistol, and as I'm walking towards to put out the fire, I drop the shirt and I take a step back.
Okay. When you step back from Mr. Zeminski, what's your plan?
My plan is to get out of that and go back north down Sheridan Road to where the car source lot number 2 was.
And did you get back? Were you able to go in a northerly direction?
I wasn't.
Describe what happened.
Once I take that step back, I look over my shoulder, and Mr. Rosenbaum was now running from my right side. And I was cornered from in front of me with Mr. Zeminski.
I was getting choked up.
There were 3 people right there.
Take a deep breath, Kyle.
You gotta feel for the kid.
Whatever. That's where I run.
We're gonna just take time for our break anyway. You can just relax for a minute, sir. We're gonna take a break about 10 minutes, and please don't talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen to any comment.
Oh, look at the mom. This is heartbreaking, guys. I'm getting choked up. And I'm in there. You got to feel for the kid. He should not be going through this. This is political theater. They put him on trial for political reasons. This isn't about Kyle Rittenhouse. This is about satisfying the mob that wants him taken out. I'm not sure if you guys are religious, but if you read the Bible, I'm not saying
Let's aim for
Okay.
10 minutes, but it'll probably be a tad longer.
when Pontius Pilate had Jesus up there and another another guy that was like this big murderer and stuff. And Pontius Pilate wanted to release Jesus. I'm not saying Kyle was Jesus or anything like that, so I don't get that weirded out. But Pontius Pilate asked the crowd, should we release him? And they basically said, no, burn him. And Pontius Pilate didn't really want to, crucify Jesus or anything like that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that was something. But the crowd wanted Jesus' head. So even though that he was innocent, he was put to death because of mob mentality, mob rule. And that's what we're seeing here. We're seeing the mob call for Kyle Rittenhouse's head, and the state serving Kyle Rittenhouse up. I don't. I think that was totally genuine, but he's being offered up to the mob as a political sacrifice, and that's it. He's not being. This is not about justice. This is not about nothing but to satisfy the mob. And it's wrong because that's not how our justice system should work. This right here shows you our justice system is broke. We've heard from other witnesses that he didn't fire until the gun was pointed at him. That's when he shot the one guy, and the other guy attacked him. That's not in question either. He shot him because he was attacked, and the third guy tried to beat his head in with a skateboard, and that's when he got shot. All of those instances were legit and self-defense. Easy as that. 100% self-defense. But yet, they're offering him up on a platter. And it's sickening. It's sickening that they would do that. That they would subvert justice, subvert the court system to try to satisfy a mob. No matter what, this kid's life is destroyed. They destroyed his life. And for what? Political reasons. It just pisses me off. I don't know if you guys can tell or not, but it really pisses me off. What's up, Crazy Scotsman?
What's up, brother? How you doing?
No, just being pissed off that they're pitting this kid through this.
It's ridiculous, man. It's nothing more than a show, and if people don't see that, I really don't know how to explain it to you. But really, this is a show. This is putting a kid on trial to basically attack our rights as it stands, and they're using him for their own benefit. That's all it is.
It's exactly right, and no matter what, his life is destroyed. They destroyed his life.
He's gonna have a tough time no matter what going forward.
Yes, and this is going to stick with him for the rest of his life. When you take someone's life, it's not something you get over.
No, and we just saw, he was explaining the events and he broke down, and it's not like he intended to do so. He did what he had to do. And when you watch the video, and I mean, it's been a long time now, but when you watch the video, you see exactly that. He acted as he had to in the moment. And he was trained and he did what he was trained to do.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, just you gotta feel
But
you gotta feel for the kid.
but training doesn't prepare you for the mental aspect of it.
Yeah, and that's one of the hard things because no matter what you do, that's always going to hit you hard.
You take something like the loss of an animal that's close to you. You feel bad. You have all these various things going through your head. Take that to the next level of you just took someone's life. Yes, you were defending your own,
Yeah,
but
you're
you
still
still
going to get
took
hit.
someone's life. So, there's a whole different aspect and a whole another level to how you're going to react, how your body's going to be, how you're going to be mentally going forward.
Yeah. I mean
Most
that's
people,
one.
most people ain't prepared for it.
No. I mean, if it doesn't bother you, then there's something.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how well trained you are. It should still bother you. There should still be something sitting in the back of your brain going, okay, this isn't, it's right, but it's not right. You did the right thing, but you're still going to feel bad because of what you had to do.
Yep. Exactly. I don't know. Hopefully they get him calmed down. I don't know how he's going to get through this.
It's tough, man. I mean, are you a hunter?
No.
So if you've never killed anything, it's kind of hard to describe the feelings that you're going to experience, but just killing an animal, there's a whole different mental game going on. And the average Joe carrying a gun, unfortunately, probably never has killed anything, which isn't a bad thing, but at the same time it is because they don't understand the mental aspect of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean yeah, hopefully they get him calmed down, but I mean, just I don't know, man.
I mean, the thing is the kid did what he had to do. He was 100% in the right, and no one ever wishes upon it to anybody that we have to do so. But if you do have to defend yourself, it couldn't have gone better than it did for him. Literally, he did everything he was supposed to do and did it well.
Yeah. I mean, like they're trying to pin him out, that betray him as this guy that just wanted to go out there and kill people or whatnot, and that's just a false narrative.
Yep, and we see that all the time. They're constantly pushing false narratives.
I think it's the anti-gunners don't want you to be able to defend yourself.
Well, the biggest thing right now, I mean, look at everything else that's going on in the country. The biggest thing is not just about anti-gunners. It's about taking away any possibility of you standing up for yourself. Right now, the way the country's going is that they want full control. They don't want you to have rights anymore. And the biggest thing stopping them from taking your rights is us having firearms. And so they're utilizing every little piece they can to remove those. That's why they're pushing the national red flag law right now. They're trying to really push that hard.
Yeah, they are.
I know GOA and many others are on top of it, but it's definitely something that we all have to constantly call our senators or representatives and let them know, hey, this is not okay.
Yeah, we definitely have to let them know that. We have to push back against any infringement. You know, just pisses me off so bad. And I was in a good mood today.
It doesn't take much, man. I mean, seriously, these people are relentless, and we have to be relentless as well. It's constantly staying in the fight and fighting back and fighting hard.
Yep, exactly. Exactly. So we're gonna win. It's gonna. I don't see them coming back in. I would say probably like 20 minutes. That they're probably gonna come back. 10 minutes is. I just don't see that.
Yeah, he's probably gonna need a few minutes more than that, I'm sure.
Yeah. But honestly, it's probably the best thing that could have happened.
Yeah, he was pretty bent out of shape. He needs to relax for a minute and.
No, well, what I'm saying, it probably humanizes him.
Well, and that's the thing. I think people need to understand that. You know, the way he was talking, he was explaining it very well and breaking down every situation that he went through and all the people he was trying to help, everything. And he was very detailed, and that's key. And then when it gets to the point where he's being attacked, this is where he starts to break down. And it's a key factor because this is real. This is what happened right here. This is real. And this is where the guy is feeling exactly what he was feeling in that moment. So now the jury and everyone else is getting to experience kind of what this kid's going through.
Yeah. 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 Oh, let me just do something here.
I mean, the poor kid's been locked up, and he really shouldn't have been locked up for anything. He did what he had to do to defend himself.
Yeah, he did. We'll see. We'll see when they come back. What happens here? So, do you think he's going to win, or?
I sure hope he does. I sure hope he does. The kid did everything he was supposed to do, and he did it right. There's people that argue that he shouldn't have had it because he's underage and so on and so forth.
But that's not self-defense. All right. It looks like they are coming back. Hopefully.
Oh. But that argument goes nowhere because if you there are some cases back in history where 17, 16-year-olds have defended themselves and it was perfectly legal. So
yeah,
that holds no weight.
I'll be right back. I gotta grab something before they start talking again. So give me a second.
All right.
Kyle, you were testifying about coming into contact with Mr. Rosenbaum,
Yes.
and
Oh, wait.
I apologize.
Oh, forgive me. We got everybody? Start.
You were testifying about coming into contact with Mr. Rosenbaum,
Yes.
and you saw Mr. Rosenbaum. What happened?
Once I got to that car and I stepped forward to put that fire in the Duramax out, and Mr. Zeminski stepped towards me, I went to go run back south down Sheridan, and Mr. Rosenbaum was right there at the corner of the Duramax, starting to chase me. And that's when I realized the only place I can run with the people around me is straight towards the building of the car source lot number 3.
When you saw Mr. Rosenbaum, that's when you said friendly?
When I heard burn inside, I don't know exactly where I was at in the time for that.
Did Mr. Rosenbaum say anything to you?
No, Mr. Zeminski instructed Mr. Rosenbaum to get him and kill him. That's what I heard.
And you go running what's been referred to the southwest corner of car source?
Yes.
And as you're running in that direction, describe being chased. What was happening?
As I'm running in that southwest direction, Mr. Rosenbaum throws, at the time, I know it's a bag now, but when he threw it at me, with the light, it looked silver and it looked like the chain when he threw it at me. And then I continue, I turn around for about a second while continuing to run, and I point my gun at Mr. Rosenbaum.
Does that stop him from chasing you?
It does not.
Okay. After you turn around and you had your hands up kind of in a low ready position,
Yes.
and you see Mr. Rosenbaum coming at you,
Yes.
and what do you do then?
After he throws the bag and he continues to run, he's gaining speed on me. A gunshot is fired from behind me, directly behind me, and I take a few steps, and that's when I turn around. And as I'm turning around, Mr. Rosenbaum is, I would say, from me to where the judge is, coming at me with his arms out in front of him. I remember his hand on the barrel of my gun.
And why didn't you just keep running?
When I was over there, there were about 100 people surrounding those cars, and there was no space for me to continue to run to.
Okay. And so you turned around,
Yes,
and as you see him lunging at you, what do?
I shoot him.
And how many times did you shoot?
I believe 4.
And after you shot him, what did you do?
The people around the cars that were originally there were not there anymore. They moved away, and I ran around to see if I could help Mr. Rosenbaum.
And when you got to Mr. Rosenbaum, what was happening?
Mr. McGinnis was, he took off his helmet and slammed it on the ground and took off his shirt. And I don't remember what he said. I wasn't focused on that. I was in shock, sort of.
Let me back up a second. Did you know Mr. McGinnis was even around?
I didn't.
Okay. And he says something to you, and what do you do?
I pull out my phone and I call Dominic Black.
And you call Dominic, and what do you say?
I told him I just shot somebody. I had to shoot him.
And what do you do then?
I now know it to be Kelly Zeminski, Joshua Zeminski, and I don't know the other people were screaming, "Get his ass, get his ass, get him, get him, get him."
And based upon that, did you feel as though you were safe to stay where you were at?
I thought the safest option would be to go north down Sheridan to turn myself into the law enforcement down there.
And as you head down Sheridan Road, describe what's going on.
As I'm running, at first I'm in the sidewalk, and Mr. Lukowski, Jason Lukowski, is in the sidewalk, and I stop to talk to Mr. Lukowski for a brief second. I remember telling him that I just shot somebody and I need help to get to the police because the crowd, there was a mob was chasing me.
And did Mr. Lukowski offer you any help?
I don't remember.
Okay, what do you do then?
I continued to run after hearing people were saying, cranium him, get him, kill him. People were screaming, and I just was trying to get to the police running down Sheridan Road.
And you say, I'm trying to get to the police. Why were you trying to get to the police?
So I didn't do anything wrong. I defended myself.
Did you feel as though there was safety where the police were?
Yes.
And as you head down Sheridan Road, what's the next thing you remember?
The next thing I remember is Anthony Huber striking me in the head with a skateboard.
Okay. As you sit here today, do you remember talking to Gage Grosskreutz?
Yeah, sort of, a little bit. I didn't know it was Gage Grosskreutz when he came up to me, but sort of.
Okay. And when this individual runs up to you and gets how close?
I would say within a foot.
Did you shoot him?
I did not.
Did you point your gun at him?
I did not.
Why not?
I didn't see him as a threat to my safety or life.
Okay. Was he armed at that time?
Not that I noticed.
Okay. And you continue running in a northerly direction down Sheridan Road?
Correct.
And as you're running in that direction, you said the next thing you remember is Anthony Huber.
Yes.
Describe that.
Anthony Huber, what I remember is running past Anthony Huber, and as I'm running past Mr. Huber, he's holding his skateboard like a baseball bat, and he swings it down, and I block it with my arm, trying to prevent it from hitting me, but it still hits me in the neck. And as I block it, it goes flying somewhere off in the distance.
And you stop then?
No.
What do you do next?
I keep running down Sheridan Road towards the police line.
Then what happens?
I get lightheaded. I almost pass out, and I stumble and hit the ground.
Okay. Before you hit the ground, how many times were you struck?
I believe twice.
Okay. Do you remember anything about the other one?
I remember the first one being a rock. I don't remember who did it, but I remember like the bumpiness of like a concrete rock hitting me in the back of the
security.
head.
Okay. Now, after being struck with Mr. Huber's skateboard, you end up on the ground.
Yes.
You're on the ground. What's the first thing you remember?
As I'm on the ground, there are people around me. I don't recall how many, but I remember moving my rifle in their direction, and they back off besides one person.
When you noticed people by you, you said you moved your rifle in their direction.
Yes.
Did that individual keep coming?
The last person did.
Okay. The people that stopped, what did you do to them?
Nothing.
Okay. And you're saying the last person in that group continued to come at you?
Yes.
And describe what happens.
The last person, I don't know his name. I don't think he was ever identified. Jumps at me he was wearing boots, I believe. And as he's running at me and jumping, as his boot is making contact with my face, I fired 2 shots at him.
Why did you shoot at him?
I thought if I were to be knocked out, or he would have stomped my face in if I didn't fire.
As a result of being kicked in the face, what happens?
Mr. Huber, immediately after I'm kicked in the face, runs up as I'm sitting up to try to get up and get to the police. I'm on my back, and Mr. Huber runs up. As I'm getting up, he strikes me in the neck with his skateboard a second time.
Then what happened?
He grabs my gun, and I can feel it pulling away from me, and I can feel the strap starting to come off my body.
And what do you do then?
I fire 1 shot.
And after you fire, striking, we now know Mr. Huber, what do you do?
I lower my weapon, and I see Mr. Grosskreutz with his hands up, and as I'm lowering my weapon, I look down, and then Mr. Grosskreutz, he lunges at me with his pistol pointed directly at my head.
Now, you heard Mr. Grosskreuz's testimony about re-racking.
Yes,
Did you re-rack your weapon?
I did not.
Could I have the exhibit, please? Make sure to see if you would. Showing you what's been previously marked, Exhibit 28. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Now, when somebody would, as Mr. Grosskreutz said, re-rack, is that this?
Yes.
Do you call it re-racking?
I call it charging, putting a live round into the chamber.
And to recharge, you have to pull this all the way back.
Yes.
Say that's about 4 inches. No, I'm asking you if you agree with that approximation. Mr. Rittenhouse, how far do you think that is?
3-4 inches.
And if the weapon is loaded and you re-rack, what happens?
If there is already a round in the chamber, when you re-rack the rifle, a live round would come out, chambering a new round into the chamber.
Now, we got to the point where Mr. Grosskreutz is standing in front of you, has his hands up.
Correct.
And are you aware that he's armed?
At that point, I do see a pistol in his hand.
Is that the same or different from your first encounter with Mr. Grosskreutz?
That is different.
And he is standing, you said, how close to you?
What I remember is our feet were touching, what it seemed like.
Okay. And you do what?
My rifle is down. His hands are up. His pistol is in his hand. And then Mr. Grosskreutz looks at me. And that's when Mr. Grosskreutz brings his arm down like this. Like his arm is like that with me on the ground, and his pistol is pointed at me, and that's when I shoot him.
How many times did you shoot him?
Once.
And after you shoot Mr. Grosskreutz, do you know where you shot him?
No.
What happens after you shoot him?
He's no longer a threat to me. there's only one person in front of me and his hands are up. I briefly point my rifle at him and I get onto one knee getting up and he backs up with his hands up and I don't shoot him.
Did you notice anybody to your sides?
To my left, there was a gentleman with a pipe. And to my right, I believe it was a fence post. I don't know what it was, but it was a large object.
Once you're to your feet, what do you do?
I start walking towards the police line to turn myself into the police.
Describe, where is the police line? Is it still in the same place?
It moved up a little bit. I was down in the road about approximately right here. I'd say over here somewhere in this area. I don't remember exactly, but the police line was right here. I could see the flashing lights as I was trying to get to the police before.
Okay. And as you go towards the police line, describe what happens.
I run and walk. I put my hands up and as I'm walking towards the police, I can't really hear anything. My vision is very narrow. I can only see directly in front of me. I see the flashing lights. I remember I occasionally tried to move my rifle behind me to put it behind me so the police didn't see me as a threat when I tried to turn myself in. I continue to walk and then I walk towards the window of the sedan, the police cruiser sedan. I don't know what they're called. And I tell the officer, I just shot somebody. And the officer says, get the fuck back or you're going to get pepper sprayed. Go home, go home, go home.
And where do you go after you step back from the police car?
I go to car source number 2.
Okay. And now there wasn't a line there. They weren't stopping people from going in a northerly direction?
No, they weren't.
And you go to car source, what we refer to as car source number 2. And who do you see?
I get there and I think the first person I see is Joanne Fiedler. I don't remember exactly, but I believe that's who's outside at the door. They let me in. The door was locked, so somebody had to get the key to unlock it. And then we go inside and I'm in shock. I don't really remember what was happening in there. I was freaking out. I was just attacked. My head was spinning.
And did you go and turn yourself into the Kenosha Police Department?
I did not.
Why not?
The Kenosha Police Department was barricaded off with a fence, and I don't think they were accepting anybody to come to the police department at that time.
What did you do then?
I went to the nearest police department that I knew of, which was Antioch Police Department in Illinois by my house.
Who took you there?
My mother.
Okay. How did you get to Antioch from downtown Kenosha?
Dominic Black drove me.
Okay. And then Dominic Black drives you where?
He drives me to my house in Antioch, Illinois, where I meet with my mother and sisters, and I tell them what happened. I sort of tell them what happened. I was still in shock. My head was still spinning, and then we go to the Antioch Police Department where I turn myself in.
Who drove you to the Antioch Police Department?
My mother.
And did anybody else go there with you?
Not at first.
Okay. And you get to the Antioch Police Department approximately what time?
I would say about an hour after the shooting.
Okay. And when you get there, are they looking for you?
No.
Did you have to explain to somebody?
I had to tell them that I was just involved in a shooting in Kenosha and I needed Kenosha detectives.
Okay. Did they take you into custody immediately?
No.
What did they do?
They had me sit in the lobby of the police department.
Were you handcuffed to a chair?
I was not.
Did you stay there?
For about, I couldn't give you the exact time, but until Detective Howard and Detective Antaranium showed up.
Okay. And were you having any physical discomfort as you waited there?
I was vomiting and having panic attacks, and my head was spinning and I couldn't think clearly at that point.
I have nothing further.
Tim?
Here we go. Cross examination, guys.
Oh, goody.
Good morning, Mr. Rittenhouse.
Good morning.
Everybody that you shot at that night, you intended to kill, correct?
I didn't intend to kill them. I intended to stop the people who were attacking me.
By killing them.
I did what I had to do to stop the person who was attacking me.
By killing them.
2 of them passed away, but I stopped the threat from attacking me.
By using deadly force.
I used deadly force.
That you knew was going to kill.
I didn't know if it was going to kill them, but I used deadly force to stop the threat that was attacking me.
You intentionally used deadly force against Joseph Rosenbaum, correct?
Yes.
You intentionally used deadly force against the man who came and tried to kick you in the face,
Yes.
correct? You intentionally used deadly force against Anthony Huber, correct?
Yes.
You intentionally used deadly force against Gage Grosskreutz, correct?
Yes.
With regard to Joseph Rosenbaum, you fired 4 shots at him, correct?
Yes.
You intended to kill him, correct?
I didn't intend to kill him. I intended to stop the person who was attacking me and trying to steal my gun.
Since August 25th, 2020, this is the first time
You handled that well.
that you have told your story.
Sustained.
Since August 25th, 2020, you've had the benefit of watching countless videos of your actions that night, correct?
I've seen certain videos, not all of them. I've seen the majority of them actually here during the trial.
You've also had the opportunity to read articles. People have written interviews, things like that, about what happened that night, correct?
I do my best to avoid what people write on the internet. A majority of it, it's not true.
You have also sat here through 8 days of trial, correct?
Yes.
And you've had the opportunity to watch all of the videos that have been
Yes.
played in this trial.
Yes.
Sir, if you could please let me finish my question before answering. And I will do my best to let you finish your answer before I go on to the next question. Fair?
Yes.
You've also had the opportunity to listen to the testimony of all 30-some witnesses that have testified in this trial so far, correct?
Yes.
And after all of that, now you are telling us your side of the story, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to ask you folks to go in the library for just a second. Please don't talk about the case.
But the judge is about to rip into him.
The judge does not appear to be happy.
No. Look at him.
That's an angry face or an unhappy face.
Yeah.
Could be a constipated face, but I don't think so.
Commenting on my client's way to remain silent.
You need to account for this.
Your Honor, I don't want to jury here. He's commenting on my client's right to remain silent.
No, Your Honor. I am making the point that after hearing everything in the case, now he's tailoring his story to what has already been introduced.
The problem is, this is a grave constitutional violation for you to talk about the defendant's silence. And that is, and you're right You're right on the borderline, and you may be over, but it better stop.
Understood.
I can't think of the initial case on it, but this is not permitted. All right. Ask the jury to come in, please.
That judge was not happy.
He was not happy. No, it's
Oh.
like, well, it's refreshing to see that we have a judge that's actually doing its job properly. It's refreshing to see that at least.
I've sustained the objection.
You were armed with an AR-15 semi-automatic rifle that evening, correct?
Yes.
You had it loaded with 30 rounds of full metal jacket ammunition, correct?
Yes.
That weapon with 30 rounds is capable of killing at least 30 people, correct?
Yes.
You had arranged to have Dominic Black purchase that weapon for you in Ladysmith, Wisconsin in early May of 2020. Is that correct?
We were up north shooting and not shooting. We were up north going camping, and Dominic Black brought his rifle, and we were talking. I was like, "Hey, what if we get a rifle for me? I'll give you the money. You can purchase it. It's yours until I'm 18." So I bought the rifle for Dominic, and I can use it. But once I'm 18, we can do a private sale, and we can have it turned over to my name once I turned 18.
Because you knew as a 17-year-old, you could not have that gun, correct?
I knew I could not buy that gun.
You knew you could not possess that gun also, correct?
No.
You weren't aware that under Wisconsin law,
I'm going to instruct the jury later about the law. So, and that he wouldn't, what he thinks on the subject is not dispositive anyway. So, it was unlawful for him to purchase the gun.
it wasn't just unlawful for you to purchase it, it was unlawful for you to bring it home, correct?
In Illinois, I wasn't able to bring it home because I didn't have a FOID card, a firearm owner identification card.
You
in
knew
Illinois.
You knew in Illinois that you couldn't get that until you turned 18, correct?
No, you can get a FOID card at 16 in Illinois.
But you didn't have one.
I did not.
And even after this gun was purchased for you in May, you never got one after that either, did you?
Actually, I applied for a FOID card in May of 2020, but due to the charges, and there was a backlog in Illinois for the FOID card, but after you filed the charges against me, it was denied because of the charges here in this state.
You found out about that after you were criminally charged in this case?
I found out about this in November of 2020. A letter was sent to my old residence.
So you knew that without that FOID
I award you
card,
no point.
the gun could not go back to your residence
Sorry.
in Illinois, correct?
Correct.
And you agreed that the gun would be kept at Dominic Black's stepfather's house here in
It's
Kenosha,
applicable. I
correct?
would award him no point.
Because he had a safe, yes.
And you agreed that you wouldn't have access to that gun, correct?
We agreed that the only time I would use the gun is when I was with him and we would go to like the Bristol shooting range or up north to his land.
But the only time prior to the night of August 25th, 2020, that you ever used that gun was up in Ladysmith, correct?
Correct.
So you didn't go to the Bristol shooting range ever.
I
with that
did.
gun.
Not with that rifle, but I did.
Pay attention to my question, please. You didn't ever go to the Bristol shooting range with that gun, correct?
Correct.
And you picked out that gun because Dominic had it, correct?
Yeah.
You could have, if you wanted to, chosen from any number of guns that were for sale. Fair enough?
That were at that store. There weren't many, but yes.
I'm sure the store in Ladysmith isn't the only store that sells guns, correct?
You can ask questions.
That was a question.
No, it was a statement.
Isn't it correct, Mr. Rittenhouse, that there are other places to purchase guns besides that one store in Ladysmith, Wisconsin?
I believe so, but that's where we're at, so that's where we got the gun.
And you, if you wanted to, could have given Dominic Black money to purchase a gun at other locations. Fair?
Didn't cross my mind, but now that you say it, yeah.
Why did you pick or want Dominic Black to buy for you an AR-15 as opposed to a pistol or a shotgun or some other type of rifle?
I cannot legally possess or carry a pistol because I'm not 18 in Wisconsin. I believe it's 18 in Wisconsin for a pistol. But with the rifle, I knew I could possess that rifle. I knew I couldn't buy it, but I knew I could like take it to like the shooting range or possess it. And with shotguns, they didn't have any shotguns in stock. That was my original plan, to get a shotgun for trap shooting, but there weren't any at that Ladysmith store, and I didn't want to go to Walmart and buy one.
So your understanding at that time was that Wisconsin law prohibited you as a 17-year-old from possessing a pistol, but you could have an AR-15?
Yes.
What was that understanding based on?
The understanding was based on when we would go up north. It was me, Dominic, and my sister, and we were allowed to carry the rifles around, and the officers over there said it was fine.
I'm going to move to strike as hearsay. What officers would have told
You
me.
asked the question on what the knowledge
You
was.
can't strike what you asked.
It's not admissible, and none of this is, frankly, and that's why I interrupted before. What the defendant believes the law to be, what the district attorney believes the law to be, what the defense believes the law to be, are irrelevant. I will tell you when I instruct you what the law of Wisconsin is pertaining to the possession of a firearm by a person under 18. And that'll be the source of your knowledge. I'm allowing the testimony right now because it bears on. There's an old maxim under the law: ignorantia juris non excusat. Ignorance of the law is not an excuse. Ignorance of the criminal law is not an excuse. If you commit a criminal act, whether you knew it was criminal or not, you're responsible for your conduct. And because you're responsible to know the law. It's not relevant, except in this case, there are specific issues about his awareness and knowledge about certain conduct that is relevant on some issues. So it's quite complicated. Hopefully it'll sort out when I instruct you at the end. But that's why I'm allowing the questions and the answers, but do not be confused about anything that these people say is not necessarily accurate as to the state of Wisconsin law. Any question about that? Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
So you're telling us that the reason that you wanted Dominic to buy you an AR-15 as opposed to a pistol is the only reason was because you felt you couldn't lawfully possess a pistol?
Correct.
You didn't pick out the AR-15 for any other reason?
I thought it looked cool, but no.
You didn't pick it out because you wanted to go hunting with it, did you?
No.
You didn't pick it out because you were going to use it to protect your house, correct?
Correct.
You picked it out because it looked cool.
I thought it looked cool. Guess
It-
that's the reason. Yes.
It resembled the types of weapons that are used in first-person shooter video games, correct?
I don't really play first-person shooter video games. I have, but I believe there's a variety of guns, including shotguns, pistols. There's guns in video games that resemble all guns.
Isn't it true when you would hang out with Dominic Black, you'd play Call of Duty and other first-person shooter video games?
Sometimes.
And those are games in which you use weapons like AR-15s to pretty much shoot anybody who comes at you, correct?
It's a video game where two players are playing together. I don't really understand the meaning of your question, to be honest.
Isn't one of the things people do in these video games try and kill everyone else with your guns?
Yeah, the video game, it's just a video game. It's not real life.
Now, you introduced yourself as living in Walworth County right now. Is that
Yes.
right? On the date that this all happened, you were an Illinois resident?
Correct.
You had grown up in Illinois?
Correct.
You had not spent any significant time living here in Wisconsin, correct?
No.
You'd agree with me that's correct.
No, I've spent time at my father's house and partially live here also, so no, that's not correct.
You indicated you had attended, was it Penn Foster High School?
Yes.
That's an online high school?
Correct.
So you were not attending high school in person.
No.
What does that have to do with
And
anything?
at the time that all of the things in this case were happening, from the time the AR-15 was purchased to the night of August 25th,
Hey, don't
you
knock
were
Penn
17
Foster.
years old that entire time, correct?
Correct.
Could we have exhibit number 7 up, please? I have put exhibit number 7 up on the screen. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's my old TikTok account.
That was a TikTok account that you had during the summer of 2020, correct?
Yes.
We would all die of
And it
alcohol
says your
poisoning
name
if
on
we
there,
were in
Kyle?
a game. We
Yes.
drank every time we said
Your
AR-15.
username on
Yeah, I'm
TikTok
drinking
was
coffee right now.
Four
I'm not
Doors,
gonna pick
More
up the bottle.
Whores.
Yes.
And that's a picture of you there with your AR-15, correct?
Yes.
And underneath that, you have put on your profile the phrase bruh, B-R-U-H, I'm just trying, T-R-Y-N-A, be famous. Is that correct?
Yes.
You're the one who wrote that.
Yes.
What does that have to do with anything?
You testified that at some point you were involved in some sort of EMT cadet program.
I was a firefighter EMT cadet at Antioch Fire Department.
When was that?
I was a cadet at the Antioch Fire Department. I believe from 2018 or 2019 up until the incident of August 25th.
An EMT cadet is someone who's just beginning the process of eventually achieving full EMT certification. Is that correct?
No.
Were you studying to be an EMT before August 25th, 2020?
I was learning about certain things in the field of firefighting and EMS.
But that's not actually formal classes, is it?
No, we met once a week, and we would either, depending on the day, we would either do EMT stuff like learning how to do airways, or we do firefighter stuff like doing hose drags and learning how to crawl through buildings.
And these are things that you did with the, which firefighter? Antioch?
Antioch Fire Department.
You weren't a member of the fire department, were you?
I was.
You were a actual on-duty member on the roster of the Antioch Fire Department?
No.
So when you say you're a member, what do you mean?
I was a member of the Antioch Fire Cadet program. We were issued shirts, Antioch Fire Cadet member. We would help with the pancake breakfast at the VFWs, and we would wear Antioch Fire Department staff shirts. I still have one in my closet.
And maybe I didn't express myself clearly. You were not a member of the Antioch Fire Department, correct?
I was a member of the cadet program, which was through the fire department.
So you'd go out and fight fires.
We can go on ride-alongs, but we can't go into burning buildings for liability reasons.
You'd go out there and you'd save people from burning buildings?
Not me personally.
Because as a cadet, they would never let you anywhere near that, right?
They wouldn't let any of the cadets go into an actual live fire.
At the end of whatever this program is,
This guy's just coming
you
off of
weren't
a
actually going to be
jerk.
an
I think you've heard him.
firefighter, were you?
No, it's to help prepare you for the firefighter
Jerk is a
academy,
nice way of saying
firefighter EMT academy.
And you weren't going to be an EMT at the end of this program either, were you?
No.
You know that to be an EMT, you have to be 18 and a high school graduate, correct?
Depending on the state, in Illinois, you can take a class at the college at 16 and you can have your EMT license by the age of 17. I wasn't in that class, but in Illinois you can.
You never did any of that.
No, I was online school.
The night of August 25th, you're here in Kenosha, Wisconsin, saying you're an EMT, correct?
Yes.
That was a lie.
Yes.
You were also telling people you were 18 or 19 years old. That was a lie too, right?
No, I didn't tell anybody my age that night.
You never volunteered it at all, did you?
I didn't.
Because you knew as a 17-year-old you shouldn't have been there, right?
No, I just didn't find it relevant to give my name. Well, I gave my name, but my age to anybody. It wasn't something that came up in conversation.
It's because you felt if people found out how old you were, they'd realize you shouldn't have been there, right?
No, it just because it didn't come up in conversation. If somebody would have asked, I would have been like, yeah, I'm 17.
So you felt that as a 17-year-old, it was appropriate for you to be out on the streets of Kenosha with an AR-15 that night. Fair?
I believe I had any other right to be there as anybody else.
As any other adult.
As anybody.
But you weren't an adult.
No.
You indicated that you were working at the Recplex and had been working at the Y before that. Is that right?
Yes.
That was a YMCA down in Illinois, correct?
Correct.
And you had gotten furloughed there when COVID hit in March?
Yes.
And you had only started working at the Recplex on August 14th, correct?
I believe I got hired before that, but I was on vacation on August 14th, so I was on vacation, so I couldn't start until August 14th.
Your first time working at the Recplex was on August 14th, correct?
I believe that was my first day.
And then you worked the week after that from August 17th to August 23rd, correct?
I believe so. Till August 24th, I worked.
And then your final shift was on August 24th, correct?
Yes.
You worked a total of 41 and a half hours at the Recplex, correct?
That's the number you got?
And you were a lifeguard.
Yes.
You were walking around their swim area with one of those red, long, life-saving things, monitoring the pool, correct?
Rescue tube, yes.
So, but that was at the indoor pool at the Recplex?
It was at the indoor. It was at the, I don't know if you're familiar with the Recplex.
I am.
I guarded the water park area and the competition pool.
So they've got a water park area with a slide and a zero entry pool. Is that right?
Yes.
And then next to that, they've got a larger, almost Olympic sized pool where swim meets happen.
50-meter competition pool divided in half to make it a 25.
Okay. And you were lifeguarding at both of those.
I would rotate. We had rotations, and me and other guards, we would do we had 3-person shifts. We would rotate out watching the different areas of ourselves.
You indicated that at no time did this gun this AR-15, ever leave the state of Wisconsin. Is that right?
Other than the night after, other than that,
Before the shootings.
correct.
There was a time, though, where you wanted to have it with you down in Illinois, isn't it? It wasn't there?
I believe there was a time when me and Dominic were mad at each other. Yeah,
You were mad at Dominic,
me and Dominic were mad over something.
and you wanted to have the gun with you down there?
I think I said something along those lines.
You'd agree with me that let me back up for a second here. You have testified to this jury that you used deadly force against Joseph Rosenbaum, Anthony Huber, the man who attempted to kick you in the face, and Gage Grosskreutz on the night of August 25th, correct?
Yes,
And you did that because you felt that your life was in danger from those four people, correct?
yes,
And you are telling this jury that it was, in your mind, justified to use deadly force to protect your own life, correct?
yes,
You'd agree with me that you were not allowed to use deadly force to protect that CarSource building, correct?
Well, I wasn't using deadly force to protect the property. I used deadly force to protect myself. So
That's a good answer.
Please listen to my question. And
Better
answer my
answer.
question if you
He
can.
doesn't like it.
You'd agree with me that you were not allowed to use deadly force to protect that CarSource building, correct?
yes,
You'd agree with me that you were not allowed to use deadly force to stop someone from smashing the windows of an unoccupied parked car, correct?
I don't think you could use deadly force for that.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone from lighting a metal dumpster on fire, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone from tipping over a porta potty, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone from lighting a flatbed trailer on fire, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone who is about to start an unoccupied car on fire, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone from lighting some traffic cones in the middle of the street on fire.
You agree with me?
Correct.
You can't use
Correct.
deadly force
So you understand that there's a difference
for someone to stop
between using deadly
to
force
stop
to
someone
protect
from
yourself
setting Tickle Me
and
Elmo
using
on
it to
fire.
protect the
Correct?
property, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that you're not allowed to use deadly force to protect property, correct?
Yes.
I
But yet
don't get
you
what this
have
whole.
previously indicated that you wished you had your AR-15 to protect someone's property, correct?
I'm going
Judge,
I'm going to ask you to go into the library again for a moment, please. Please don't talk about the case.
the judge is pissed.
Because the guy is trying to lead him into saying he's trying to use the legalese to lead him into saying something that.
All right, Mr. Robot.
Yeah.
You sound like a robot.
Domo arigato.
You're breaking up bad, dude. This guy's a jackass. He's about to get read the riot act.
Mr. Richards?
Your Honor, Mr. Binger is either forgetting the court's rulings or attempting to provoke a mistrial in this matter. He knows he can't go into this, and he's asking the questions. I asked the court to strongly admonish him, and the next time it happens, I'll be asking for a mistrial with prejudice. He's an experienced attorney, and he knows better.
Mr. Finger?
First of all, Your Honor, this was the subject of a motion. I'm well aware of that. And the court left the door open.
For me, not for you.
Oh,
My understanding of
You
your
should have come and asked for reconsideration. You did on the one motion, and in fact, I granted your motion for reconsideration.
that was not our motion.
Excuse me. I did. I granted.
We did not move
That
to
was their
reconsider.
motion.
We have not filed
Forgive
any
me.
motions to reconsider
Forgive
in
me.
this case.
That was their motion for reconsideration, which I denied. But I said I denied it, or I indicated a bias towards denial is what I did. Held it open with a bias towards denial. Why would you think that that made it okay for you without any advance notice to bring this matter before the jury? I was astonished when you began your examination by commenting on the defendant's post-arrest silence. That's basic law. It's been basic law in this country for 40 years, 50 years. I have no idea why you would do something like that. And it gives, well, I'll leave it at that. So I don't know what you're up to.
May I respond?
Yes.
We filed an other acts motion on this exact issue because in my mind, and I argued this, it is identical to what was going on the night of August 25th, in the sense that the defendant was using this exact same weapon. He was using it in a manner to try and protect property.
No, he wasn't.
Your Honor, with all due respect,
I'm not going to rehash the motion. That's absolutely untrue. No. Your arguments of record, my comments are of record, and why I ruled as I did is of record. There's nothing that I heard in this trial to suggest anything's changed, even if you're correct in your assumption that you know more than I did at the time. You should have come to the court and say, I want to go into this. Why you would think that you could go into it without any advance notice to the court, I don't understand that. And as the defense is pointing out, you're an experienced trial lawyer, and this should not have been gone into.
Your Honor, there have been things in this case, testimony in this case, that I believe opens the door to this. For example, the defense has introduced evidence that the defendant pointed a gun at a man wearing yellow pants because that person was on a car on the car source lot. Now, there's no justification that I can think of why the defendant would point that gun at someone. The defendant has just testified this morning that he agreed with that person in the yellow pants, that he pointed the gun at him. He said, I was joking when I said that to the guy in the yellow pants, but he said, he's acknowledged that he told the person in the yellow pants, yeah, you're right. I did point a gun at you when you were sitting on a car.
He said, I did. That's what he
Exactly.
testified.
So he's agreeing. May I finish, please? I'd like to have a chance to make a record if I could, without being interrupted, if that's okay.
Oh,
He has mentioned that he's acknowledged that he's used this gun to protect property. He's also just acknowledged that he knows he can't do that. I am attempting to impeach him now with the prior August 10th incident, 15 days prior, involving the same gun, where he is threatening to use that gun to protect property. It goes.
He didn't have the gun with him.
Your Honor, he is saying he wished he did so he could shoot people.
You know, there's a lot of difference between commenting about something when you haven't got a gun and threatening someone when you do.
You know, it's interesting, Your Honor, because the entire defense theory in this case is Joseph Rosenbaum, who was unarmed.
I want you to tell me what the defense theory of the case is. I want.
May I respond to what you just said, Your Honor? I'd like to respond to what you just said. I apologize, Madam Court Reporter, but I'd like to try and make a record without anyone interrupting me, if that's okay. I believe that there is a central part of this case that Mr. Rosenbaum is making threats that he has no ability to carry out. So to your point, Your Honor, you're arguing that this August 10th incident, one aspect of why you don't believe it's relevant is the defendant didn't have the gun with him. This case is about someone who didn't have a weapon, and yet the jury is being told because of those threats, that means the defendant has to defend himself. So with all due respect, Your Honor, mere verbal threats have already been shown to this jury and used as a basis for someone's subsequent actions. I am attempting with the defendant to use his mere verbal threat on August 10th, 15 days prior, that he's going to shoot shoplifters with his AR-15 to impeach the defendant in a murder trial. I would ask the court's forbearance to do that. I apologize, Your Honor. You're right. I probably should have brought this to your attention earlier. I may have misunderstood your ruling because I thought your ruling was if the evidence in this case made that more relevant, you would admit it or at least consider it an admittance. I believe, based on the evidence that we've heard, and more specifically, exactly what the defendant said earlier about admitting pointing a gun at someone who was merely jumping or sitting on a car, that the door is open now to this testimony. And I continue to believe that his state of mind, his intent, his belief as to self-defense is the core of this case. That was the basis for my motion. You were strongly inclined against it. I understand that. But now we're in the middle of trial, and there's been a lot of evidence that's come in that I think makes this relevant. So I'm attempting to impeach the defendant on his beliefs. I believe I'm entitled to impeach the defendant on his beliefs and on his statements.
I'm going to interrupt you now because you're talking about his beliefs. I think that's what they call
his statements to, Your Honor, because he just said, can't use deadly force, can't threaten to use deadly force to protect property. So now I'm impeaching him on that.
Your Honor, the court has seen no reason to change its ruling. And just so this record is clear, in spite of the lengthy statement by Mr. Binger, before we started today, the court specifically stated in Mr. Binger's presence, there's been nothing to have me change any of my rulings. There have been numerous occasions during this trial where they've opened the door. The one time when they're going into Mr. Rosenbaum's prior, the reason he, and I said something, I whispered in Mr. Krause's ear, it's because of the prior convictions. Please stop. And he did. He knows if you're going to go into something that's been excluded in a pretrial order, you better ask the court, you better get permission. This is ridiculous.
It wasn't excluded, Your Honor.
You know why it was excluded in the first place? Because it was propensity evidence. That is exactly what 90404 is designed to prevent. You're talking about his attitudes. His attitude is he wants to shoot people. Now, I've admitted that kind of evidence in other trials when it's been appropriate. I didn't admit it in this case because, to me, what I've heard in this trial, and by the way, Mr. Richards absolutely correctly points out that just hours ago, I said I had heard nothing in this trial to change any of my rulings. So why?
Testimony, Your Honor.
Pardon me?
That was before the
Don't
defense testimony.
get brazen with me. You knew very well.
Ooh, he mad. He real
You
mad.
know very well
He
that
was
an
about to
attorney
punch
can't
him.
go into these types of areas when the judge has already ruled
I like
without
this judge.
asking outside the presence of the jury to do so. So don't give me that.
What's up,
That's
Corn
number
Pop? Join if you
Number
want.
two, this is propensity evidence. I said at the time that I made my ruling, and I'll repeat again now for you, I see no similarity between talking about wishing you had your AR gun, which you don't have, so that you could fire rounds at these thought to be shoplifters, and the incidents in these cases, which are not, there's nothing in your case that suggests the defendant was lying in wait to shoot at somebody or reflecting upon the shooting for a vast amount of time. Every one of the incidents involves matters that involve seconds in time. So I commented at the time, I don't see the similarity, and I don't see the similarity now. If it's not similar, that's the whole rule. Those are all the exceptions to 90404. Check the authorities. Wigmore and evidence.
Just talk to
Judge
a lawyer
Weinstein,
through
Colonel McCormick.
through a
It's
text. He
the
said this
crime-
this is
the prior act
incredibly
has to
close to
bear
being a
the
mistrial. He said
signature of the
it would be
accused.
a just.
It has to be
It
so
would be
similar
justified to do
as to
mistrial at any time.
suggest it's a common plan or
Looking
something.
that way, the judge might.
You have an
might
incident
agree.
where he's making
Hmm.
comments about some alleged shoplifters versus crimes that involve instantaneous actions, whether premeditated murder or whether self-defense. That's for the jury to decide. But I don't see the similarity. I said it couldn't come in, and it isn't coming in, no matter what you think. Number two, I have to be concerned that with what Mr. Richards has said about the progress of the trial, and when you were I said you were over the line, close to or over the line on commenting on the defendant's pretrial silence, which is a well-known rule. I'm astonished that would have been an issue. So I don't want to have another issue as long as this case continues. Is that clear?
It is.
Thank you. Ask the jury to come back in, please.
watch, there'll be another issue.
If there's another issue, I'm pretty sure it's going to go to mistrial.
I agree with Walter out there.
All right, folks, the objection has been sustained. Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Judge. So I want to turn your attention to the day of August 25th, 2020.
Okay.
You had spent the night at Dominic Black's house. Is that right?
Yes.
And you indicated that you had worked at the Recplex the night before. Is that right?
The 24th, correct.
Okay. And you worked until about 7 p.m.?
I couldn't give you an exact time, but I'd say I got off around between 6 and 7. I don't recall. It's been a while.
And then you drove your car over to Dominic's house?
Yes.
Okay. So the rest of the time, it seems like you're being driven around in Mr. Black's car. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Why did you guys use his instead of yours, if you know?
At the time, I didn't have a driver's license, and I would drive just to get to work and sometimes to go to Dominic's dad's house.
So even though you didn't have a driver's license, you drove from your home in Antioch to the Recplex to work that day?
Yes, to be able to get to work.
And then after work, you drove without a driver's license to Dominic Black's house?
Yes.
So I assume then on the week prior to that, when you drive yourself to work, that was also without a driver's license?
Objection to this. Let's go to.
I'll move on. So you drove to Mr. Black's house, you left your car there,
Yes.
and you spent the night at his house.
Yes.
And then the next day, you guys woke up at some point and came down to Ruther. Is that right?
Spent the night at his house and had dinner, woke up in the morning, had breakfast. We were going through I was on social media and we saw the damage and we saw the car store. So we decided to go downtown.
And you came down in Dominic's car. And then
Correct.
The next day you got. And you said that there was a time in which you were cleaning graffiti at Ruther.
Yes.
And then at some point, I believe you said, and I want to make sure I'm understanding the timeline here, that you went to one of the car sources and encountered the owners, Sam or Sal or whoever they are, correct?
Yes.
Which of the car source locations was that?
It was the car source right here.
And that's the one at the northeast corner of 59th and Sheridan?
Correct.
And that's the one that had gotten totally burned out on one of the previous nights?
Yes, that was the one where everything was destroyed. The other car sources still had cars there. So
Now, before that, had you ever worked at Car Source before?
I have not.
Had you ever bought a car there before?
I have not.
Had you ever even heard of Car Source before all that?
Yes.
Through Dominic?
Well, no. I would drive past it on a daily basis. I was in Kenosha almost every day, and I drive down Sheridan Road almost every day.
Okay. So you saw the business along with the churches and the ultimate gas station and the courthouse and everything else in that area?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked to these owners yourself?
Me and Dominic did.
And did they ask you to come protect the property?
They didn't ask me
Directly?
They didn't ask me directly. They asked Nick Smith.
Okay. And was Nick Smith around for that at that moment?
He wasn't there when me and Dominic were talking to them.
Did you ever personally witness any of these Car Source folks, Sal or Sam or any of the folks that were running that business? Did you ever personally witness them ask Nick Smith to guard any of their properties?
No.
Did you ever witness any of them ask anyone to guard any of their properties?
Hit that thumbs up, people.
Not that I can recall.
What time, if you recall, did you find out that they'd asked Nick Smith?
I believe I said in my direct examination between 3:15 and 3:30.
And that was shortly after you had sent a text to Sam, right?
Correct.
And you texted him and asked him if you could protect his business that night, correct?
I did.
And in that text, you said, I'm more than willing and will be armed, correct?
Yes.
You meant you'd be armed with your AR-15?
Yes.
And you said that me and my brother would both be there armed, correct?
Yes.
By your brother, you meant Dominic?
Yes.
He's obviously not legally your brother.
No.
And you said in the text, I just need address. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Why did you need the address of a location you'd already been to?
I just wanted to like pinpoint it and on the Google Maps because GPS, because with all the roads were closed down in Kenosha. I just wanted to know the best route to drive there with Dominic.
But you just told us that you drove past here every day up and down Sheridan. Why did you need GPS to help you find a place that you drive past every day?
The roads weren't closed when I drove past them every day.
But you still knew where you were going, right?
Sort of, but with like the back roads.
Okay, so let's talk about the roads being closed. What do you mean by that?
On November 10th,
Sheridan Road was closed off.
dislikes sometime today, dislikes are going to become private.
There are a lot of roads closed off. I couldn't tell you exactly their names right now.
Was that because there was construction going on?
John, is this
No,
a defense attorney or prosecution?
They were closed off to keep
This
people
is
out of the area,
prosecution.
right?
He almost calls a mistrial a couple times.
Yes.
And you knew there was a curfew that night, right?
I believe I got an emergency alert text at around 8 p.m.
Just like everybody else saying, stay off the streets.
I'm sorry.
Objection. There's no curfew charge.
It's still relevant to his decision making. Just like everybody else, you got a message saying, get off the streets at 8 o'clock that night, right?
Yes.
And despite that message, you came down, correct?
I was already in Kenosha downtown when I got that message.
Once you got that message, you didn't decide, I'm going to leave and go home like I'm supposed to, correct?
I stayed at the car source.
And you knew that there was this curfew in place that meant you shouldn't be there anymore, correct?
There were, I'd say, hundreds, if not thousands of other people there that night that also got the same message.
So if they're all breaking the law, you can too?
I don't think the curfew was really being enforced.
So if a law is not being enforced, you can disregard it? You said that there was a time in which Nick Smith asked you guys to drive him down to Chicago.
Correct.
To buy a piece of body armor.
Correct.
Down by O'Hare.
Correct.
And you guys were willing to do that at first.
Dominic was willing to do it. It was more of Dominic's thing because Nick Smith was going to throw in like $20 to Dominic when he bought it for like gas.
So Nick Smith was going to pay $20 for the gas to drive down to O'Hare where Nick Smith was planning on buying this body armor.
Yes.
And he needed that body, the idea was the body armor would be used that night, correct?
I believe so.
That's why there was some urgency about going down right away, right?
Yeah.
This was part of the plan to come down to downtown that night, right?
He wanted to go to O'Hare to buy the body armor, so yes.
Do you understand my question?
Can you rephrase
Sure,
it?
absolutely. The urgency to get that body armor that day was because he needed it for that night, right?
I wouldn't say he needed it, but he wanted it.
And instead of making the drive, you gave your own body armor to Nicholas Smith.
Correct.
You had it along with you.
Yes.
You brought it along with you that day because you thought you might need it yourself that night, correct?
No, I kept it in my trunk of the car. I always had it.
You drive around with body armor in the trunk of your car regularly?
Well, it was just in the back of my trunk. I never really took it out.
And you said at some point that day you went to Jelinski's. That's the hunting goods, fishing store out on Highway 31 and 52nd Street to buy a couple of slings. Is that right?
That's correct.
And this was one sling for you and one for Dominic, right?
Yes.
And you bought two of the identical type of sling, correct?
Yes, the cheapest ones they had.
And that's a single point sling, meaning it attaches to the gun in one location, correct?
Yes.
And then it wraps around your body, correct?
Yes.
And it's designed to help you retain possession of that weapon, correct?
You'd probably know more about them than I do. I just got it to hold the rifle. So when I'm doing medical aid, I don't have to sit on the ground and have to worry about it being stolen.
Because you realize that you couldn't have that gun on you while you're doing any sort of medical aid, correct?
I knew that I couldn't, without a sling, have it on me. That's why I got the sling, so I could have my hands free.
But even when you had the sling, there was a time in which you took off your entire gun apparatus and handed it to Joanne Fiedler because it was in the way of you trying to treat someone, right?
At that instance, yes, because it was hitting the ground. The rifle was hitting the ground. When I bought it, that was the purpose of it. I don't think it really worked, now that I think of it.
This big, long AR-15 really got in the way whenever you tried to help someone, right?
Sometimes.
If you had a handgun, for example, it would have been physically more easy for you to try and treat someone. Fair?
If I could have legally carried a handgun, I would have carried a handgun instead of a pistol. Instead of a rifle.
You grabbed some medical supplies from Dominic Black's house before you came downtown that night, correct?
I grabbed extra gauze, but that's about it.
You testified earlier that your AR-15 was loaded with 30 rounds of ammunition. Is that right?
Yes.
Where did that ammunition come from?
That was from our last trip up north, from May, the time we took it up north.
So when the gun was left at Dominic Black's house, it had that ammunition with it?
The ammo was in a box, magazine, I don't really know.
When you were at Dominic Black's house on August 25th, you found that AR-15 downstairs in his basement, correct?
No.
Where did you find it at?
It was downstairs in the basement, but I was told by Dominic Black, hey, go downstairs, grab your rifle.
So you knew up until that point that rifle was being stored in a gun safe in the garage, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't have the code or any access to that gun safe, correct?
I did not.
It just happened that on this particular day, Dominic Black's stepfather had moved that gun into the house, correct?
Yes.
You didn't know that beforehand?
I didn't.
You didn't know that it had been taken out of the safe?
No.
And so you went downstairs and grabbed it?
After instructed to do so by Dominic, I did.
And it had that magazine?
After I was instructed to do so by Dominic, I did go downstairs and grab it.
And it had the magazine already inserted in the rifle?
It did.
And the magazine was already loaded with 30 rounds?
I believe so.
When did you chamber a round?
I don't know if I ever did.
Well, you had to have to fire the gun, right?
Yeah, I think it was already chambered when I got it. That's what I remember. I don't remember racking it at all that night.
Because the way this type of gun works is that you have to have a magazine with ammo in it. You have to insert the magazine into the gun, and then you have to rack it to load one of those rounds into the chamber, correct?
Yes.
And you were familiar with how to do all of that, correct?
Yes.
And it can't discharge a bullet unless a bullet is racked into the chamber, correct?
Correct.
And so your testimony here, as best you can recall, is that you never had to do the initial racking because the bullet was already in the chamber when you took possession of it that day. Is that fair to say?
I believe so. I believe that it was already racked.
And the ammunition that was in that was full metal jacket ammunition, correct?
223 full metal jacket.
223 being the caliber.
Yes.
And full metal jacket being the type of casing, correct?
Yes. Full metal jacket is the bullet type.
The bullet type. Okay, I apologize. And you're aware there are different types of bullets, like hollow point bullets, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And when you were in the process of purchasing this gun, well, let me back up for a second. You said that the 30 rounds of ammo were left over from previous. I assume you mean when you were up in Ladysmith?
Yes.
And you were practicing with the gun up there?
Yes.
And Dominic Black's family has some sort of firing range or shooting range up there, is that right?
They have a gravel pit where it's safe to shoot.
Gee webs.
And you and Dominic would practice with your AR-15s shooting at targets in that gravel pit, correct?
Correct.
And you would shoot at targets as far as, what, 75 yards away?
No.
How close were the targets?
I think the furthest I ever got was maybe from me to the TV.
You didn't shoot at any targets farther away than that?
No.
Dominic Black testified that he shot at targets 75 yards away. Did you see him do that?
I didn't, but I don't know what Dominic Black saw or what Dominic Black was shooting at. I wasn't with him when he did that.
You were aware of the fact that the AR-15 was capable of hitting targets much further away than you to the TV, correct?
I believe so.
Did you know the capabilities of your own weapon?
I knew that it could shoot, and I believe from a distance. I don't know how far. I'm not an expert on AR-15s.
Did you personally purchase that 223 full metal jacket ammunition?
I did not.
Who did?
Dominic did.
Did you ask him to purchase it?
I did not.
So you didn't know what type of ammo was in that gun. Is that right?
I knew they were 223 full metal jackets. The first time I shot it, I had to load it into the magazine.
So you knew
I
the
sent my
type of round,
ARs
but
in
you
at
didn't
50
know
yards.
what those rounds were capable of doing. Is that fair to say?
Believe a bullet's a bullet.
As you sit here today, you know that there are different types of bullets, right?
Yes.
You know that hollow point bullets, for example, do different things to a animal or a human than full metal jacket bullets, correct?
Yeah. Full metal jacket is a defense round, like another type of defense round. I know people use full metal jacket for hunting, and hollow point is something that causes more damage.
Hollow point bullets are designed to hit the animal that they're being shot at, let's say a deer, for example, and explode inside that body, correct?
No, I don't think so.
When you say explode, are you saying expand or explode? Because there are such things as exploding bullets.
Sure. Let me rephrase. Mr. Rittenhouse, what is your understanding of what a hollow point bullet would do if it were shot at, say, a deer?
I don't think people use hollow point.
That wasn't my question, sir. What is your understanding of what that bullet would do? Let me rephrase it then, because you're aware that
We
people
use soft
use
point for hunting,
hollow
not
point
hollow
bullets
points.
in their pistols to defend themselves against other people, correct?
Yes.
Ryan Balch, for example, testified in this trial that he was carrying a pistol loaded with hollow point ammunition for self-defense. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
So what is your understanding, if you have one, as to what hollow point ammunition would do to a human?
I believe it would do the same thing as any other bullet. Like I said, a bullet's a bullet. I just believe hollow points. I'm sorry, I don't know much about ammo. I'm trying to think of what I remember, but I just don't know much about ammo.
So you didn't know the difference between what a full metal jacket bullet would do.
What the
versus
hell
a
does this
hollow
have to
point?
do with anything?
I believe a hollow point I just don't know
Jesus
much about this.
Christ.
I believe a hollow point would cause more damage.
See, I'm
To the first
thinking
target.
he's going to
But it wouldn't
say that
continue
you had a
through any other
hollow
targets.
point in the
Right.
AR, and that's what you shot
Whereas
Mr.
a
Bicep
full
with.
metal jacket bullet is specifically designed to continue through its first target and keep flying. Correct?
In the only thing I can figure from
Hold on,
this.
hold on.
First of all, the hollow point is not guaranteed to stay in the first object struck, which is, so what you said was not correct. Secondly,
There's no testimony on that, Your Honor.
no, but you've been testifying, and that's what Mr. We're going to take a break for lunch. Please don't talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen on any account of the trial. We'll see you, let's hope, at about 12:45.
Okay, so 1:45, but
Oh, I've got a couple of
he's gonna say
Let's
something.
say 1 o'clock. I apologize for taking time away from you.
1 o'clock
1 o'clock.
for an hour. It's 1 o'clock Central, so it's
1
o'clock.
o'clock Central.
So,
All right.
so it's 2 Eastern, but hold on. The judge is gonna rip someone, I think.
They may not have the thing on for it.
No, they will.
So do you think he's trying to say that if you don't know the difference between a hollow point and an FMJ, that you may have had a hollow point in there, and that's why you blew apart the guy's bicep?
Yeah, that's where it looked like he was leading. Yes.
I don't know, but the judge is like, the judge actually knows.
The judge is not having any of this.
No.
I would be like, where are you going with this? And you need to.
You've already done that twice.
This judge is pissed off.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just
screamed at him.
joined.
Yeah, the judge was
I
screaming at him.
Yeah, I heard
Literally
the tail end of that.
Screaming. What's up, Joe? Congratulations. I guess they're not going to do it.
Really?
They're gonna do it in private.
Yeah,
No,
but
This judge, he's been on point. And whenever he's seen something that they're trying to do illegal, he's calling them out on it every step of the way.
You guys want to do a package open?
For sure. Go full
What you got?
screen so I can see.
Go full screen.
All right, I'm going to go full screen here. We will get back to the Rittenhouse trial right now. It's on lunch break, everyone. So we're going to open up a package.
You know
Let's
what? I'm
see
gonna
here.
get some lunch. Then.
It's something is here for Rich, too.
Ooh.
So let's take
Just
a look
keep
at
it.
this.
Rich doesn't need it.
First,
If it's
this
a
one is
packet of money.
Rich's.
Ooh,
This
what do we
one
got?
is for Rich.
Oh, cool. My tier
Tier one
1 t-shirt.
Kinetics.
Nice.
yeah.
And on the back,
Cool.
that's for Rich.
Ooh, nice.
And this one's for me.
What is that? Tier 1 kinetics.
Shit.
Cool.
I guess they're trying to teach you how to properly use the train.
Yeah, I guess I like that. So we got that. Then got some patches here too. So let me just open this up. But Rich, you got a pretty cool shirt there, man.
Yeah. I gotta thank them for that. But we kind of did a shirt trade, right?
Yeah. Then I got a bunch of stickers.
Is that from tier 1?
Yeah.
Cool.
Got
Yeah.
one of their things for their Instagram.
Yeah, if you guys missed the interview with Tier 1, it was really good. We got to have him back.
Ooh.
Nice.
Challenge coin. Right.
Dude, how do you get challenge coins made?
There's companies that make them. They work out to be around like $5 a coin or something like that.
Wow. Yeah, because I've gotten a number of them. I was just curious. I'm like, $5 a coin. You just don't want to hand those things out.
Drone. Yes, I'll send you some of these Tier 1 sticker things.
No. Dude, unless you're sending me crap this week, hold on to it.
Okay.
I'll come to your house.
All right, that works. So there you go. All right, guys. Since they're taking a little break, we are going to take a little break here. See here.
I was going to ask you for a quick recap because I joined late.
All right, hold on.
Other than Judge is on fire.
That's the problem. There's not much else other than the judge being on fire.
What was the last screaming at the attorney about?
Hold on. Hey. All right, go for it.
Okay, so what I believe he's doing, the prosecution, or attempting to do, because it seems like Kyle Rittenhouse is kind of like formally trolling him. It looks like he is trying to say that you had full metal jackets in there, which, travel through a target with, retaining its velocity. So basically you were endangering others. So trying to throw in some level of like reckless endangerment to his actions, as opposed to you could have carefully made, because you're such an expert, you could have carefully made the selection of using what he's inaccurately calling hollow point. Typically, there are hollow points, but typically like soft points or hollow points are more likely to transfer the energy into a liquid medium like flesh, whether it's an animal or a person, and they're more likely to stop and or slow down, and be offer less danger to a crowd full of people. So he's trying to throw in some element of reckless endangerment that you didn't know your weapon. You could throw in now. You didn't know your weapon. You didn't care about your target and what was beyond it, and you were so reckless, and you endangered the lives of not only the people that you killed and injured, but those around them as well. That's what I think.
But is there any precedent for that?
Argument like that, that's not why we're here, dude. The guy is an idiot, and he's gonna get the fucking case thrown out, which I'm totally fine with. But yeah, it's crazy. Sorry, that's my whole thing.
Yeah, okay, so if he was carrying a hollow point, you'd be like, that's exceptionally lethal. That's where he'd be going with that.
You there?
Yeah, I don't know if you hear us, man.
Oh, sorry. You can't hear them, but yeah, they agree with you. Hey, I gotta open something up really quick.
You're good.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
All right, later.
Bye, Dark.
Bye, Dark.
Miss you, man.
He has to wear that suit today. He can't just jump in.
The monkey suit?
Yeah, the monkey suit.
All right, G-Webs. When you close it, there's a screen on the outside too, so it just switches to the outside.
So you can use it as a normal phone or an open phone.
Correct.
Okay, cool. Yeah, gee, that's what I said when I saw them. When I first saw them come out, those phones are awesome. That would be rich at the buffet.
Buffet, dude. This is my kitchen.
We got corn pop out there.
So what was?
Corn Pop was a bad dude.
Oh, so Crump can't talk to us, but he can hit that button.
No, I've got it. I've got a sound.
You got it going. All right. So I got a question. What was the screaming session when I joined? What was the judge ripping the prosecutor about?
That they didn't okay the line of questioning the defendant, with the judge prior to doing so. So because the guy just figured, since nobody said anything about it, he was free to go and continue this line of questioning without asking the judge if that was okay or not.
And the judge is worried about a mistrial, I'm assuming.
Exactly. And not just the judge. The judge is worried about him not following the law, him breaking a couple laws while trying to proceed with the case. And
right.
The defense clearly stated that if it happens again, they will proceed with the motion to mistrial.
All right. Now,
with prejudice.
With prejudice, yes.
Wow. So this is highly unusual because defendants never take the stand. And what was the planning on the defense that they had the defendant on the stand?
I think it humanized them.
Kind of giving him a chance to talk is what you're saying.
You show that he's a human.
Show that he's a person. And that, he wasn't intentionally trying to go and hurt anyone. He was just trying to defend himself.
I think you have to be like a CNN MSLSD acolyte to believe that Kyle Rittenhouse is anything other than like a little Opie kid. Just try and do the right thing.
Or you have to be a member of the prosecution.
Right. And I don't think, and we use the phrase common sense, etc. With a little bit of freaking common sense, this kid just got caught up in a bad situation. And this is kind of like, well, it's provocative that he had an AR-15. You know what? Somebody's walking down the street with an AR-15, I might not even look twice. Meaning, I don't want to piss him off, and I don't want to ask him too many questions. And I definitely don't want to engage with him in any kind of way. Now, if you think you're the legal authority and you need to arrest, detain, or take the gun from somebody, that's you got a freaking problem. And if we've all seen the video, he was walking towards the police. He wanted to turn himself in. He wasn't an active shooter. He wasn't looking. He didn't get the bloodlust and need to get more victims. That's not the case. So I am, just not a fan, not a, any of this. I think if you switched people's racial identities in this situation, and everybody was white, but if you said Kyle was black and it was white people come up, he wouldn't. I don't believe he would have gotten arrested, or if he did, they would have just booked him, photographed him, and said, "Yeah, we're going to be looking into this." it just seems to me that there's a whole lot of murkiness in this town with what is it? The mayor. There's a whole bunch of conflicts of interest going on in the town. There's a lot of nepotism. It just seems to me like it's kind of like bread and circuses. They're trying to make a big deal about this kid to distract from all the dumb and bad crap the government is doing in that town. G-Webs, you can hang out while eating. I want to say hi to, let's say, Chris Bullis, Vanessa Kitty, Kieski. Let's see. Corn Pop. Who else? John Rice. Average Joe Tube. Who else? Dean, I don't know Dean. I saw Dark there. Anyhow, just want to say hi to all the folks out there. And if you guys watched Dark's show last night instead of my show, you really need to go back and watch my show. That's all I got to say. Zach Carr. So I see Crumpy is scheduled to do a 5 o'clock show today, but I wonder if he is or isn't. Zach, my last request, were we able to do the patches with a different color or no? All right, Dean. How's it going, man? Sorry I skipped you. But, I got food going on. Me, I'm just skin and bones, and when I get hypoglycemic, I can't think straight. Zach, are you saying that I'm a little, is it needy with the patches or need too much attention? All right, my family jokes about what I eat. So it's not as bad as Smash Time eating the bread, 2 pieces of bread with mayonnaise on one side and peanut butter on the other. So I'm not doing that. I do a Purdue chicken patty with cheese melted on top and salsa. So it's fairly low carb. And I'm doing the Kirkland Energy shot in the Publix flavored seltzer water. So I'm getting the caffeine because there's a carbonated product from Atlanta that I used to drink all the time, but I gave up on. Yeah, all right. So Kioski, if you're not a fan of Smash Time, drop into one of his live shows and talk about the the peanut butter and mayo. I haven't tried it yet. First off, we don't have bread in the house. We're like really anti-carb in the house. If there's a religion, we're the anti-carb religion here. Mm-mm. Mm. Sucks when you miss your face. Hey, Razor JB. All right, so Razor JB, you've actually done peanut butter and mayo? John Rice, really? All right, because Smash Time says it's good. So I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about this, but John Crump is talking about buying YouTube so we can have our own gun stuff without it being inhibited. Did John make that announcement today? About a dozen times since. Oh wait, I can click here, right? Can I do that? Yes, because I have admin privileges. Serious, guys? Serious? Banana and mayo. Wow, man. All right. I'm not sure I want to admit I know you guys. And all right, so Chris already thought John bought YouTube. Well, so let's see. I'm getting the local weather report here. It's 79 degrees. Let's see. What does my personal weather station say? It says it's 81.9. That can be, so it's really a rain gauge / weather station. Let me check the weather. I'm not sure what date is programmed into this, but it says for the month we've got 2.35 inches of rain. So my weather station may read high if it's in the sunlight. Sunny and 72. 34 when I woke up, 70. Whoa, dude. All right. Because you're in one of the Carolinas, I believe, right? So yeah, the temperature swing. How come? Oh, they're showing it different now. I got to drill down. Serious, man. I just want the daily temperature swing. Today, daily, hourly. Serious, man. Where's weekly? Oh, come on. Why make it so hard? All right, so they changed the format because they used to give the high and the low. All right, here it is. So you got to scroll down. So today the low is 72, high 79. So Thursday, I'm going to go through the lows. 70, 66, 63, 55, 59, 66. And the highs are going to be 82, 81, 82, 75, 77, 75. So the low for like the next 7 days is going to be 55, which is pretty low, and the high for that day. So we're going to have a 20-degree spread. It's going to be 75. But today, our spread is 7 degrees. Tomorrow it'll be 12. We're gonna go from Friday 66 to 81. Yeah, I got a plant that if it gets like into the 40s, it does damage to the plant. You guys know I got dragon fruit. The dragon fruit are pretty good until, yeah, damn right it's the Flying Rich stream. If you don't like it, I'm administrator of the John Crump stream. Wait a second, why am I doing this?
It should be crashing rich, not flying rich.
Yeah, wait till I drop by and take you for a flight.
Yeah, sure. Well, then I'll remember to bring a parachute.
Hopefully it works better than the fourth shoot on the dragon fruit and mayo sandwich.
There you go.
Yes, dragon fruit does come from dragons.
There's a myth about it in the Middle East. Not the Middle East, Asia.
Yeah, so my buddy keeps telling me dragon fruit originated in North America, but in Asia it became a big thing. And so typically you see it in many Asian countries.
Yeah. Dragon fruit's originally known as pitaya. So, I think it's, you can find it everywhere these days, though. They literally grow it everywhere. I mean, but anywhere that's tropical or subtropical.
Yeah, because some of them, some of them are. And as soon as I'm done eating, I got a bite or two here. I'll take a walk around. I'll show you the dragon fruit.
Yeah. No, Chris, they're not Dragon Balls. Otherwise, when I had 7 of them all together, I would have been able to make a wish.
That's mountain oysters you're thinking of?
Is that mountain oysters?
Yeah.
It's lunch with Flying Rich. Corn pop. Yeah, that's exactly right. Dragon fruit and Z.
All right, give me a second here to clean up.
Comments keep rolling in.
Wondered about that trouts. What's that mean?
The only trout I know about is rainbow.
So I kind of go through wishing I had more property and wishing I had less property. So I've got an acre and a quarter. It'll make sense when I tell you my thought process on that. I'd rather have less ornamental and decorative plants and more sustenance, something I can grow for food.
More wide open, right? Can you hear me, Rich?
Yeah, I hear you.
So you want more wide open to grow whereas you have too much just decorative.
Yeah. So give me a second here.
Let me tell you the problem about having wide open. If you don't take care of it, if you don't have the equipment to keep it wide open, it grows up into normal fauna real fast.
Oh yeah.
And
Yeah,
that's what happened to my backyard. So yeah,
the
I'm kinda
perimeter of
screwed.
my property is a little tough, and it gets, you got to constantly fight it back. Uh-oh, I can't read anything if you guys.
I'll read it. I'll read it. Cornpap says he's commenting on his dog about eating dragons. Dude, the ceiling is very powerful. Dark Mavis says.
Does he mean ceiling, as in? And that's not how you spell ceiling.
I know. I'm not going to argue on this. Okay.
All right.
Says, who thinks the prosecutor is going to get this case thrown out before the jury gets it?
I mean, that's what I'm thinking it is.
Yeah.
So let's see. Can I flip the camera around? I hate this thing. It's a real pain in the ass here.
Corn Pop says, I think that's the prosecutor's goal. POS. Yes, the prosecutor is a POS. Dark Mavis says, that's definitely the first time I've ever said that. Laugh out loud. Okay, well, Mavis, we're not gonna be no. We're not gonna.
I'm still here, right?
Smelling. Yes, you're still here.
And I got to change the layout.
We see your pool. We see your pool. You got it right.
Yeah. I want to change the layout.
I think that's the best you're gonna get.
No, I'm real sure at layout. Yep, there it is. And
Johnny Crump's chair. All right.
Okay. So I don't want that layout.
No, you don't want that layout.
Let me do that layout.
Okay,
better? That's better. So
there's the pool. Is it heated?
No.
Oh.
In my, believe it or not, the pump has been out for over a week. I just poured a whole bunch of chlorine. It's a saltwater pool.
Oh.
And saltwater pools, just in case you don't know, are exactly the same as a chlorine pool. There's just like a Hoffman apparatus that splits the the salt into sodium and chloride. I have no idea what happens to the sodium. I've been wanting to ask Dark about that for a long time. So let's see. Let me just show you the dragon fruit I got right here. So, all right, and I'm in desperate need of a pressure washing, and I left my pressure washer in New York.
Oh no!
But so here I did some V grafts. What species?
For those that don't know, dragon fruit, like a lot of pitaya, grows on a form of cactus.
Yeah, it's a cactus, and it has a triangular, like a Y-shaped section. So it's, it grows kind of like that.
Yeah.
This actually is not dragon fruit. It's another type of cactus, and I was given that in Vega, Texas. Actually, this one too, and those round guys out there I was given in Vega, Texas.
Barrel Texas.
So here's
cactus.
Vega.
Yeah, Vega. Okay.
So these are actually V grafts I did here. And what species is this? I think it's Rosa. Yeah, this is Rosa.
Okay.
And all of the arms are V grafts. So I'm probably gonna chop them up and replant them. But yeah, let's see. Let's go around. So I had all of my dragon fruit around the tiki hut, which is horrifically coming apart. And once I start getting checks in from the new job and getting current with debt, and yeah, I got to get the pump rebuilt.
Well, what's wrong with the pump?
Smoke pours out of it.
Smoke pours out. That's not common.
Yeah. So
it sounds like just the pump part of it is just bad.
Yeah. So these I got about 24 different species of dragon fruit. So this is Pink Panther, and you can see I took the V cuts out of it to do the graft on the one I just showed you earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, what species is this? Zebra. This is Zebra.
Mm-hmm.
these are some seedlings I've been growing for a number of years, and actually, these are banana plants. Oh, I got a buddy calling me. I'm gonna have to call him back. And actually, that like leafy tree is a macadamia nut tree.
Ooh.
And I think unless you cook macadamias, they're toxic. I definitely. So let's see. This is a yellow Pelora. This one's a natural mystic. That's a physical graffiti. So there's a whole bunch of different species here. So
you've been out west, right?
I'm in Palm Beach.
No, I'm saying you've been out west, like the Vegas and that Southwest area, right? Have you ever had prickly pear?
Yeah. My buddy has some.
I love prickly pear. I love that stuff.
And that's like prickly pear and dragon fruit are almost the same. Actually, this is prickly pear, and it doesn't have any fruit on it.
Give it time.
And these guys are semaphore cacti.
Yeah.
And I believe all the semaphore cacti are male. There's no females left of the species. Hopefully somebody gets busy with CRISPR and makes that so. So I don't think there's any fruit on them. Dragon fruit are hermaphroditic. So there's going to be, both is it stamen and pistil? Yeah. Anyhow, this one I've had for a number of years, and it's pretty prolific with the fruit. So it's a good.
Are they
fruit
supposed
bearing.
to sag like that?
This is. Say that again.
Are they supposed to sag like that?
Yes. Yeah. So this guy is Vietnam white. So typically you build a trellis on a better, like more mature trellis setup. So this species is condor.
You're breaking up, Rich. You're getting too far away from the Wi-Fi. Yeah, Vietnam white. It's a species of cactus. For those that don't know, prickly pear is a type of pear that's on cactuses. Dragon fruit also grows on cactuses or cacti. Just different species or variants. It's cacti. It's not. Cacti don't have feelings. Why am I even talking? I don't know. So, yeah, it looks like Rich lost internet connection, or he just lagged out. So, Corn Pop is saying hashtag cancel cacti. Wakes Inc. I'm not anti Kyle. I'm not pro Kyle. I honestly don't think he should be in the situation he's in. But again, he did the deed, so when you do defend yourself, you have to go through this kind of thing anyways. So it's
Okay, all right.
It's just what happens.
So yeah, we're pro Kyle here. Yeah,
you're pro
I'm
Kyle.
tethering.
I'm neutral.
Yeah.
I'm neutral. I would like to see Kyle get off, but at the same time, I understand that what he did does cause a trial like this. Not necessarily blown out of the proportion this has, but whenever you defend yourself, you're going to have to go through something like this, no matter what.
Right.
I'm neutral.
Alrighty. So I'm pro dead Bolshevik.
I am anti-communist. No. I am anti-communist. I did survive part of the Cold War. The 80s part.
So, the Vietnam white species, we're talking dragon fruit, and the Vietnam white species is red on the outside, white flesh with lots of seeds. And yellow Pelor is yellow on the outside, white flesh with lots of seeds. And I'll show you some of those. I got them in the kitchen. So this is Trisha, and you can see it's from like a V graft there. You can see, let's see, right there, yeah. You see the V chunks that grafted in, and this one took off.
Yeah.
So here's the trellis on the right is mainly Vietnam white, or is completely Vietnam white.
Mm-hmm.
And this one is a combination of American Beauty and Vietnam white. And it should be a darker yellow. I need to fertilize this. Typically, I would do a weekly feeding, and I haven't been in a while. You can actually see the different. So this is yellow Pelora. Let me get the lighting better here. So the spines and the layout of it are a little bit different. And this one is yellow Pelora, and this is actually American Beauty. Suspected spam.
Oh no, you need to answer that live on air so we can have a good laugh.
Yeah, not gonna happen. So that's most of the dragon fruit. Here's
They probably want to sell you another car warranty.
Yeah, here's another semaphore cactus, and this is the guy that's it's real pretty. It was tough to transplant, so this actually something I transplanted. This is
It looks like
a it's called a chenille. It's so that's this plant. All right, so now here's the goof. This looks like a fern. It's a palm tree.
It is a palm tree. I know.
That's a palm tree.
That's a palm tree. Yes, there's several different types of palm trees.
So this is more the chenille. Oh, I got to get out here and weed. I got a lot of crap growing. Yeah, that's a palm tree. I forget what kind of palm tree. I don't know what kind of palm tree that is.
That's a palm tree too. I've got one of those in my backyard.
Aha. Yeah, it's pretty cool looking. All right, so walking up to the front here. Oh my gosh, it's my car.
You know, I live in South Carolina, and it's called the Palmetto State. The palmetto tree is just another type of palm tree as well.
Oh, I thought it was for palmetto bugs.
No, unfortunately, this is not named for the flying nuisances.
Okay, so this stuff here that looks like bamboo.
Mm-hmm. It's palm.
Anybody want to guess what it really is?
Probably a palm tree.
It's a palm tree.
Yeah. Somebody who liked Asian plants lived there before you or something?
Well, I'm the one that let's see, what have I done on this property? Other than the dragon fruit I've introduced into the property, and like the chenille I've introduced into the property. So of course we got, let's see, our Trump 2024 flag.
I'm surprised no one's torn that down yet.
Not in my hood. Oh my gosh. I don't think anybody's gotten the mail out of the mailbox. And yes, I live on a dirt road.
Yeah, I actually have a road in front of me. So I'm just saying.
So, and I want to show you something that actually looks like bamboo and is bamboo.
No, the palmetto tree is not a grass, Wakes Inc. It's just another type of palm.
So this is a hybrid species of bamboo. There's only a few of them in the country. There's actually a bamboo farm. And when you get bamboo, you want to get the type that clumps, and most responsible places will only sell you clumping bamboo, because if you get other types of bamboo, you'll never get it out of your property.
So what you need to do is you need to break a branch off and start eating it like a panda.
Yeah. And let's see. This is kind of a little overgrown with stuff. Like in Florida, I don't know if you get this in the Carolinas, but you get stuff growing on, kind of parasites growing on the trees. And this is something horn. It's supposed to be, it's kind of like elk horn if you look at it.
I don't know if you get it down there, but we get a lot of Spanish moss on trees down.
Yeah, actually, in my neighborhood, I think there's Spanish moss hanging from that electric pole. My wife hates Spanish moss.
Yeah, the trees out here, we get out my land, we got a lot of moss because obviously it's out, it's forest. Because I don't have that many palm trees. I've only got one or two palm trees. On
So
my property.
this is a Paradise Island palm.
Yeah.
What did he say after you finish the Glock pub? Make a poison dart bamboo. Oh, okay.
There you go. There you go.
Wow, Swampy, thanks, man. He's saying the Hughes Compound Southern Command, also known as FRAS, the Flying Rich Autonomous Zone, looks a lot better in person.
It does.
Crumpy!
Hey, what's
Johnny's
up?
So
back.
we had the horticultural break.
Yeah. Actually, somebody mentioned that the richest cactus farm, the budding cactus farm, was more interesting than the trial.
Today's trial has been really interesting.
No, it's been interesting because the factor that the judge has been getting pissed off at the prosecution. That's why it's been interesting.
The prostitution? What?
The prosecution.
Oh, this is the prostitution.
No. You need to open your ears, Johnny.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Don't expect actual words to come out of Night Strike's mouth.
Oh. Says the guy that can't speak English.
Hey, we all speak it better than you do, so.
John, do you know what that is?
My Gulf Gunner. Hold on. I'm gonna get you a new shipping label. I got JFD's. The JFD's getting a brand new one.
And for those of you who ever ask if I've flown a helicopter, the answer is yes.
No, a drone doesn't count.
Let's see.
Yeah, do that live on air. That's some nice countertop, Rich. What is that, marble? Ah, he jumped out.
Yeah, he did. So it looks like just to give you an update here. If you look here, it's still not playing.
Yeah. We got about 15 minutes left. So.
Yeah, so.
I got food coming, so I'm going to mute up when the food gets here.
I appreciate that.
I'm not like Rich, who will just, go and just eat in my kitchen with the microphone on.
So we'll go back to the trial once we get back. I think it's very close to a mistrial.
Honestly, earlier in the chat, they were taking bets to see, whether, how fast the mistrial would happen. There he is.
Sorry, hit the wrong button.
That was a nice countertop, by the way.
Yeah, it's okay. You know what? It's kind of annoying because they have these cheapy. I've got a nice house, what I consider a high-end house, and they put these crappy builder grade cabinets in.
Yeah. You need to. I don't know what's going on, Rich, but you need to up your Wi-Fi game, man.
I was
working all over the place.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's see. Right now, I'm tethering off my phone. I'm going to terminate that.
There you are.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's an interesting question. Wakes Inc. says, is ammo price going to spike after the innocent verdict? Well, that's supposing he gets one. Roy Montes says, so we still have 15 minutes left. Can we get another tour of Rich's Cactus Ranch? It was absolutely riveting. It was spectacular. John Rice says he should stay home if they riot this time. Yeah, he probably should. Ooh, Rosenbaum died doing what he loved. Uh-oh.
No, hold on. I gotta be good to the environment and put the junk mail in the recycle bin. So, how was the testimony when Rittenhouse was getting questioned by the defense?
He broke down. They had to take a break.
He started crying.
Oh yeah, hysterically. I felt so bad for him.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I felt kind of bad for him too.
I don't know. I'd like to think that there aren't going to be protests and violence with.
There will be.
There will be.
Why? Who's invested in
Well,
this?
look at the what was it, the Floyd case. No matter what, whether he gets off or he gets goes to trial, they're going to riot regardless.
I'm sorry. For whatever reason, I dropped out. My wonderful mesh networking is not wonderfully mesh networking.
Yeah, I told you. But remember what was it, the George Floyd case?
Yeah, but white cop,
they
black
riot,
guy.
they rioted regardless of the situation. So
yeah, but I think
if he gets off, they'll riot. If he doesn't, if he doesn't get off, they're still gonna probably riot just because it's probably they wanted the death sentence for him instead of he just goes to jail for a little while.
Sir, I really disagree with you. I don't think anybody cares that much enough. And let me make that statement. I don't think anybody cares enough to go out and riot over this.
You might be right.
I think it
I really hope that would
Rittenhouse.
be the case, but
So Rittenhouse set to room temperature a pedophile and a rapist, both white guys, and he blew off the bicep of a white guy that was illegally carrying a firearm. I'm correct on that, right? He's this guy.
No, I don't think so.
You think he was lawfully carrying?
Yeah, he was not a prohibited person.
Oh, okay, because
He was
I
not a
thought he
felon.
was.
No, that was a rumor.
All right.
his permit his permit expired though, right?
Yeah, but he was not a felon. I think that's what Rich was getting at.
Right.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
you're not a felon, but if your permit is expired and you're carrying anyways, you are technically violating the law.
I don't really
Yeah,
pay attention to permits.
I don't want to go.
I don't like permits as much as the next guy, but if you look at it from just a purely legal position, he was technically breaking the law. Whether we like it or not, it happened.
Yeah, I don't want to go on that basis. I thought he was a prohibited person, like John said. All right, but also this guy, I don't believe is in any way a good guy because he was shooting off his mouth saying like, "Yeah, I wish I killed him, emptied my magazine into him," that kind of stuff.
All right, I'll be right back.
And I really personally don't want to discuss whether it was a smart idea to run around with an AR-15 or not. That's kind of like the hot girl wore a skirt and I raped her kind of argument.
Yeah.
So I think that's kind of a real flawed in many ways, and I just don't think it's worth entertaining. You look at it, he's getting attacked and he defended himself. That's the way I see it, and maybe I differ with Night Strike. In my mind, this is self-defense. Period. You've got a mob of people running after you, attacking you, whacking you with skateboards, drop kicking you.
See, I agree with you, John. See, to me, it doesn't. See, it wouldn't matter. This wouldn't be as big a deal if he had used something else. They're making a big deal of it because he used a firearm. That's all it is.
I think the firearm was the most effective way to defend yourself.
Absolutely. 100% agree. But they're making a big deal of it because of his age and the firearm. That's all it is.
He's a sacrificial lamb.
If he had used something else, it wouldn't have been as big a deal. But as usual, they're trying to make it much bigger deal because that's what they do. Whatever they can do to put light on guns and say guns are bad.
Then be evil. Yeah, I just think it was pretty freaking dumb. This is. It's certainly. Wait, what is he on trial for? Is it first-degree murder?
Yeah.
Because it certainly is not first-degree murder. It absolutely does not qualify. I don't even think when you go down to like negligent homicide, and again, this is laws in the state. I don't know what laws they have pertaining to death, but I don't even think it's negligent homicide. If so, it's the typically first degree murder. That's a pretty high bar And if the DA didn't the DA charge him and then increase it to first-degree murder?
Yeah, but they did that due to politics.
Yeah, but that again, you're setting yourself up for a pretty heavy fall.
Well, yeah, the problem is they got to prove that he had intent. He didn't have.
He had.
They're trying to use the fact that he had the rifle with him that was intent.
Yeah, in their own echo chamber, they all nodded their heads and say, "Damn right it is."
That's just like saying because you carry a gun and I carry a gun, I'm walking out with the intent to do so. No,
Nope.
I'm walking out with the intent to defend myself if I have to. Period.
Well, look, the short of it is I've never needed a firearm in my entire life. And I hope never to have one. I've never needed a fire extinguisher. I hope never to need one. Do I have fire extinguishers? Hell yeah. Does it mean I'm going to recklessly set crap on fire because I got a fire extinguisher? Hell no.
Rich, if you
Yes,
ever
sir.
if you ever do have to extinguish a fire, we have to call you Fireman Rich.
Okay.
We'll have to take the
McGruff.
flying away and put Fireman Rich because
McGruff.
it'll be appropriate.
McGruff, the fire dog. So what's going on in the Crumpy world?
He's on the phone.
He's on the phone.
Yeah, it looks like he's on the phone.
I can't see. He's like this small. Hold on. Should I mess with Crumpy? No,
Well, of course. Why not?
At your own peril.
Yep. Hi, honey. I love you. No, really, I love you. No, I love you a whole lot. Yeah, honey. No, you're the only one for me, ever. I love you so much.
I swear I didn't do it. It wasn't me.
No, I have not thought of other women at all, ever.
No, that short girl comment from Rich, that wasn't me. I swear. I swear.
Uh-oh.
I hope he was on mute. John, you didn't hear any of that, did you?
I will remove you from co-host position. I'll talk to my editor about a story.
It was his other wife. Okay.
Which I was going to give you to do an exclusive on your channel, Rich, but
Oh, now I don't get
it's
it.
not.
Guess not.
Hey, Night Strike. Oh, wait, you're in here too. You're not getting it either.
Oh.
I got to call Dark about it.
Call
I guess.
Dark up.
Are they
That
back
hurts,
yet?
man.
Are they back yet?
No, they're not back.
Nah.
All right, they should be back anytime now, guys. So just stick with us. The trial will continue. Hi, Michael Hayes.
Hey, what's going on?
Not much. Just waiting for them to come back.
Cool. Yeah, I was
So-
typing up a Mad Fury, so I figured I'll just join the video.
Yeah.
Crumpy, are you doing a show 5 o'clock today?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
I could be
sir.
with you.
Awesome. We have Ren Williams on, who's like really cool guy.
Even though I'm unemployed, I could do the show with you. I've been fired by Black Swan Media.
No,
Black Swan Tactical.
Media.
Oh, media. Okay, you've changed it. Okay.
No, there's Black Swan Tactical, but there's Rich was getting money from Black Swan Media.
Oh, wait, you've got two companies now? When did this happen? Why wasn't I informed?
Always.
I got multiple companies.
Oh my god. You're just getting way too big for me. Way too fast.
No, they all do different things. Black Swan Tactical sells T-shirts and stuff.
I know.
Black Swan Media.
I'm just teasing you. Don't worry.
Does all the shows, the podcast, stuff like that.
You got to keep them separated.
All right, Offspring. You know, I bought an Offspring CD in the Philippines for like 30 cents.
Wait, say that again?
I bought an Offspring. You said you got to keep them separated.
Mm-hmm.
That's an Offspring song.
It's
But I bought an Offspring CD in the Philippines for 30 cents.
Bootleg?
I don't think so. No, that's expensive for a bootleg over there.
Well, I know in the U.S. they charge more for a lot of things, especially medications, but also media, like you're talking about, even software. So, CDs, software, that kind of thing. If you're overseas, it's a lot less.
Even Netflix is like that.
Wow.
Well, not only that, in the Philippines, I'm not sure about when I lived there. I used to watch. I used to love when UFC used to come on. It would come on in the afternoons, like Sunday afternoons, because it was like a 12-hour difference.
Mm-hmm.
But they air that on like regular TV.
Oh, no way!
So you get the pay-per-view, so I got to watch every pay-per-view. It's
nice.
Chill and just watch it. Black swans are better than white swans in every sense of the way.
Uh-oh, what's this whole big long comment?
Oh, that's Chuck. I've known Chuck longer than I've known Dark. It was free cut on the Shapiro. Wow. Now, Chuck and Candy were like two of my friends. They were brother and sister. Back in like elementary school, so I've known them since like kindergarten.
Oh wow.
Maybe earlier actually. I think preschool. Yeah, so there's literally not a time in my life where I can't remember that I didn't know Chuck. Yeah. Very, very cool guy.
The better question is, will Chuck claim you as a friend?
Oh yeah, definitely. He's a streamer. He streams video games.
Ah.
Yeah, cool guy. Knows a lot about streaming. He helped me out when I started first getting into streaming a little bit. When I moved from the audio only podcast into the streaming, he really helped me out a lot. So I got to thank him for that. And arcade machines, Maverick Arcades on YouTube.
Yeah, you got to get him his plug out there.
We'll plug it on the 5 o'clock show today too. Maverick's Arcade. I can't believe I haven't plugged them yet, but whatever. I'll plug you on my main channel too, because that's a lot bigger.
Whenever you guys were talking about the riots, I feel like this country's had it. People are so fed up. And last year, whenever the riots happened, people were like, ooh, I don't want to say anything. I don't want to do anything. I'm scared. Now people have had it. They're like, I don't give a damn. Anything happens like that again, and it's the huge mass is just going to engulf it and not let it happen. I really think it's going to go that way.
We hope it's going to go that way.
I hope so.
I'm going to answer something for Swamp Dog Armory. I do stream my Oculus, but I stream through like Facebook only, not YouTube. I want to keep that separate. So yes, I do stream games sometimes.
I occasionally stream games on YouTube and Twitch.
Man, I'm just so okay. I've written several stories this week. I've streamed a total of I don't know how many hours. A lot of hours. And like a lot of hours. And filmed a few videos. Did some GOA stuff. I have a couple meetings before. And helped write a couple bills nationally, and working on a proposal for a bill for state level.
So GOA is doing good?
Oh yeah.
Good.
And yeah. What do you say this here?
So we should be spinning up again, right? In a few minutes?
Yeah.
Or should have spun up 8 minutes ago.
I figured it was gonna be a little bit over.
I give them 5 or 10 minutes to get everything situated and settled before they turn the cameras back on.
Hey, this was my first time ever doing this, so it was nice being on here with you guys.
All right, you're here and you're gone.
Yeah, no, I actually work from home, and I just
so do I.
a client. Yeah, I can tell.
So do I.
I just got somebody asking me some questions, so it was nice to talk to you guys.
Good luck.
All right.
Hey, man.
All right. See you, Mike. All right. Hey, I'm gonna put a link in the chat. If you're so inclined and you like really cool arcade stuff, go ahead and sub to this guy. He's a great friend, great patriot, and everything else. And I'm going to blast this out to all the members.
Channel member.
You know, I
Dark
should
does it better.
broadcast this to your channel too, Rich.
Oh, you're not broadcasting to my channel?
Well, I don't like to broadcast unless I get permission.
Oh, I didn't even check if you've been broadcasting to my channel or not.
I will. I just don't like to broadcast without permission.
Ah,
One
that's
time I
how you
was
are.
broadcasting to Gorillas and Guns, and he's like, "Thanks, man. You got me some super chats." I was like, "No problem."
Maybe I should let you stream to my channel too. It might raise my numbers.
Yeah. All right. So we are now live on Rich's channel too, and I work from home. Oh, I've been messing around with Parallels, Rich. It's pretty cool.
Parallels, yeah.
Yeah, you messing around with it at all?
I haven't in years. I typically use first off, I have my own home lab. So I have an ESXi home lab, but I
have like a VM server as well, but I just wanted to mess around with Parallels.
Yeah, and on my Mac, I have what is there?
VirtualBox?
No, I do have that. I haven't used it in a while.
Boot Camp?
No, VMware. They call it VMware Fusion on the Mac. I hate all the names.
I like Parallels better than those though.
I've got several servers in a data center. I've got one running an ESXi.
Oh, here we go.
The second time,
several others
the court had the jury leave and re-admonished him on that. Prior to Mr. Rittenhouse testifying, this court addressed various things with not only Mr. Rittenhouse, but with the lawyers. You had cited various statutes, and then you had asked if anything would be coming up on, for example, I think 90608. One of the other things you addressed was 90404. And you had said that based on the information that had come out at the trial, nothing had changed as it relates to your ruling. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Binger stated.
They're asking
and
for a
we looked him
mistrial.
up, Previously,
Guarantee it.
he said to Mr. Rittenhouse, previously indicated that you wish to have your AR-15 to protect someone's property. Clearly in violation not only of the prior ruling that you had made, but the ruling that very day, that very morning. It appears to be that there are two really elements the court must consider when making a determination on a mistrial for what amounts to prosecutorial overreaching. And the first one is the prosecutor's actions must be intentional in the sense of a culpable state of mind, in the nature of awareness that his activity would be prejudicial to the defendant. I would argue to you that that's clearly aware of that. You had warned him, you had told him prior to Mr. Rittenhouse testifying that these things, certainly the 90404 was off limits. You had warned him about the infringement on his constitutional right to remain silent. He did it again. The second one, I think, requires some action by the court in terms of a finding. The second one says the prosecutor's actions was designed to allow another chance to convict. That is, to provoke a mistrial in order to get another kick at the cat because the first trial is going badly, or to prejudice the defendant's rights to successfully complete the criminal confrontation at the first trial. Now, the case that I had cited is a Kenosha case, State versus Coping.
Opening?
Yep. 100 with second, 700.
COPENING?
Yes, sir. In that case, the court didn't make findings regarding the prosecutor's actions. So I don't know that it's my role to sit here and say who's winning.
If it's with prejudice, it can't be brought back up. If it's without prejudice, the state can file charges
has to
again.
make some findings as it relates to the bad faith on the part of the
Answering
prosecution.
G-Web's question.
And if the court makes a finding that the actions that I had talked about were done in bad faith, then I think both elements for mistrial with prejudice have been met. And I think under the circumstances, based on what I've put forth on the
Not
record,
guilty
I
would be
certainly
best
ask the
for
court to
that.
consider those. And I would ask that the court grant the motion with prejudice. Thank you.
Thank you. State?
I would like an opportunity to more fully respond to this with a little bit of research. At first blush, though, and I reserve the right to present case law and additional sites to the court, but I do want to point out for the record that the defendant has presented interviews to at least one media source and at least one online source since his arrest. And there have been questions about that night. There have been questions about what he did, things like that. He has decided, probably on advice of counsel in those circumstances, not to give a statement in the media about what happened. But he is talking about his family life. He's talking about his friends. He's talking about the circumstances of the case. He's talking about how this has affected him and things like that. So my point in asking those questions was, you have agreed to talk to the media. You've agreed to talk about yourself. You've agreed to give interviews. But until now, this is the first time you're explaining your actions. And so I wasn't referring to his in-custody statements. In fact, I never asked either detective about what the defendant told them. He actually starts to tell them some things, and then he says he wants a lawyer, and they stop him. They Mirandize him first, by the way. Then he starts to tell them some things, and he says, but I want to talk to my lawyer. And they're like, okay, we're done. So I'm not referring to that. I didn't ask any questions of the detectives about that. But since this, the defendant has spoken to the media. He has talked about his life, about circumstances related to this case. He just hasn't given his exact version of events that night. So his voluntary discussion to speak to the media has nothing to do with the Fifth Amendment. That is his own decision. And if he's going to pick and choose what he wants to talk about in those voluntary interviews with the media, then I think that's fair game. It doesn't implicate his Miranda rights. It doesn't implicate the Fifth Amendment. He's making his own voluntary choice.
Well, wait a minute. You don't think he could give an interview about his awards he won in high school, or his demerits that he got, or his and about his sports activities and his swimming and that, and declined to answer any questions about the incident in question, and that somehow a waiver of his right of silence?
I think he's doing more than that, Your Honor, in these interviews.
I don't know. I knew nothing about them. I never, I haven't seen all of, I haven't seen probably 1% of all the evidence, which is pretty typical, as you know. So I have no way of knowing it. You have some interviews that he gave to media or to whatever?
Yeah, there's an interview that we're looking at on our computer right now from the Washington Post, where he talks to them. I know there's one, I think it's either the New Yorker or the GQ magazine, where he speaks to the reporters also. And he doesn't go into specific details about what happened that night, but it's not like it's talking about school or swimming or things like that.
No. Just don't leave it at, he doesn't go into specific details. I mean, it's certainly, there could be a waiver, but a very modest discussion about the activities of that night. And if you're suggesting that occurred, that could make a big difference. But even a small discussion on his part of the night in question might be a full waiver. I don't know, but I won't know until I see it. But why don't you make copies of it and.
Can we have a few minutes to
Well, we won't do it right now. I do agree with you that this is not something that I would want to do sitting here without giving you an opportunity to respond. Although I would be interested in your preliminary response to the excluded evidence that you touched on after having been told not to do it, or having been told that I was confirming my prior rulings.
I do want to just point out right now, we've got it on the screen. This is a Washington Post article, and there's a reference to an interview that he says, the defendant says he did not regret having his gun because, quote, I would have died that night if I didn't, end quote. So that's a direct quote from the defendant to the media about that night.
What about that?
Your Honor, all I can say about that interview is there were prior counsel representing him.
I don't care about that.
Well, and I believe it was a telephone interview. I don't know anything about the circumstances of that. I'd have to read the article.
Well, that might make a difference. And what about the your
Hey, Rich,
asking questions about excluded evidence?
Remember when Rittenhouse gave an interview to the Washington Post? Remember what our conversation was about?
When who?
When Rittenhouse gave an interview to the Washington Post, remember what our conversation was about?
I don't recall. Was it more?
He shouldn't have done that because Ellen
Yeah,
was an idiot.
yeah. Typically, that's a standard advice.
At that person. I have seen that video. It was actually introduced by the defense. I think it was even in their opening statement. And there's this person who confronts the defendant and accuses him of this. Frankly, to be honest, Your Honor, when I watched the video the first time, I didn't.
They're
hear
just
the
pulling at
defense
straws,
reaction.
trying to find the
I
small
thought it was
one they can
someone
get.
making an accusation and then the defendant walking away as if trying to avoid a confrontation. I was surprised to hear the defendant admit
They're using this as
in
a
his
basis to
testimony
continue on
on
with the trial
direct
instead of
by
mistrial.
his attorney that yes, I did tell that person that I had pointed the gun at them. He explained.
He said it
that
sarcastically.
he was joking when he said that. The jury can evaluate that. It goes to his credibility.
I shot the clerk.
It goes to whether or not he's
I shot the clerk.
It goes to his decision making. That is, again, this is an
But I
incident
did
that
not
occurred
shoot
that
the
night,
deputy.
so it's not something that happened separate in time. It presumably happened a few minutes before. But like I said, I was taken aback by the defendant admitting that he had said to this person, yes, I pointed a gun at you. And I think it's fair to say that watching that video that that person, you know, believes strongly that this happened. The defendant is telling him it happened. Now the defendant today is giving us a different version and saying, oh, I made it, I was joking, I was just kidding that guy or whatever. I'd like to probe that. I'd like to probe what he said to that person. I'd like to probe what his motivations were, etc. I'd like to probe whether, in fact, he really did do that. And I think that that changes the equation with regard to the CDS video that was the subject of the other acts motion. Because in my mind, it is very similar. And I know we've disagreed on that, and I'm not going to belabor the point, Your Honor, but that was where I was coming from, was there's been a change in the testimony of the defendant today that I think makes that evidence, it's admissible and much more relevant than it already was. And I thought it was already relevant. And the court is, I do want to be clear
So
also.
I'm just here on the sidelines, just
well, you.
Yeah, I had made a ruling that the evidence wasn't coming in, and you decided that it was.
If I could just respond to that briefly, Your Honor, I was about to say, I did not interpret your ruling as an absolute. We've had 3 state motions in there. There was one in which we asked the court to introduce evidence that the defendant was at Pudgy's bar with the Proud Boys, and you were clear that is not coming in. There was,
Don't get into other subjects. Come on, what you're telling me, you're an experienced trial attorney, and you're telling me that when the judge says, I'm excluding this, you just take it upon yourself to put it in because you think that you've found a way around it? Come on.
I like this guy.
I was about to say, your
Dude, I got to turn down the volume.
other acts motions.
Yeah, other Rich really loud.
Because he's calling him on his bullshit.
Some things were absolutely out, and then you left the door open on other things. So I saw that distinction, and I thought to myself, clearly I know this is out, but you left the door open on other things.
No.
So I didn't interpret your ruling as this is absolutely never coming in, and I have practiced before you, Your Honor. I have filed other acts motions before you. Your practice oftentimes is to reserve ruling on those until you see the evidence. And I think you even said something to that effect at our motion.
I undoubtedly did.
So I thought
This guy's an ass clown.
good faith
Yep,
explanation.
he's grabbing at straws,
And
man.
if you want to yell
He's
at
got
me
nothing.
again, my good faith feeling this morning after watching that testimony was you had left the door open a little bit. Now we had something new.
No.
And I was going to probe it.
I don't believe you.
Oh.
There better not be another incident. I'll take the motion under advisement. And you can respond. When you say that you were acting in good faith, I don't believe that. Okay, let's proceed. Everybody in good faith. All right. Would you come up, please, Mr. Rittenhouse?
I do have,
Yeah.
Your Honor,
Yeah.
I do have another item that I want to raise before the jury comes in and raise it with you. There was another acts motion with regard to the defendant being at Pudgy's bar after a court appearance in January in which he poses for selfies wearing a shirt that says free as fuck. I would like to ask the defendant if he posed for selfies after a court appearance with members of the public wearing that shirt. I do not intend to talk about who those people were, what groups they were affiliated with, or anything along those lines. But
No.
What's the matter if he posted a picture with a shirt anyway?
Court appearance and poses for selfies wearing a shirt like that. I think it is relevant to some of the issues that have come up in this case.
It has
For
zero
example,
relevance.
Is remorse or lack of remorse, is utter
No.
disregard for human life.
I don't think it has anything to do with remorse.
So what the prosecution is saying, you're not allowed to be free.
With someone who has a regard for human life. The jury's already watched him.
He's
break
totally
down on the
grasping
stand
here.
with emotion. I'd like to probe.
The judge
how
can be like, no.
Heartfelt and sincere these emotions are when you go to a bar. and you
If I was
post
the judge, I'd be like,
yourself
are you done?
when you're out on bond in a first-degree intentional homicide trial wearing a free as fuck shirt. So, as I said, I want to use the photograph. I'm not going to talk about any of the people or who they were from.
No.
In fact, the photograph I'm going to use has actually got their faces blocked out. So we won't see any of the people. In the
There's no
crowd.
reason.
We'll just see the defendant standing with a group of people.
Because
for a selfie
realistically,
with that
the
shirt.
free AF shirt had everything to do with them holding him.
Nobody got an opportunity. First of all, you've made a ruling on it, and it was clear prior to him testifying. So part of this is, would we have raised it? Would we have brought it up if we would have known that it was going to be coming in? We have done there's been nothing to open this door, Judge. Nothing that has been said to open the door about what happened 4 months after this is relevant in any way to what happened that evening. That is part of what the court had ruled. You had said 4 months after, I don't see how that goes to any 90404 type of admissible evidence. So my argument is, A, you ruled on it previous to him testifying. You confirmed your ruling, which you had made previously, where Mr. Binger just said you had shut the door on it. So apparently he doesn't believe a door that is shut should stay shut. However, now he's asking that something be admitted that, to be fair, this should have been brought up sooner. This jury, I did the voir dire, I would have voir dired on an issue of whether or not they heard it, saw it, were aware of it, how they felt about it, whether it had an impact on their ability to be fair in the case. We never went there because of your prior ruling. So there's nothing that's opened this door. And I don't think it's relevant, something that happened 4 months later. He talks about indifference to human life. That's that night, not 4 months later. There's nothing that's relevant about that. You've already made your ruling. I ask that you stick with it.
I'm struggling with why it would be relevant to any of the issues in this case. If he were on trial for using exquisitely bad judgment, if he were on trial for behaving in a very offensive way, then I could see the purpose. But an incident that occurred 4 months after the incidents in question, I don't see how that jury can work with that in reaching any conclusions about the issues in this case.
First of all, Your Honor, we have introduced evidence that the defendant had a slogan on his TikTok page, "Bro, I'm just trying to be famous." This case has made him famous, and he's posing for selfies as a result. One of our theories of this case is that his behavior that night was intended to gain attention, to be famous, and he's reaped the benefits of that. Second of all, he is on trial, in my opinion, for exquisitely poor decision-making. Taking a gun.
Poor decision-making. He defended his life.
Coming down in violation of curfew, running around the community with that gun, trying to be
Wow, this guy's a freaking idiot.
Well, that goes along with
confronting protesters that he knows are hostile, and all of those behaviors, I think, are exquisitely bad judgment. So the jury can make that decision. The jury can give what weight
I
they
agree with
want to
Danny
this
Guest.
evidence. But it's moments after he has a court appearance here. He's out on bond in this case when he decides to do this behavior, and nobody made him do it. Nobody forced him to go to the bar. Nobody forced him to wear the shirt. Nobody forced him to pose for selfies. It's his own decision making.
When I made reference to exquisitely poor judgment, I was talking about at the incident when he was wearing the shirt. Because everybody in all of humanity, at one time or another, displays bad judgment, sometimes exquisitely bad judgment. And we don't let it into people's trials on unrelated matters. So I wasn't referring to his having had good or bad judgment on the day in question. That's a legitimate inquiry, and you're being allowed to present a lot of evidence on that subject. And the jury is going to be instructed in some of the element of some of the crimes that are charged here is going to deal with the caliber of his judgment. But you're talking about an incident that occurred 4 months later. So I'm not seeing it, and I don't want to waste any more time with it. I don't think that I've ruled before it's not admissible, and I have heard nothing to change my mind about that.
It was sought to be admitted earlier for a different purpose, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
It was sought to be admitted earlier for a different purpose than it is today. The court ruled that it can't be admitted for the prior purpose, but I'm seeking.
Dude, this guy is not. Dude, this guy's gonna piss off the judge.
Piss. Whoa.
Are we ready to go?
Piss off the judge. It's way beyond that.
The judge
It's more
is
like piss
incensed.
on the judge.
The judge is ready to throw the Wheaties in that guy's face.
Yeah, he's blatantly not listening to what he's saying at all. He doesn't. I'm surprised the judge hasn't put him in freaking contempt of court.
I'm surprised the judge hasn't thrown the case out yet. But
Well,
the judge is considering it seriously because
the
way he said that, you heard him say that. I will take it under advisement.
So ideally, I think for peace of society, you want to get a guilty or not guilty verdict out of this. You don't want a mistrial, and you don't want a mistrial with prejudice. But my fear is for justice that the defense is looking to get a mistrial, like somebody said, to get another bite at the apple, because they totally horked this case up. They're looking at like, wow, we need a redo, we need a mulligan.
You mean the prosecution, not the defense is doing a great job.
Yes.
The defense is doing a great job, and the judge is on point. He's doing things that to the letter of the law.
The judge.
The prosecution is knowingly and actively breaking the law and constitutional law by trying to go with questions they shouldn't be going.
Yes.
And by trying to lead the defendant as well as witnesses.
Yes.
And make witnesses change their statements. Honestly, the only people I've seen breaking the law, or I believe that are breaking the law, is the prosecution at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Not Kyle Rittenhouse.
Correct.
Good afternoon, folks, and I've sustained the objection to the last, so let's proceed.
This guy's got to put his foot in his mouth.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rittenhouse.
Good afternoon.
You testified earlier that there were times that evening when Mr. Rosenbaum had threatened you. Is that right?
Yes.
And you described him as wearing a red shirt with a blue bandana. Is that correct?
At certain times.
Yeah. When he threatened you, that's what he was wearing?
I believe the first time he threatened me, he was wearing a red shirt with the blue bandana. The second time, he had it wrapped around his face.
Had what wrapped around his face?
His T-shirt.
So he wasn't wearing a shirt the second time around?
Correct.
And you indicated at one point you thought he had a chain in his hand?
I believe so.
When he made the threat to you with the red shirt on and the blue bandana, did he have the chain in his hand?
I think one of the times he did.
Okay, and so which of the times was it?
I can't recall off the top of my head. I think it was the time when he was threatening to cut people's hearts out.
Yeah, I don't need to know the threat. I just need to know which time it was.
Yeah, we need to make sure he seems like a good guy.
Second time.
The threat isn't important.
What was he wearing the second time?
He was masked. Well, the shirt wrapped around his face.
And he didn't have a shirt on his torso.
Correct.
And you could see when he didn't have a shirt on his torso that he didn't have any gun tucked in his waistband, correct?
I wasn't paying attention to that. I was behind Joanne Fiedler. I was somewhere over there.
So how far away were you from Mr. Rosenbaum when he made the second threat?
By 15 feet. I'm not really certain.
But you were close enough to hear the words out of his mouth.
Yes.
And you took that as a threat to you personally?
I took the first one where he said, if I catch you alone, I'm going to kill you. I took that as a threat to me personally. The second time I took that as a threat to the group.
Can we have that photo, exhibit 138 up on the screen, please? Do you see Mr. Rosenbaum in this picture?
I do.
And he's in the middle of the picture wearing the red shirt with the blue bandana, carrying the plastic bag, correct?
Yes.
Is that the way he looked when he made the first threat to you?
When he said, if I catch you alone, yes.
And he was carrying that plastic bag with him when he made that threat too, correct?
Correct.
How close was he when he made that first threat to you?
Close. I couldn't give you an exact estimate, but he was close, less than 5 feet.
So closer than Madam Court Reporter is to you now?
I'd say about the same, if not a little bit closer.
And you were next to Mr. Balch when that was said?
Correct.
Was anyone else there besides you, Mr. Balch, and Mr. Rosenbaum?
I believe there were other demonstrators around.
And you've seen in this trial that there's been a lot of video footage of that night, correct?
Yes.
And you've seen in this trial that there's a lot of video footage of you that night, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that there's no video of either one of these threats, correct?
I don't know if somebody filmed it that I'm aware of right now.
You're not aware of any, are you?
I'm not.
So Mr. Rosenbaum looked like that at the time of the first threat, but then looked different at the time of the second threat. Is that right?
Yes.
And did you say he was carrying the chain when he made the first threat or the second one?
The second.
Okay. And he was still carrying that plastic bag the second time?
Yes.
That plastic bag has a clear side to it that allows you to see inside of it, right?
Sorta. I didn't really look into the bag.
So you didn't know what was in the bag at all?
I didn't.
Did he swing the chain at you when he made the second threat?
He did not.
Did he physically touch you when he made the second threat?
No, he didn't.
In fact, that entire evening, he never once touched your body, did he?
He grabbed my gun when he attacked me.
And that's why I asked the question the way I did. He never touched your body that night, correct?
He didn't touch me physically.
Okay. And neither the first or the second time did he run at you or charge at you or anything like that, did he?
He didn't chase me.
He didn't even do anything physically aggressive to you, did he?
No.
He just said some words.
Yes.
And that chain that he had in his hand, he never did anything to physically threaten you with that chain, correct?
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And other than
He
the
was
chain
off the chain.
that you described, at no point in the evening did you ever see Joseph Rosenbaum with any other type of weapon, correct?
Not that I saw.
Never saw him with a gun.
Correct.
Never saw him with a knife.
Correct.
Never saw him with a bat.
Correct.
Never saw him with a club.
Correct.
So
How
Kyle,
far apart in time were these two threats that you say Mr. Rosenbaum made to you?
Wakes Inc. said something on the chat. You need the
I
time
want to
to
say
include.
I can't give you a definite time. I wasn't looking at my clock, but I'd say within the same hour.
And both of those threats occurred while you were on the 59th Street property?
The second threat happened at the corner, and the first threat happened towards Ruther Central High School.
Okay, could you use that laser pointer and point out on that map where the first threat occurred?
The first threat happened right here in front of the building.
So you're pointing at a location that is by the 59th Street car source on the south side of that property, along the building and Sheridan Road on the west side of the road. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And you said there was a second threat within an hour after that, correct?
Yes.
Where was that threat at?
It was somewhere over here, I remember, like on the other side of the property towards Ruther Central.
More towards the northeast corner of that same property.
Correct.
But you were still on the car source property when that second threat was allegedly made, correct?
Yes.
Did you remember what Mr. Rosenbaum had said to you later on when he's confronting you at the 63rd Street car source?
I took a mental picture of his face. When he said those threats, I recognized that was him that said that when he started chasing me.
So when you are running away from him at the 63rd Street car source, you're thinking to yourself, this is the guy who had made a threat to me earlier. Is that fair to say?
I was thinking this is the guy that said if he catches me alone, he'll kill me as I'm running away from him.
The reason I asked Mr. Rittenhouse is, how did you know it was the same guy when he's changed the way he looks?
His appearance, the shorts, his height.
But in both of those instances that you've described, he's got something covering his face, either the blue bandana in one instance or the red shirt in a different instance, correct?
He was wearing the red shirt when he chased me around his head.
So you remember that from the second time that you said he threatened you?
Yes.
And you thought to yourself, this is the same guy?
Yes.
So when you eventually were getting to the point where you're going down to the 63rd Street car source, right before the shooting, you recognized him as you're following him down the street, didn't you?
I didn't follow Mr. Rosenbaum down the street.
He was in front of you. You know that now, right?
I know that now.
But you didn't see him ahead of you as you're walking down there that night?
No, it was dark out.
But you, at some point as you get close to the 63rd Street car source, start running towards that lot, right?
Towards the fire that in the Duramax.
And Mr. Rosenbaum is running ahead of you, isn't he?
I don't believe so.
But you decided you needed to run because of the fire in the Duramax?
Yes.
Why? What was so urgent?
It was a fire.
There's fires all over the place, so?
I was getting to the fire to put it out.
We'll get back to that in a second. You indicated that while you were at the 59th Street car source, you said you put out a fire at the church next door. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you hear Joanne Fiedler's testimony yesterday that when you guys went over there, somebody had put some sort of flammable liquid on the door? Did you hear that testimony?
I did. I believe that was referring to the Ruther Central High School.
Okay, so when she described it as happening at the church, do you think she was getting it confused?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. So whatever happened with this flammable liquid on the door, the point is some other group, some other people put that out before you even got there, correct? Why did you feel that you should go around off the 59th Street car source property and put out fires?
To make sure my community didn't get burnt down and help.
And when you say your community, you mean Kenosha?
Yes.
Again, you're from Antioch. You're not living in Kenosha at this time when this all happens, right?
My dad lives in Kenosha.
Lots of people live in Kenosha, but you didn't, right?
My residence was in Antioch.
Okay. But you felt like you wanted to do things to protect this community. Fair?
The community that I was part of, yes.
And you felt like it was appropriate for you to take matters into your own hands to put out fires, for example.
So this wonderful.
Put out fires by using a fire extinguisher, yes.
Even though they weren't on the 59th Street property, correct?
Correct.
Basically, what this
And
guy's
were
saying
there
is
other
he would
things
happily
that
stand there while
you
fires are
decided
burning.
It would be appropriate for you to go out there and take care of off the 59th Street.
This guy's saying it's
property.
okay to watch the
I
whole
was
city burn
walking
around you and
asking
do nothing.
people if they
That's what
needed
he's getting.
medical help.
Yep.
So you
He's
felt
Democrat.
that you
It's
wanted
okay.
to go out and
Yeah, it'll resolve itself. It always
help
does, right, Rich?
people, help protect people, help people feel better, treat people, things like that, even off the 59th Street property.
Provide first aid.
Normally in our regular society, that's something that we call 911 for, right?
Normally, yes.
Where are we headed?
You don't know where he's headed.
I
No one knows what
think
he's at.
that the defendant's decisions to go off that property and involve himself in other matters are relevant, Your Honor.
I'll let you pursue it, but
And that's exactly how these shootings happen. So
No, strike that.
No.
that's what the trial is about.
which is why I
Go
think it's
ahead.
relevant.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Normally, we would, if there's a fire, if there's somebody committing a crime, you call 911, right?
Normally, yes.
You didn't feel like you could do that night, correct?
I don't think that I saw from the nights prior that the fire department wasn't responding to put out fires.
Well, the nights before, there were businesses on fire along 22nd Avenue. There's the car source, large scale property fires on the prior nights, correct?
Yes.
On the night of August 25th, we didn't have any fires like that. We just had a couple dumpsters, smaller things, right?
That I saw, yes.
I didn't hear you, sir.
That I saw, yes.
But regardless of how big the fire is, you felt that night that calling 911 was not an option, correct?
I didn't feel that if I called 911, anyone would show up.
Which is why you decided to take care of it yourself, correct?
To provide first aid and put out fires.
To do the things that normally we would expect the police or the fire department to do, correct?
To help people, yes.
Could you please move that microphone a little closer so we can make sure we hear everything you say? You can adjust it if you need to move it a little closer. Thank you.
How about you shove it up your ass?
How's the temperature? How many are comfortable the way things are? Okay, I won't even ask the other side. See you ice cubes, there's nothing to worry about. It must be blowing differently here. Go ahead, Mr.
It must be having problems with the
You
AC.
came to Kenosha that night armed with the AR-15 and no other ways to physically defend yourself, correct?
I had an AR-15, yes.
Other than that, you had no other weapons or devices that you could use to defend yourself that night, correct?
Yes.
There's an interview in which you say you're not carrying anything non-lethal. Do you recall that?
I do.
You indicated in response to one of your attorney's questions that there was no friction with the protesters that night. Did I understand you correctly?
By friction, you mean?
Ting ting.
Well, I'm using your words, sir. I heard you say in response to your attorney's question that there was no friction with the protesters that night. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes.
And you're describing what you observed when you were at the 59th Street car source. Fair enough?
Yes.
So based on your several hours at that location, it seemed to you as though the crowd of, however you want to describe them, they've been called rioters, protesters, demonstrators, and you, things were fine. No tension, no friction, no nothing. Fair to say?
For the most part, other than Mr. Rosenbaum.
He was the only one
That threatened, yes.
that you saw.
Yes.
Can we please play exhibit number 18 at the 1 hour and 22 second and 22 minute and 14 second mark?
So the prosecution is trying to say that he took things in his own hands, and he's trying to get that phrase embedded in the jury's mind that Kyle Rittenhouse, in this case, in the context of a fire, but he's trying to embed that phrase, Rittenhouse took things into his own hands.
Correct.
And
Yeah,
Kyle,
Can you please
if
play
you
from this point?
Hold on. Oh, we actually got it?
And militia are up there. Where? Oh, dumpster fire.
Yeah, just a dumpster fire. Hey, it's just like the year, man.
Yeah, right. If 2020 was a blunt, it would be just a fucking stem.
It would just be stem and seed, man.
I could use a doobie right now.
All right,
At that point, everybody could.
Morning. How's it going?
Mostly peaceful protest.
Yeah, because
what's the point of that video?
I don't know.
Reel in. Don't cause problems when there's none here. Yeah, that's true. Just stay on your property. Otherwise, you're gonna cop. There's way too many of them. I have to agree with her.
Because those people look and sound peaceful.
I have to agree with her. Yeah, they shouldn't be on the street. It was protecting their property. One of the guys is an asshole.
I know. I thought they were yelling at them. I was like, why?
Oh, no,
Well, we did because they lit it on
One
fire.
of the guys losing his patience. He should go inside.
Yeah, that's what we're about to send him.
Yeah, if you guys could switch him out. Just that somebody's a loose cannon. He's got a lot of rage. He says the wrong thing. This whole crowd burns you guys alive. Protect your property. They're respecting that. Just keep it there.
We're not handling fuck the police.
Dude, he's just trying to protect his property.
I don't get the point.
There isn't one.
Do you think that looks like friction?
A little bit.
And you witnessed that, didn't you?
I didn't witness what Mr. Collette did. I didn't see that.
But you saw the reaction from the crowd, right?
Yeah, a little bit. I wasn't really paying much attention to that.
Would you agree with me that it seems that the crowd was reacting to members of your group going out in the street and trying to
He's trying to attack
interfere
their
with
group.
what was going on off your property?
I don't think they were happy about it.
And in fact, Kriston Harris, who made this video, specifically told you to stay on your property and not go out on the street and
that's
try
word
and
of
put
law?
out
What?
fires or interfere with any of that stuff. Just protect your property. Isn't that what he told you?
I believe so. I was just going to grab the garbage can, the dumpster that belonged to the car source that was on the car source property.
This is before you headed south towards the 63rd Street car source, right?
Yes.
This is before you decided to go down there with a fire extinguisher, correct?
Yes.
This is before you shot Mr. Rosenbaum, Mr. Huber, Mr. Grosskreutz, and at the person that was jumping over you, correct?
Yes.
So you knew that this was a crowd that would not react very favorably to you going out there and trying to put out fires or interfere with any of that stuff. You knew that, didn't you?
I didn't.
Even after that incident, you still didn't have any idea that this is a crowd that's not going to take it very well.
It seems like they were more mad at the part of him screaming what he screamed after, not putting out the fire. That's what it seemed like to me.
And he screams to them, fuck around and find out, right?
That's what he screamed to them.
After they had just tried to light a dumpster on fire. right?
Yes.
So what did you interpret that to mean?
I don't know. I didn't witness in the time. I just grabbed the dumpster a minute after and tried to pull it onto the property.
Because it seems to me he's saying, you light stuff on fire and I'm going to use my gun. I'll withdraw the question.
That's stretching it.
And then withdraw.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what it seems to you. You can ask your questions. That's fine. Go ahead.
It was shortly after that incident that we just watched where you were interviewed by Richie McGinnis, correct?
Yes.
And you said you've never heard of him, never dealt with him before this night?
I have not.
So why did you talk to him?
He seemed like a nice guy.
Did he introduce himself as from the media?
He didn't specifically said, "Hey, I'm from the media." He was like, "Hey, do you want to do an interview?"
And when you heard him ask you to do an interview, you didn't think that meant he's from the media?
No, it's not what I said. I said he didn't specifically say he was from the media.
Okay, but you assumed when he says, I'm going to interview you, that he's from the media, right?
Yes.
And did he tell you he's from the Daily Caller?
He did not.
So you didn't know what media company he worked for?
Correct.
But you agreed to have him interview you on camera, correct?
Yes.
Can we please play exhibit number 16?
Another pointless video.
The same videos we've seen over and over again.
Yeah, this guy's just grasping at straws, man, trying to get something out of nothing. He's trying to push that he had intent, and he obviously didn't have intent.
And what about these other folks? I see there's some other people who are armed as well. Gotcha.
And then what about these guys up on the roof? Gotcha.
In that video, you indicate that you have your AR-15 to protect yourself, correct?
Yes.
And you indicate that you're going to run out there and treat anyone who needs medical help, correct?
Yes.
Were you going to bring the gun along when you did that?
Yes.
To defend yourself while you're treating someone?
If I needed to defend myself while treating somebody, yes.
If you didn't think there was friction with the crowd and you're out there trying to help, why did you expect there'd be any danger?
From the previous nights when I saw people being assaulted.
Were they medics being assaulted?
I don't
Better
know.
have it and not need it.
One of them was just trying to put out a fire at his business.
So you saw someone put out a fire who was trying to put out a fire who got assaulted?
Yes.
But if you're going to help people, why would you expect anyone would try and hurt you?
I don't know. Somebody did try to hurt me.
Why would you think people wouldn't want to hurt you?
Well, you're talking about later on.
Yes.
Okay, but at this moment in time, this is before the shootings.
Yes.
This is before you cross 60th, before you deal with Rosenbaum, Hubert, Rosecrans, all that, right?
Yes.
So at this moment in time, you don't think there's a hostile crowd. You're there to help people, and yet you're going to run out there with the AR-15. I don't understand why you felt that you were going to be in danger if you're out in what you think is a friendly crowd, helping them.
I didn't say I didn't think they were hostile. I didn't think they were hostile towards us.
Okay, so they're not hostile to you, and you're going to go help them. Why do you need the gun when you go out there?
I need the gun because if I had to protect myself because somebody attacked me.
Why would you think anybody would do that?
I don't know.
But you clearly planned on it. You were prepared for it. You thought
Cops have guns while rendering first aid, right?
That's the whole reason you brought the gun, isn't it?
I brought the gun to protect myself.
Exactly. Because you thought you personally were going to be in danger, right?
Not necessarily.
I don't understand. You said you're going to bring the gun to protect yourself. So you thought you were going to be in danger, right?
I didn't think I would put it in a situation
Badgering the
where
witness.
I would have to defend myself.
You said that the people around you on that property and the people up on the roof were there to protect you. That's what you said in the video, right?
Yes.
You meant when you go out in the crowd, they're going to protect you, right?
Watch over me, yes.
Watch over and protect you, right?
Yes.
Again, because you expected that if you go out in that crowd to try and provide medical service, you thought you were going to get attacked?
But before I do that, does anyone have any questions, comments, concerns regarding the intake request process in general? I know
They were to watch me. They were on the roof to watch me, and if somebody was to attack me in their view, they could say, "Hey, Kyle, watch out."
They've got AR-15s.
Yes.
Process is relatively new.
We talked earlier about the fact that the AR-15, you can't use deadly force to protect the building, right?
Correct.
The AR-15 was to protect you, right? That's what you just said.
Not the AR-15. I said they could shout down to me and be like, "Hey, Kyle, watch out."
So they're just carrying around the AR-15s for no reason?
I don't know why they're carrying around the AR-15s.
I'm going to share my screen.
Can we play exhibit? This is the end. At the end of this video is where you invite Mr. McGinnis to follow you and Ryan Balch, correct?
Yes.
And you invited him to do that because you want, I think you said on, when your attorney was asking you questions, that you wanted him to film you while you were out in the crowd doing your thing. Fair?
Yeah, I said it was okay for him to film me.
Let's play exhibit 17, please.
The first one that I noted was, and I apologize, we may have talked about this, Brian, last week a little bit, the Create Face Image Quality Statistics Trend Report. It looks like it's in pretty good standing. I see you had added a comment a couple months ago at this point, but are there any things on this that we think that this maybe block state, or I guess what's your thoughts on this? Well,
Just asked you. So you're a certified EMT, and you said yes, correct?
Yes.
That was a lie, correct?
I'm not an EMT.
You're not a certified EMT. You're not an EMT of any kind. You weren't on that night, correct?
Yes.
So you lied to him, correct?
I told him I was. I told him I was an EMT, but I wasn't.
And you knew you were being interviewed by someone in the media when you told that lie, didn't you?
Yes.
Please continue.
I did subsequently engage there and saw the update there in September. Director Alex NEC to both confirm valuable next step is, and both and also their deployment being back on it and now back around it. Starts sorry, a little.
Can we back up 10 seconds, please?
There, but,
and then just pause right there.
with Alex,
We just heard a voice say something to you, Mr. Balch, about people throwing rocks or something along those lines. I don't really need to know exactly what they said, but did you hear that voice?
The police officer from the Bearcat, yes.
That's what I was going to ask. That's one of the law enforcement officers in that armored vehicle that you're walking past, correct?
Yes.
And this, what we're watching in this video happens a few minutes after those same Bearcats had come to the 59th Street property and handed you some bottles of water.
Did you reference his name?
Yes. And they say to you something to the effect of, "We appreciate you guys." You remember that?
I do.
That's when you were on the 59th Street property and you were acting like you were guarding that property, correct?
Yes.
So how did it make you feel when the police are letting you pass the lines, they're warning you about people throwing rocks, they're handing out bottles of water, they're telling you that they appreciate you? How'd that make you feel?
I didn't really care. I was thankful for the water because I had OC stuff, gas in my eyes, but I didn't really notice or care.
It didn't make you feel like they approved of what you were doing?
No.
It didn't make you feel like you're emboldened now to go out there and act on their behalf?
No.
Let's play the video here, please.
Okay, now that makes sense.
You yelled something friendly. I'm not sure how many times, but you yelled friendly out.
I would say, yeah, we can reach
This
back
is,
out. I think our end goal will be
if I can
to
use the
eventually
pointer,
try and produce something that we can
you are
meeting the
crossing
or
on the west side of Sheridan Road. You are crossing south across 60th Street here, heading across the police line, which had barricaded across 60th and Sheridan. Fair?
Yeah.
You understood at this moment that you are now entering a crowd of whatever you want to call them, protesters, demonstrators. Your attorneys call them rioters or looters or whatever. That's who you're going to now be part of. You're going to be in that crowd, right?
I was walking through. I announced myself as friendly and that I was there to help them.
Because you had to do that to warn these people that, hey, I'm on your side, right?
I told them that I was friendly.
Because if you didn't say that, you were worried they would see you as hostile, correct?
Can you re-ask your question?
Sure.
I'm trying to
Absolutely.
understand.
If you're going to go up to Dominic Black or Ryan Balch, you don't need to tell them you're friendly because they know that you're friends, right? We don't tell this to our friends.
Yeah.
We say friendly to people that aren't our friends, people that might be hostile to us, right?
Yeah, I said it to them because they were throwing rocks at me, and when I told them I was friendly, they stopped throwing rocks at us.
And to be accurate, they were throwing at the Bearcats, not at you.
Yeah.
One of them hit one of the armored vehicles and bounced off towards you and Mr. Balch, right?
Yeah.
It didn't do any damage to that armored vehicle, did it?
Not that I'm aware of.
I mean, can you imagine trying to harm an armored vehicle with a rock? That's pretty hard to do, right?
Oh, so whatever they do is okay.
Someone was throwing rocks at you, but you were kind of in the ricochet line.
Of course, typical Democrat.
Yeah. So you wanted to let these people know that
It's okay if they break the law.
I might look like I'm on the other side, but I'm really friendly. Fair?
I wasn't on any side, but
I didn't say that. I said that you might appear to them. I mean, that was what you were worried about, right? When you said friendly? And I noticed you looking over at your attorney a lot. Can you, I'm trying to ask you, when you are doing this.
He's looking directly at Mr. Binger, and I'm behind him. He accused Mr. Rittenhouse of looking at his attorney. Does he want him to look at the ceiling?
I'll continue, Your Honor. You, at this very moment, announced yourself as friendly because you were worried that the people on the other side of that street would see you as hostile. Fair?
I can't tell you how I think they would see me, but I just told them I was friendly.
And I want to make sure you understand my question, because I was asking you what you thought when you said this. You said you announced yourself as friendly because you thought to yourself at that very moment, I'm walking into a group that is hostile to me. Isn't that true?
It looked hostile. They were throwing rocks at the Squad car, not the squad cars, the armored police cars.
And you felt it was necessary to tell them friendly, 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 so that they wouldn't do anything to you. Fair?
Yes.
Let's continue the video. There's a person that comes up to you carrying a skateboard. Do you see that?
I do.
And he's got some fire extinguishers slung over his shoulder.
Yes.
And he says something to you about something putting out fires, and you respond, they know. Did I understand what you said correctly there? They know?
That's what I just heard, but I don't remember that interaction very well, other than helping the guy after with the shoulder.
And that's going to come up in a second here, but when you're talking to this individual about the fire extinguishers, do you remember anything about that conversation?
It's hard to recall, but I think it was about fires, that they were putting out fires.
Okay. And when you said they know, who's they?
I don't recall.
Do you have any idea what you were talking about?
I don't.
It seems to me, Mr. Rittenhouse, that this person is suggesting he's going to go put out some fires, and you're sort of assuring him that you don't need to. It's okay. Would that be a fair interpretation or no?
No.
Okay. But you don't remember what was going on.
I don't remember the conversation, what it was about, other than fires, and I don't recall it.
This is one of the guys in the group that you later got your fire extinguisher from, right?
No.
Okay. We'll get to that in a second. Let's continue. Brian, can you continue?
You good? Hey, you got rubber bullet. Oh, no, I just got rubber bullet. No, it doesn't. It just fucking stuck.
No pepper boy never hurt nobody. It's a little spicy, that's all. Yeah, that's awesome.
Does anybody need medical?
I think someone's got some medical weed, I'll tell you that.
Anybody need medical?
You're walking around asking people in this crowd if they need medical. And you talked earlier about treating a couple, I don't know, somebody at the 59th Street car source, right?
Minor injuries.
Minor injuries. When you were walking around outside that property, when you're out in the street announcing what you're announcing, did anybody respond and say, yeah, I need help from you?
Yes.
When was that?
I don't recall an exact time, but somebody cut their finger open and I gave them some gauze and some bandage tape.
Was that before or after this? Do you remember?
Before.
Where physically did that happen?
I don't recall.
And was this a situation where you announced or yelled out that you could help, and then somebody said, yeah, I need some help? Was that what went on in that situation?
Yes.
As you're walking along here, from this point until the end, till you shoot Rosenbaum and Huber and Grosskreutz, no one in this crowd ever says to you, yeah, I do need medical. Come over and help me. Correct?
Yes.
That's correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's continue. This is the individual who accuses you of pointing your gun at them, right?
Yes.
And he says that you did so when he was on a vehicle, right?
Yes.
And in fact, he had been at the 59th Street car source location, climbing on, sitting on, jumping on one of the vehicles in that lot, hadn't he?
Not that I'm aware of. I know I heard Joanne Fiedler testify to that, but I don't remember seeing him at that location.
But he accuses you of that here.
He does.
And you tell him basically, yeah, I did point the gun at you, right?
I shrugged it off and said, yeah, I did, sarcastically, meaning I didn't, but I just didn't want a confrontation. So I was like, I did, and walked away.
Why did you lie to him?
I didn't lie to him. I was using sarcasm.
The words you said, yeah, I did. Those weren't true, were they?
So we're not allowed sarcasm either. That's against the law.
We're not fighting over sarcasm. This is a murder trial.
He says sarcasm. He says it's a lie. He's entitled to examine on it. Go ahead.
When you told that individual, yeah, I did point a gun at you, that wasn't true, was it?
I didn't point a gun at him.
So why did you react to him that way in that particular moment?
I thought that would be the best way to avoid conflict. I just said, yeah, I did, sarcastically, like, I don't know what you're talking about.
What conflict were you trying to avoid?
Any conflict. If he would have got, like, he was accusing me of something I didn't do, so I thought the best thing the best thing to do would be to walk away instead of getting into some argument. So,
but you didn't just walk away. You said to him sarcastically, yeah, I did.
I said sarcastically, I did, and walked away.
Because you were worried about a conflict. What conflict were you worried about?
A verbal argument.
This individual is clearly expressing to you that he's unhappy because he thought you pointed your gun at him, correct?
Yes.
And you can understand why someone would be upset when you point an AR-15 at them, correct?
Yes.
You knew that even before this, right?
Yes.
In fact, back at the 59th Street car source, that crowd that you've described as not having any friction, many of that crowd got upset because they thought people in your group were pointing their laser pointers at them. Do you remember that?
I saw it in the videos, but I don't know what other people were doing.
I'm not saying anybody actually was. I'm saying the crowd was upset, and you knew that. You heard them complaining, correct?
Watching the videos, yes.
And even at that time, that night, you heard the crowd upset because they thought members of your group were pointing their laser pointers at them. Do you remember that from that night?
Sort of, yes or no. I remember Ryan Balch saying something like telling the people to stop pointing their lasers at people or something. I don't really remember that.
Ryan Balch was telling the people in your group to stop doing that.
The people on the roof
who were part of your group, right?
That were there, yes.
So you know, when we're talking about laser pointers, we're talking about the sight at the end of some guns that helps, almost like this, right? If somebody does this at me, you know, that could be someone pointing a gun, correct?
It could be seen as that.
And that's what the crowd was complaining about, right?
Yeah.
So you knew from that crowd incident, and you certainly knew from this incident, that when people have guns pointed at them, it can really escalate the situation, correct?
Yeah, I don't think anybody had lasers on their guns. I think.
Yeah, but let's go back to your group at 59th Street, because you actually didn't know any of those people other than Dominic and Nick Smith, right?
Yes.
You had just met Ryan Balch for the first time 3 or 4 hours before this video, right?
Yeah.
You had just met Jason Lakowski for the first time, just actually only a few minutes before this, right? Because he didn't get in until 10:45.
Correct.
So at this point in the video, I don't know, this is probably about 11:30 or so at night.
I met him about 35 minutes prior to that.
And probably had only spent, 10, 15 minutes at all in the same location as Jason Lakowski before you walk south?
Yes.
So again, Jason Lakowski was someone you'd never met before that night.
Correct.
And you barely spent any time with him that night, correct?
Correct.
And of course, the people up on the roof, other than Dominic Black and Nick Smith, you didn't know any of them before that night either, correct?
I knew Dominic Black and Nick Smith, but the people on
I misspoke their names.
Sorry.
Dominic Black and Nick Smith.
I knew those are the two people I knew on the roof.
Other than that, you didn't know anyone else before this night. Fair?
Correct.
Now, when this little interaction that we've just watched happens, you're still walking with Ryan Balch, aren't you?
I'm not. I thought I was at the time, but seeing hindsight view, I'm not.
When you decided to cross 60th with Ryan Balch, you two talked about the fact that if you get separated, to go back to the 59th Street car source, right?
I don't recall that conversation happening.
But you tried to do that, didn't you?
I did.
Because you felt like if I'm out here by myself, that's not good. I need to head back, right?
Yes.
And you also talked to Ryan Balch about the fact that when you get out into this crowd, keep your mouth shut. Don't antagonize them. Didn't Ryan talk to you about that?
No, we didn't talk about that.
So at this very moment, you're telling us you've lost track of Ryan Balch.
A little bit ahead, but around that time, yes.
Let's continue the video.
Well, yesterday or today?
Pause. You have just walked off the screen, heading east across Sheridan Road to the Ultimate gas station, correct?
Yes.
And at that point in time, you don't know where Ryan Balch is, correct?
When I stop and look around, yes.
And instead of deciding to head back at this point, you go over to Ultimate Gas and you talk to some folks over there. Fair?
I walk over to the Ultimate gas station. I walk around and I try to see if I can find Mr. Balch.
And you couldn't do that?
No.
So then you decided to approach the police line and cross back, correct?
Yes.
Because you decided your best course of action at that point would be to return to the same group that you'd been with, correct?
Yes.
Now, at that moment in time, the police had pushed everybody south of 60th, right?
Sorta. I don't really know if there were.
You say south to 60th?
I said south of 60th.
Oh,
Let's go back a little bit. We watched that interview with Richie McGinnis where he first comes up to you and talks to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you're standing there at the 59th Street property, aren't you?
I am.
And he talks to you about what you're going to do, and you're going to run out and help people, things like that, right?
Yes.
At that point, the police had already passed with all the Bearcats and MRAPs and armored vehicles, right?
That's what it looks like, yes.
And they had established a line on 60th and Sheridan, correct?
Yes.
And they pushed all of the protesters, demonstrators, rioters, whatever you want to call them, all of them south of 60th, correct?
I don't know if I can honestly answer all of them. I don't know. I believe there are some people still north down Sheridan and in the across the street.
So were there, I mean, we saw a crowd earlier of lots of protesters out in the street. That group, the numbers had dwindled quite a bit.
Yes.
Okay. So after the police move everybody south of 60th, there's no more actual threat to the 59th Street car source, is there?
I don't know.
Well, at that moment in time, what imminent threats did you see to the 59th Street car source property?
I don't know.
Do you remember seeing any protesters out in the street in front of the 59th Street car source after the police pushed everybody south of 60th?
I believe there were some across the street, but not many. I can't recall completely.
And that was just 2 or 3 people, right?
I don't know how many people.
None of those people came across the street to the 59th Street car source, did they?
I don't know. If they did, I would have walked off by now.
So you didn't see them come across the street?
I did not.
Gary probably did a better job of questioning.
Pushed
That's for
everybody
sure.
south of 60th. You never saw any people threatening that property, correct?
I didn't see anybody.
And your goal that night, you took it upon yourself to protect the 59th Street property, correct?
The owners asked asked.
Sure. But you were going to station yourself at that property to try and protect it from damage. Fair?
The car source locations, yes.
And once the police had pushed everybody south of that, there was no more danger.
At that car source location, yes.
Okay. So why not go home at that point?
Because the police were still pushing people back, and then they were backing up, and I was still helping people provide medical first aid.
Okay, so the police had established the line at 60th with their Bearcats at that point, right?
Yes.
And there was no indication that they were going to reverse and back up and move back north again that you saw, correct?
No, they did it earlier in the night where they did the same thing.
Right, but this is at 11:30, 11:40 at night, and the police have established that line, and as far as you can tell, it's going to stay there, right?
I don't know.
And you talked about trying to provide medical help, but there's no one around that needs medical help at the 59th Street car source at that point, is there?
Not that I noticed.
So you don't have any purpose there anymore, do you?
Other than...
So why not go home?
Because I was going to help people provide first aid and medical assistance.
But that wasn't the reason you were there that night. You were there that night to protect the 59th Street car source.
It was one of the reasons I was there. Part of my reasons of being there was to protect the car source properties and provide first aid and medical assistance.
So you went out in the crowd, like we see in this video, looking for anyone who needed your help.
If somebody if somebody said they need help, I would have helped them.
So why go with Ryan Bulge?
Because you're safer and better in pairs when there's somebody else that's also with you.
So when you crossed 60th, you were worried about your safety?
A little bit.
Even though you think this is not a hostile crowd and you're there to help them, you were still worried about your safety. That's why you needed Bulge to back you up, right?
I said I didn't think they were hostile towards me. I didn't say that they weren't a hostile crowd.
So let me rephrase my question. That's to take that into account. You didn't think this was a crowd that was hostile to you personally, and you thought you were going to help them, but yet you also felt you needed a backup, an armed former Army infantryman to protect you. Fair?
Yes.
And yet when he's gone and you can't find him, you don't immediately go back, right?
I look for him for a second, and then I think max I look for him for like 3 minutes, and then I try to go back.
And when you couldn't get back straight across the police lines, did you decide to try and go around the police lines? For example, the Ultimate gas station is here at 60th and Sheridan. Why didn't you walk down the street here and go over this way and around?
I don't know.
Why didn't you go west over this way and go around?
I don't know. I guess it was very close in time that I was heading back, that I was turned down by the police before I got the phone call from Dominic Black. So I guess I didn't have time to really think like which ways I can go around.
You knew the layout of downtown Kenosha, right? Because you said you drove that area the whole time, right?
A little bit.
So you go over to the Ultimate gas station and you spend some time talking with folks that are there who are similarly dressed as you. They've got similar clothing, similar weapon, things like that, right?
Similar weapons. I wouldn't say similarly dressed.
But you went over there because you felt that those were people doing something similar to what you were doing that night. Fair?
I thought that would be the safest spot for me to go.
Why did you think you'd be safe with those people?
Because I was alone, and they were, like I said, you're better in pairs, and I didn't want to be alone in that situation.
You didn't want to be alone out here with this crowd that we see on the screen right now.
I
right?
did not want to be alone with them.
You wanted to be with the group at Ultimate Gas that had AR-15s like you, right?
I wanted to be back at the car source where there weren't people around.
Right, and we've talked about that, but initially you go to Ultimate Gas
to look for Ryan, yes.
But you also talk to people who have AR-15s just like you, right?
I wouldn't say I talked to them. I asked after the phone call. I asked a guy for a fire extinguisher to come with me.
Let's play exhibit number 11 at the 54-minute and 30-second mark. This is the Corey Elijah live stream when he's in the Ultimate Gas lot. Mr. Rittenhouse, that's Ryan Balch standing there in the Ultimate Gas lot, correct?
Yes.
Let's play this video.
Fireworks thing look down there.
I don't know.
We just saw you run through this video, correct?
Yes.
I started this video at the 54-minute and 30-second mark. It is now paused at the 54-minute and 56-second mark. So for 26 seconds, Corey Elijah has Ryan Balch on screen, center of this video during that entire time, right?
Yes.
And you run right past where Corey Elijah is standing, right?
Yes.
And Ryan Balch is loitering there in the middle of the screen for at least 26 seconds, right?
That's what it looks like on the screen.
And your testimony is you were trying your best to find Ryan Balch at the Ultimate Gas station at this point because you needed him to protect you?
I was looking for Ryan Balch, but I didn't notice him as I was running away, running towards car source 3.
But for 26 seconds before you start running, he's standing right there, isn't he?
Yes, and when he's standing right there before I run with the fire extinguisher, I'm over here on the phone with Dominic Black.
How long was your phone call with Dominic Black?
About 30 seconds.
Okay, so before that, you'd been looking for Ryan Balch?
Before that, I tried to get back to the car source lot number 1.
And you'd also been looking for Ryan Balch?
Seeing if I could see him in the crowd of people.
Because you wanted a partner, a buddy to protect you?
To protect each other, yes.
And in fact, when you borrowed that fire extinguisher, you asked someone in that group to come along with you, right?
Yes.
Because you wanted someone there to protect you when you go down and put out what you think are some fires, right?
Yes.
Because you know that you're running into a crowd that is not friendly to you, right?
No.
That's why you had to say the word friendly, 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 because you knew this was a crowd that would not see you as friendly, correct?
I screamed friendly, friendly, friendly because somebody screamed burn inside.
I'm talking about when you crossed 60th. You yelled at them.
At that time, yes, but
and no one in the crowd is yelling burn inside or anything along those lines, are they?
Not at that time.
And you also wanted someone from that group to come along with you when you're going to go down and put out a fire because you knew full well that anyone running around like you putting fires out is going to cause a reaction in the crowd, a hostile reaction, correct?
I didn't think it would cause a negative reaction. I wanted somebody to come with me because you're better in pairs, and I thought there were other people at that car source before I got there.
Well, Dominic, if you're telling us that Dominic Black called you to run 3 blocks down the road to put out a fire at the 63rd Street car source, then you must have known at that moment that there wasn't anyone else down there, right? Why would you need to go if somebody's already down there?
Mr. Black said to me on the phone, hey, they're setting fires at the other car source. I need you to get down there and put out the fires. It must not have, I don't think it, I took it as there's not other people down there.
Why would you need to go 3 blocks down if there were already people there?
He's asking a question. This witness doesn't know the answer, whether there are people there or not.
He's told us he thought there were. So I'm probing the basis of that and his understanding at the time.
Understand the question.
I'll repeat the question. Why would you need to run 3 blocks down to the 63rd car source if you thought there were already people there?
I thought there were people there, but Dominic asked me to go down there. I thought that was to help put out the fires that were down there.
This video that we're watching is minutes after you've left the 59th Street car source, right?
Yes.
And when you leave the 59th Street car source, you're with Ryan Balch.
Yes.
And then this reporter, Richie McGinnis.
Yes.
And as far as you know, when you leave 59th Street car source, everybody in your group is still back there, right?
At the car source.
At 59th Street car source.
Yes.
Everybody's still back there.
Yes.
Joanne Fiedler.
Yes.
Dustin Collette. Dominic Black. Nick Smith. Jason Lakowski. Anyone else. They're all still there, right?
At that location, yes.
So none of your group is already down at 63rd Street car source, right?
The other group that showed up after we got done taking the pictures with I think I said 2 or 3 vans, I believe they were still down there.
And that was 2 or 3 vans of people that came out with what have been described as melee weapons, right? Like bats and clubs and things like that. Do you recall that? First of all, do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Do you remember seeing those 2 or 3 vans come to that location?
I do.
Do you remember seeing people get out of those vans?
Yes. I saw, I think there were 6 people in total.
And you saw them with weapons?
I saw them with rifles. I don't think I remember melee weapons.
They were armed. Correct?
Yes.
And you believed that they were going to be the ones protecting the 63rd Street car source, correct?
Yes.
So at this point in time in the evening, had anybody told you that those folks had left the 63rd Street car source?
No.
So when you're running with this fire extinguisher, you think there's already a group that's designated to that spot that's still down there, right?
Yes.
So again, why do you feel that you needed to run 3 blocks down there with a fire extinguisher if you thought there were already people down there protecting that property?
Because Dominic called me and asked me to go help put out the fires down there.
And in that phone call, Dominic never told you that any of the members of the 59th Street group that you were part of, he never said any of them were down there at 63rd, right?
Yes.
And he never told you that the group that was supposed to be down there, he never told you anything about them, whether they were there or not there. He never mentioned that. Fair?
It didn't come up.
And you asked the people that you got the fire extinguisher from to come with you, right?
Yes.
You were looking for Ryan Balch for backup, right?
Is he getting to a point where he just
You had already tried to go back to the 59th Street location, right?
Yes.
And all of those failed.
Yes.
So then you decide to take it upon yourself to head down to 63rd Street to put out fires. Fair?
I wouldn't say that. I would say I went to go put out the fires that I was there to do. When I say protect the property, I mean by put out fires. So I went to go put out the fires. I just believed there were people there.
And you brought your AR-15 along.
Yes.
Why?
Because it was with me already.
Yeah, but you'd taken it off earlier when you were treating someone. You gave it to Joanne Fiedler, right?
Yes.
So you know how to take it off, don't you?
Yes.
And you can make a choice on your own whether or not to go armed with it or whether to give it to the person who is the lawful owner of it on that date, Dominic Black, correct?
I didn't take my rifle off there because there was nobody I could hand it to. And when I took it off to hand it to Joanne Fiedler, I was in a safe spot in that corner of the building where there were people protecting me at that time right there. When I went to go to the car source number 3 to put out the fires, there was nobody I could hand my rifle to that could protect me while I'm providing first aid to somebody.
But you still knew you had it.
My rifle, yes.
You still knew you had it strapped around your body.
Yes.
And you made a conscious decision to bring it along, right?
Yes.
Why? He gave an answer about how he already had it, and we go through on that.
Because he's not gonna leave it in the frickin' street like a moron. What the hell? This guy is such a tool bag.
Was it simply that, well, I've already got it strapped on, so I might as well bring it along? Is that what you're telling us? You decided to bring along the AR-15 because, well, I've already got it? Is that your answer?
I don't think I was thinking like, hey, I'm going to take my rifle off. I wouldn't have because there was people around that could have stolen my gun, and I didn't. I didn't take my rifle off because I was going there alone. I was going to be running there alone, and I didn't take it off because no one else was there to protect me as I was going there. So that's why I brought it.
For protection?
Yes.
You brought it along down there because you felt like you would need to protect yourself against someone else harming you, correct?
If that would have happened, I would have protected myself, but I didn't think I was going to be attacked and ambushed.
But you just said you had it for protection. What were you expecting you would need protection from?
I thought we had covered much of this before.
I'm specifically focusing in on the time period where he is heading down to the 63rd Street car source. I have not asked him about this yet, Your Honor.
Well, go ahead, but you need to pick up the pace somewhat.
When you decided to bring your AR-15 loaded with 30 rounds down to the 63rd Street car source location, what did you think you needed protection against?
I didn't really think I was going to have to protect myself.
You told us just now you brought it along for protection.
I did, but I didn't think I was going to need to protect myself.
You brought it along for protection, but you didn't think you needed protection? I'm trying to clarify the two different answers that I think he just gave, Your Honor.
Well, go ahead. Can you?
Do you understand the question?
Not
He's
really.
trying to confuse
I
the
asked you
defense.
why you brought the gun. You said you needed it for protection. I said, protection against what? You said you didn't think you needed protection. I'm confused. Can you help me understand why you're telling us you needed a gun for protection, but you didn't think you needed protection?
I brought the gun for my protection, but what I was saying is I didn't think I would have to use the gun and end up defending myself.
So you, in this video, are running.
Yes.
You run across the screen. Yes?
Yes.
And then I think you testified on direct that as you made it down the block, I don't remember exactly how you phrased it, but you stopped running and you walked for a little while. Is that right?
I jogged and walked occasionally.
Carrying the fire extinguisher and your gun.
Yes.
And you're alone at that point with no backup, right?
Yes.
And you testified that when you got down to the 63rd Street car source, you indicated that you came upon that vehicle we've been calling the Duramax. You know what vehicle I'm talking about?
I do.
And you indicated that when you got there, you walked around that vehicle and you saw a person that you now know to be Joshua Zeminski. Is that right?
I walked up to the Duramax. Yes.
You didn't know Joshua Zeminski's name at that point, correct?
No.
You hadn't taken any notice of him at all up until that moment, all night long. Fair?
Fair.
This is the first time that you see that this is a person that comes to your attention. Fair?
Yes.
And you said he had a gun in his hand.
Yes.
And you put the fire extinguisher down on the ground.
I dropped the fire extinguisher.
And then you hear or see Mr. Rosenbaum coming from behind you.
When I get to the Duramax, I step forward, and then Mr. Zeminski turns towards me, and he steps towards me. I drop the fire extinguisher, step back, and that's when I see. I go to run back towards 59th Street.
And Mr. Rosenbaum is coming.
And then that's when I notice Mr. Rosenbaum running at me, leaving me with no other, right? Mr. Zeminski in front of me with the gun. Mrs. Zeminski right there, a couple feet away, and then some other people there.
And then the chase happens. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Have you told us everything that you did when that situation just happened at the Duramax?
Yes.
Can we play the iPad, please? The iPad with the drone video. This is exhibit number 73. What are you guys going to do? Mr. Rittenhouse, this is a video that has been admitted into evidence as exhibit number 73. This is a video taken by a drone that was hovering south of 63rd at the time that you shot Mr. Rosenbaum. We're going to play the beginning of this video on the iPad, and I'm going to have Detective Howard use the pinch and zoom feature on the iPad to zoom in on the area.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this, and I'd like to be heard outside the presence of the jury.
What do you think? Perfect time for a break, don't you think? Let's take a break. Please don't talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial.
Judge does not look happy.
Well, the guys just spent the last 30 minutes saying the same thing over and over and over again,
and wasting everyone's time by asking questions that have no relevance to the case.
No, he's just trying to get him to trip up. That's all he's trying to do, trip him up.
You're tripping up, like asking him, "Well, why are you wearing shoes? You don't need them, even though there's glass and nails on the street. So, why did you need Band-Aids?"
And of course, he has to stress the 30 rounds because
high capacity and all that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I only thought I was going to have to defend myself against 3 people, so I only bought 3 rounds.
Right.
Like, come on. I swear, man, these people will just pull at strings, man.
I think they went upstairs, though. Go ahead.
Your Honor,
I don't know what the state's going to do next, but I suspect that it's something along the lines of they're going to use the iPad, and Mr. Binger was talking about pinching the screen. iPads, which are made by Apple, have artificial intelligence in them that allow things to be viewed through 3 dimensions and logarithms. Logarithms, I don't understand it all either. And it uses artificial intelligence or their logarithms to create what they believe is happening. So this isn't actually enhanced video. This is Apple's iPad programming creating what it thinks is there, not what necessarily is there. And I don't know what's going to happen, but we had this video enhanced. We have testimony regarding it. And this is one of the topics that came up. I asked my expert, I said, do you know of anything that does something like that? Because that was when Detective Antaramian testified about pinching his telephone. And that's what I was told. And that's what I think this is going. And I don't think that it's appropriate. It's wrong.
Mr. Binger?
Your Honor, I think everybody in this room has a smartphone, whether it's an Apple iPhone or some other device. And I think we've all taken a photograph or a video at one point or another and used the pinch to zoom in feature. This is a common part of everyone's everyday life. In the olden days, you had a photograph and a magnifying glass, right? That doesn't change the photograph. When you use a magnifying glass to look at words on a paper or a photograph, the magnifying glass doesn't change the image. It doesn't change the pixels on the paper. It doesn't change the words in the book. All it does is make them easier to see.
Did you just say pickles?
Zoom feature on the iPad or the iPhone or an Android phone, whatever device.
You can tell the defense is just like, dude, please shut up.
Now, if counsel has an expert who will
Every
say
time he
that
opens
this
his
is
mouth, you can see people
unreliable,
behind him just
distorting the image or something along those lines, even though this is something everybody in this room has done with countless videos and photos throughout the last 10 years of our lives here. This is a fact. This is a feature of everyday life in America now with smartphones. If they want to have an expert come in and say it's unreliable and you can't believe what's on that screen, they can do that. We're still in their case. And then the jury can make a decision as to whether or not pinching and zooming on an iPad or an iPhone is tampering with the video
Why not just
or
play back
altering
that
the image or
footage on a
unreliable
computer?
or shouldn't be given any weight. So
Or an
if they want to
Android.
make a jury question out of this, they are free to do so. We're still in their case in chief. But I don't, frankly, understand or agree with anything counsel just said. I've used my phone. I think probably you have too. I think this is something within everyone's common knowledge to pinch and zoom on a screen. And that's what's going on here. It does not change the image in any way. It just makes it like a magnifying glass.
Well, I don't know. When I put the magnifying glass up, then it's enlarging the image. It is not altering the image. What he's saying, and I think, and I know less than anyone in the room here, I'm sure, about all this stuff, but I'm hearing him to say that they're actually artificially inserting pixels into there, which is altering the object which is being portrayed. And so, you know what, I myself, when confronted with these changes in technology, what I usually do is to admit the evidence, but make sure that the finder of fact is aware of the fact that it is not the original image and the method by which it's been enhanced. You're suggesting that I should make the defense bring in an expert for it. My thought would be that actually you're the one who's offering the exhibit, so you should be in a position to offer evidence
Nice.
as to the fact that it is not distorting the object which is depicted.
I would submit, Your Honor, that I think it's common sense to everyone in this room that that's not what's going on.
Oh, did he just tell the judge he doesn't have any common sense?
He did indeed.
It's not something
He is screwed.
that people in this room are familiar with.
I thought I heard the expert say on the stand. And believe me, again, this is not something I'm familiar with, but I thought I heard the experts say that you brought down in from the crime lab that in fact that there were alterations made by adding pixels. That's an alteration of the image. So I don't have any problem with it being received, but you're going to have someone testify that it's a reliable, I don't want to say mirror image.
Reliable method of
But,
enhancement.
because obviously, if you insert more items into an area of space, it's going to distort what's depicted.
I think, Your Honor, when the pinch and zoom maneuver is used on the screen, it actually, it almost, it takes the high resolution that we see here and it brings it into the point where the pixels are actually spread out more.
I don't. You know what? I'm not going to accept as accurate what Richards is saying, and I'm not going to accept what you're telling me. I said if you can offer somebody who's knowledgeable in these areas, the document or the I think you should be allowed to use the image. But this is high risk to me. If you insert more data into an area of space, well, you're wagging your head no. Tell me where I'm wrong.
There's no proof in this record that we're doing that, Your Honor.
I didn't say there was proof of it. I said you have the burden of proof. You're the proponent of the exhibit, and you need to tell me that it's reliable.
The exhibit's already in evidence, Your Honor.
That I know.
The enhanced exhibit is not in evidence.
This is not enhancing.
Well, then why show it? I mean, the
defense
reason you want to show it is so because it enhances the image, right? No, one at a time.
I'll say what Mr. Krause was just saying. The defense has taken videos and photos and cropped them, zoomed in on them on many exhibits in this trial. And this is, again, like I said, the magnifying glass is not changing the image. What the expert testified to about his software program was that he uses, I think he called it AMFAR5 or something like that. It was a software program he was using.
GunTube.org is owned by Nightstrike.
Images or the exhibits that were introduced with regard to this drone video. And he talked about what that software program does. He was not talking about the common, ordinary, everyday pinch and zoom feature on the Apple. They're two different things, Your Honor. And I want to be precise about this because I don't think it's fair to equate the technical video editing software used by the crime lab with pinching and zooming on an iPhone. They're different software programs, different procedures.
You just already said it. Video editing software.
Every one of those jurors is familiar with this process. This is a fundamental part of our lives nowadays. It's much like 100 years ago, people used magnifying glasses. This is no different than that. And I think this is common knowledge, and I don't think I need any sort of expertise on this issue. If the
I really
defense
think we need to
wants
stop
prove it,
insulting
they have an
Barry
expert who
Oldman.
can offer testimony. But the exhibit's already in evidence. It would be
He just
first
told
of all,
him
me
to get
putting
evidence.
a photograph of it,
He just
and then
basically said
holding
no.
up
The defense has to get
enlargement.
the
We
expert
had a guy
witness.
coming yesterday with Walgreens prints. I mean, this is what is done with photographs all the time. There's enlargements done in the lab. It doesn't change the pixels.
No. You know, I don't want to hear about what happened earlier in the trial that came in without objection. If you didn't object, then I didn't address it. Now, I'm not going to police this case, so everybody, anytime somebody wants to put some evidence in, I'm going to say, well, wait a minute, what about that? What about that? I have to have an objection.
He does look like
I get an
Gary
objection,
Oldman.
and then I rule on it. There has been no objection during this trial when either side has exploded an image or anything like that. If you'd have brought in an objection, if he'd have brought in an objection, I would have ruled on it. But to say now, well, this has already been done during the trial. I've got an objection in front of me now. He's suggesting that the amplifying the image is altering what is portrayed, the image which is portrayed, and you're giving me as a defense, it's no different from using a magnifying glass. I don't believe that, because if I take, the image is the same and all it is doing is improving my poor old vision. Here you've got someone, to correct me if I'm wrong, I do believe the expert testified that he had inserted, or either him or the device inserted additional pixels into the image. That
Different program, Your Honor.
Well, I don't know what kind of a I don't care what kind of a program it is. The question is the image in its virginal state?
I care about what program it is, Your Honor, because these are technical issues. Mr. Richards has just made representations with no basis whatsoever.
Can you slow down?
Absolutely.
Stand it over.
Mr. Richards has just made technical representations with no basis in this record whatsoever. He is questioning a common part of life that we use, everyone uses, every single day. The expert who testified was talking about a different software program, and it does make a difference.
I don't know.
Well, then if it's going to be an issue, let's
You're
make
the
an issue out of
proponent. I said before, I'm not going to talk about it further. You're the proponent, and you need to assure me before I let the jury speculate on it, that it is a reliable method that does not distort what is depicted.
So
Okay, so we're going to take a break.
I understood you correctly. We can play it now, and then we'll tie it up later.
I don't think that's what I said.
That's what I thought you said, so that's why I'm asking.
Well, I don't know. Maybe I did. If I said that, shame on me. I said that we're going to take a break right now. And I said, before I'm going to allow this to be amplified in the way that you want, it is going to have to be demonstrated to me that it's a reliable way to do it.
Then we would request an adjournment to do that now.
Well, we're not going to adjourn the case now to do that.
Well, before I am done with my cross-examination of this witness, I would like to use this video, and I will need some time to make arrangements for what you're asking. So I would ask that before I am, I would like time to do that before I'm done cross-examining this witness, because this is an important exhibit that I intend to use with
Well,
this
it
witness.
depends. Why don't you get on it right away? And, maybe you can get somebody to testify on this within minutes. I don't know. So we'll take a break.
Are they using the iPad?
I like this
I like
judge.
this judge.
Not off the top of my head.
Thank you.
Well,
iPad market.
okay. Let's aim for 3:20 on that clock, which is, yeah, let's aim for 3:20.
So they're taking a 20-minute break.
15.
15. Okay.
Yeah, so if anybody needs a bathroom break or anything else,
That would be the time.
now would be the time. Kyle has been interviewed for almost 4.5 hours now.
I mean,
it's
that's. I gotta say, I'm impressed with how he's been able to keep it cool since the breakdown this morning.
Well, they're just trying to trip him up. They're trying to get him to say something, and then
They're
go
trying to
back.
put words in his mouth. I get it.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. That's all they're trying to
So
do.
they can catch him on it and then say he's lying, saying he's
Yep.
trying to. They're getting the defense. The prosecution is trying to get him to perjure himself while under oath, more or less.
Yep, exactly. And
So they can get the win.
Why didn't you just lay your rifle down on the ground and walk away from it?
Yeah. Why didn't you just leave your rifle on the ground so somebody could go and pick it up and take it and steal it from you? Yeah, I mean, just why? Like, why did you bring your rifle with you? Why did you wear shoes? Why did you have a shirt on? These are questions people need to know. Like, what's the matter?
Yeah, he's they're grasping.
They're pushing, man. They really are. And I'm surprised the judge let that go on that long.
Well, the judge has to make it look like he's impartial.
Well, he does, but at the same time, the guy's
At
wasting
the same time, he expects them to try and make themselves look like they know what they're doing, and they don't.
It was 30 minutes of the same thing over and over and over.
I mean,
I like how he said, "Well, I request to adjourn so I can get an expert witness." He's like, "No, you can get one on the break."
Get one on the break, yeah.
You got 15 minutes. Go for it.
What? You don't have an IT guy that can explain these things? on call. I mean, seriously.
Well, he admitted himself too that someone, there was a program used. Okay, you just admitted that a program was used to enhance the video.
It's actually built into the Apple software.
Yeah, the logarithms that got
Yeah.
it is right. I mean, I don't know if it would necessarily change anything. But I would bring up the same point.
What the software does, the software adds pixels where pixels may have been lost or they aren't being represented properly in the video, and the program just adds those pixels in to try and clean up the picture. Okay,
Yeah.
but what the defense was trying to say is by using software on that phone like that, you are doctoring the image.
Yeah, technically, he's right.
And he is right technically, which is my point is like, why not just put that video on like a normal computer or just like on a TV set or something and play that video from like a computer. That way that algorithm isn't doctoring that footage.
The
It's not hard. Yeah, the algorithm, whoever's rhythm. Okay, I don't care who. But bust the move how you want. Okay, but that's my point as a guy who works with computers and whatnot. If you're worried about that, use software which doesn't enhance or modify the footage. It's just as simple as that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the simple fact is the guy's just grasping at straws, like we said. He's just trying to get something to get him to trip him up. And I'll say this, man. Kyle's doing a good job of taking a moment, preparing his answer, and making sure that he's not tripping himself up.
Yeah, I need to make a phone call, guys. I'm gonna put you on mute. Sorry. Didn't pick up a damn call.
Oh well. Wake sync. I think it was just regular Full Metal Jacket.
That's what he said he had. And then they were trying to say, "Oh no, you had hollow points in there because you didn't check."
30 rounds because that makes a difference.
You're saying it doesn't?
Well, whether you got 1 or 30, there's no difference, right?
Hashtag all rounds matter. Sorry, I had to do that. It felt appropriate.
Let's go, Brandon.
Let's go, Brandon. I mean, I gotta say the case today seems more entertaining than it did yesterday. And I know they're not going for entertaining, but the way that things have played out.
I mean, the judge is on it. I mean, he needs, he could do a little bit better of stopping this guy from just asking the same thing over and over. But the judge is on it. The judge is doing good. I like the judge. He's pretty cool.
I think he's trying to give the prosecution enough rope to hang themselves with, and
Oh,
that's why
they're doing a great job of it.
yeah, that's why he's letting them just go with it, and then whenever they do something wrong, he stops them dead in their tracks.
Yep.
So he's just giving them enough rope for them to hang themselves with, and they aren't disappointing. That's for sure.
You got to
No,
remember that
not at all.
they haven't ruled out a mistrial.
No, they haven't yet either.
No, they
That's
haven't.
true.
That's true. That's true.
Very true.
He said he would take it. The judge said he would take it under advisement, which means if they screw up again, he could decide. You know what? I've given you enough chances. You haven't done anything right this whole trial, so I'm ruling mistrial. He can do that. So, John, any update on the chair situation?
No, about getting a new chair.
Yeah.
No, I said I would like to. I didn't say I was going to.
Oh, I thought you said you were going to bring the one upstairs downstairs.
No, Rich said that.
Oh.
Yeah, that was Rich, not me.
Okay. I'm just making sure. As you don't seem too comfortable in that chair.
I'm all right.
I'm probably gonna have to get a different chair because it's hurt. The one I've got hurt my back.
Yeah, I'd seen something about that where someone's threatening the jury.
If they don't convict Kyle Rittenhouse,
Yep.
that could be basis for a mistrial too.
Absolutely.
Who's threatening? If it's Antifa, they're a bunch of pussies.
I don't know. I saw it yesterday. I saw it. Where did I see it? Gateway Pundit, I think it was.
Yeah, Antifa put me on their hit list. They did. I went and found them. I drove down to Richmond.
You did. What did they say?
Well, they said, we have no idea. Oh, we don't know. We don't have no idea who put you on that list. Blah blah blah. It was me and 4 other guys with AR-15s.
Ooh. Oh boy.
So for some reason they weren't as tough.
Yeah, well, they're only tough when they have a bunch of people, dressed up in black.
Did you take your 1 round with you, or did you take 30?
Well, my boys were rocking the plate carrier with about 7 mags.
There you go.
There you go.
So, yeah, we had a little bit over 1,000 rounds.
It's the way to do it.
Yeah, they never bothered me again. I was like, I'm taking care of this shit.
That's one way to do it. So it was local Antifa that.
Yeah, it was 7 Hills out of Richmond. So it was about an hour and a half away from here.
Did you ever meet any of those guys in person before, or did they just decide to do it because they saw you on YouTube?
I'm not really sure how I got on their list.
It's probably because of YouTube. I mean, it's
probably.
It was like known fascists in Virginia. I think it might have been. I don't know. Maybe because I don't know. The whole Black Swan Media group got tagged, and my boy on Facebook, Roger, he's Raj Frame. You see him sometime in the chat. They put him on the list, and basically because he put on his Facebook profile that he worked for me of a joke, so they put him on the list. It was hilarious. He was like employee of blah blah blah.
Isn't Rich technically one of your employees or former employees?
On a break.
Oh,
on a leave of absence.
He's on administrative leave. I get it.
He's on a leave of absence. He's on work for a month, leave of absence. What the fuck?
He calls it his firing.
Because I'm friends with Johnny B. I wouldn't say I'm friends with Johnny B. I did talk to him like 2 days ago, but yeah, I don't really talk to Johnny B at all.
No problem, Swamp Dog.
All right, guys, I'll be back in a few minutes.
All right. Does GunTube have 3D VR capabilities? Not so much right now. Right now, all we've got are the capability to upload a video, post a YouTube video, live stream straight to GunTube, and also chat like you would on YouTube on a live stream. That's basically what we've got right now. 3D VR capabilities in the future, maybe. It depends on the video player. You know how YouTube has its own special video player when you play a video on YouTube. We have to get something that supports that for GunTube. So that'll be in the works.
We haven't talked in a long time, man. Have you improved the security to where the videos are more protected?
What do you mean radios?
The videos are more protected.
Yeah, the videos are more protected. Yeah, everything is good now. It's been since I've changed to the software I've changed to now. everything is 100% across the board.
Okay.
It's just, now that we've got the GunTube chamber, which is like StreamYard, but closer to old Google Hangouts, it'll stream directly to GunTube's website, so you can watch the live streams live off of GunTube instead of trying to use YouTube or StreamYard or whatnot. So you can use all the GunTube services to do that.
Gotcha.
So if you want to show a gun live on air, you can do it that way.
Yeah.
And just link people to that specific live stream.
Gotcha.
So.
Yeah, we haven't talked in a while. I've been super busy, and it's
aside from that email and you needing help with that image, it's been a while.
Yep. Yeah, I've been working on the business and getting things going, and I've just been swamped with that and work and everything else, man. Trying to live through this BS we're in.
Hey, everybody's trying to live through this BS. Hashtag Let's Go Brandon.
That's it.
I mean, honestly, that is like one of the highlights of this year right there. Let's Go Brandon. One of the highlights. That, and I've never seen a president fall upstairs. Seen presidents fall downstairs, but not up. It's pretty funny.
He's not a president.
Well,
he's just a dumbass old man who's a puppet.
I have to respectfully call him a president, whether he actually acts like one or not. That's up to interpretation.
I respectfully call him a puppet.
That's probably closer to the truth than anything.
Yeah.
But I gotta make it look like I'm trying to be respectful.
No, you don't. have a pair of balls, man. Come on.
Hey, I'm trying to be proper now. I'm not trying to curse anymore.
Since when is Night Strike proper?
I know, right?
Listen to this. The Scotsman's telling you to be proper. What, not to be proper. What in the heck?
I know, right? Crazy, isn't it? The crazier thing is you trying to speak perfect American English. It's like, what the hell? You should be
That's
speaking
never
with the
gonna
accent.
happen.
You should be speaking with the accent.
That ain't ever gonna happen.
What? You're actually pretty close these days.
I got a little bit of a southern draw going on.
Yeah, you've got the accent. You got the American accent down though.
Yeah, I got some of the southern draw going on. I spent enough time out there.
Oh, I don't know if you heard, but I got a PSA dagger.
Nice.
Yeah.
You like it?
Well, I bought the frame because they were selling frames for like, $99. So I got that and just bought a slide and put it together, and it's nice. I just got a Glock 19 Gen 3 slide and just threw it on there, and it looks nice. It feels nice. I like the PSA dagger feel as opposed to a normal Glock feel.
Oh, so it's just a souped up Glock.
Well, it's a copy of a G19.
So it's nothing special.
It's special to me.
I got an AK.
Well, I've got an AK too.
Yeah, I made the leap. I don't know. It's been 3-4 months I bought that ago, somewhere in there.
So you enjoy it?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I like it. I've already upgraded a whole bunch of stuff on it. So
I've got a fake M14. And the reason why I say it's fake is because it's a Polytech M14.
Yeah.
It's got M14 parts on it, but it doesn't have the fun switch.
Yeah.
But it's got the stock, so it looks nice.
Yeah, I'm in the middle
I
of
just hope
filming.
I just hope Gary can find me a bayonet at Wanamaker.
I'm sure he will.
Oh, they're back. Oh, John's back.
It don't seem like it yet. She'll be back in a minute. We still got a few minutes before they're supposed to technically be back.
Yeah, like a number 3. Another 3 or 4 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, jury, I'm going to move that TV in front centrally. We're going to watch exhibit number 82. This is a version of the drone footage that was introduced by our expert, James Armstrong, yesterday. And I'd like to be able to put this TV centrally so everybody can see it. So if you could let us know if you're able to see it when we move it, please. Oh, yeah, I'll turn them on. Are all the jurors able to see that okay? Both sides? Okay. Judge, may I use Sister Marciana's point, please? Thank you very much. As we play this video... As we play this video, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I would...
What I miss?
They got to play the video on TV instead.
What's that?
They got to play the drone footage on TV instead.
Yeah, they're putting it up on TV. I guess they couldn't find an expert.
In 15
Couldn't
minutes.
find an expert. Couldn't call the IT down from the office.
This location, which is at the front end of the Duramax. There's an individual here on the sidewalk who is in a wheelchair, and there's a little bit of a gap there between that individual and the Duramax. I'd like you to keep your eyes on that location. Before we begin the video, Mr. Rittenhouse, are you able to see this video okay?
Yes.
All right. Please go ahead and play that. Could we please play that again? I'm going to have you pause at a moment right at the beginning. Pause. Now, Mr. Rittenhouse, you told us earlier everything that you did when you first got to this location, correct?
Yes.
What you didn't tell us is that right here on the video, you have your gun raised, don't you?
I can't see it.
You know what? This is a nice 4K TV. I'm going to turn it a little bit towards you.
I don't see it.
It doesn't look like it's raised to me. I think he's full of shit.
Are you able to see that screen okay?
I don't think all the jurors can see it now.
I want to be able to play it for the defendant to be able to see it up close.
I understand. I'm just thinking if perhaps he could take the chair that the officer is in right now. And do you want to go over there as well?
Would you, would it be easier, Mr. Rittenhouse, if you came and stood a little closer to that screen?
Is that the same definition?
Well, you know, and you're using the pointer, so we want to all be looking at the same TV.
Okay.
Okay.
Would it be appropriate for Mr. Rittenhouse to come
Sure.
stand closer to the TV?
As long as he doesn't block the jurors, he and Mr. Richards can go over here.
All right,
And,
let's, I'll move this back.
stand way down.
I can't. I just don't see it.
Let's go go back to the beginning of the video.
No, he's got it pointed down. He's doing what he's supposed to.
Where's he at?
He's in the front of the video, I believe. If that's
Probably
only
on the
I
corner
got it.
somewhere.
yeah, it's
I got
only he's on the corner. It looks like, and he's got it. From what I can tell, it looks like he's got it pointed down.
Yeah.
Pause.
Huh.
Mr. Rittenhouse, you just came into the screen, put the fire extinguisher down, and now you've got your weapon raised, don't you? Let's play it one more time. Pause. Mr. Rittenhouse, can you see in that video that you raised your weapon and pointed it at someone? Let's play it one more time.
Your Honor, he's answered the question.
He says he can't see, so I'm trying to help him see. Go ahead.
Oh, now he's gonna keep playing it and trying to get it to
Pause.
where he admits something that's not there.
Pause the video.
It doesn't look like I raised my rifle. It looks like my shoulder's up, but my rifle's pointed downward.
Thank you. Oh. All right. So your testimony today under oath is that you have no memory of raising and pointing your rifle when you first got to that location. Is that right?
Yes.
You see yourself put the fire extinguisher down.
I see myself drop it. Yes.
Let's play Exhibit 84 now, please.
Enhance. Zoomify.
Go ahead and play. Pause. In this video, at this point, Mr. Rittenhouse, you have turned around and you are pointing your weapon at Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Yes.
And there is a point. Let's continue the video, please. All right, let's pause. Go back and start at the beginning again, please. Pause. Can you go back about half a second, please? Go back just a little bit more, please. Why don't you go back to the beginning, hit play, and I'll try and pause you a little bit better. Pause. There's a point where Mr. Rosenbaum is running after you, where he raises his hands and leaps up in the air, correct?
I wouldn't say he leaped in the air. I'd say he continued to run at me. He just threw his hands up.
He threw both of his hands up in the air, right?
Yes.
And you could see that he was unarmed, correct?
Yes.
Please continue the video. Pause. Joseph Rosenbaum never touched you in any way during that incident, correct?
He touched my gun.
He didn't touch your body in any way, did he?
No.
He didn't kick you?
No.
He didn't punch you?
No.
Other than that plastic bag, he didn't throw anything at you?
No.
He didn't have a gun on him?
No.
He didn't have a knife on him?
No.
He didn't have a chain on him?
No.
He didn't have a bat on him?
No.
He didn't have any weapon of any kind, correct?
Other than him grabbing my gun, no.
Well, he didn't have possession of that gun. You did, correct?
I was holding it, yes.
And it was strapped to your body, correct?
Yes.
At all times during this incident, you retained possession of your AR-15, correct?
Yes.
Like he should.
Can we please play exhibit? I apologize, Brian. I don't know if I mentioned this one earlier. I think it's 83. It's the full speed version of what we just saw. That was 84 just now, right? Okay, let's play 83, please. Mr. Rittenhouse, while you're watching this video, I'd like you to tell me if you see Mr. Rosenbaum jump up in the air with his hands up, okay?
Okay.
Go ahead and play. All right, pause. Can we go back to the beginning, please? And play again. Pause. Right before Mr. Rosenbaum disappears behind that car, did you see him jump up in the air with his hands out?
No, I saw him do something like this. Like
that was a reaction to you pointing the gun at him, correct?
Yes, but he kept running at me, so it didn't deter him.
But it slowed him down a little bit. He does this sort of jump with his hands in the air when you're pointing the gun at him, right?
No, he continues to gain speed on me.
Okay. Now let's play exhibit 86, please. Go ahead. All right, pause it. Did you slow down?
Did I?
Yeah.
I turned around and I may have slowed down a little bit.
It looks like you slowed down before you even turned around.
Yes.
You've characterized Mr. Rosenbaum as advancing on you, speeding up towards you, but you actually slowed down, didn't you?
Because of the people around the cars, yes.
But after the shooting, you run around those cars and head back towards the direction you originally wanted to go to, right?
Yes.
So those people didn't stop that, did they?
They weren't there after I shot Mr. Rosenbaum.
They scattered after you fired your gun 4 times, didn't they?
Yes, they weren't there anymore.
And you've heard Dr. Kelly's testimony that the first gunshot from you to Mr. Rosenbaum caused Mr. Rosenbaum to start falling to the ground. Did you hear that testimony?
I did.
And then you continued to fire 3 more shots into him after that, didn't you?
I continued to fire until he was no longer a threat to me.
When he's falling to the ground in front of you, he's no longer a threat to you. His pelvis is broken, right?
I don't know.
But he's fallen to the ground, isn't he?
I saw him lunging towards my gun, and I remember his hand on the barrel of my gun.
Because he was trying to push it out of the way so you wouldn't shoot him.
Sustained.
What was the risk to you of death or great bodily harm at the moment you killed Joseph Rosenbaum?
If I would have let Mr. Rosenbaum take my firearm from me, he would have used it and killed me with it and probably killed more people if I would have let him get my gun.
Mr. Rosenbaum never said anything to you about taking your gun, did he?
He didn't say anything, but he tried to take my gun.
No, he tried to
And
take it.
whoever's got that gun is a threat
Yes,
to
because
everyone else.
someone who's gonna steal your gun's gonna tell you
If he
first.
would have taken my gun, he would have used it against me.
If you try to take my gun, you're a
Let's
threat.
break that down. First of all, you had already prevented him from taking your gun by running away and doing that little dip and dodge that Mr. McGinnis talked about, right?
He was still coming after my gun.
But you could have kept running. You could
No,
have turned back around like you did, couldn't you?
No, I couldn't have.
You have the gun strapped to your body at this moment, correct?
Yes.
The strap is designed to keep that on your body so it doesn't come off, correct?
To help retain it, yes.
And you have both hands on the gun, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Rosenbaum has never said anything at all about wanting your gun. You never heard him say anything about that, correct?
Nobody's tried to take it.
He never said anything to you about using that gun at all.
No,
correct?
and John Burton's got a good
don't
comment
know
out there. He did say previously if he got him alone,
What
he'd
Mr.
kill him.
Rosenbaum was thinking when he tried to grab my gun.
You just assumed that he was going to use it, that he was going to try and take it from you, first of all. And then you assumed he was going to try and use it on you.
If I would have let Mr. Rosenbaum get my gun, he would have killed me.
But you had already pointed your gun at him.
Yes, because he was chasing me.
Did you want him to think that you were going to shoot him?
No, I never wanted to shoot Mr. Rosenbaum.
Why'd you point it at him if you didn't have any intention of shooting?
He was chasing me. I was alone. He threatened to kill me earlier in that night. I didn't want to have to shoot him.
But you understand how dangerous it is to point a gun at someone, don't you?
I pointed at him because he kept running at me, and I didn't want him to chase me.
But you understand how dangerous that
This
is.
guy's a fucking asshole.
Yeah,
Pointed
he
at
is.
him because
I hope
was
he falls in
chasing
a
me.
puddle of AIDS.
I'll ask the question a third time, Mr. Rittenhouse. You understand.
Don't comment on, just ask your question.
You understand how dangerous it is to point a gun at someone, correct?
Yes.
You understand that that puts someone else in fear that they're about to be killed, right?
He was chasing me.
You understand that when you point your AR-15 at someone else, that may make them feel like they are about to be killed by you, correct?
Mr. Rosenbaum was chasing me. He said he was going to kill me if he got me alone. I was alone. I was running from him. I pointed at him, and it didn't stop him from continuing to chase me.
Did you hear my question?
Yes.
Yet you chose not to answer.
Objection, Your Honor. He answered. He just didn't like the answer.
My question is, you understand that when
Oh
you
my God,
point
this
your
guy is a
AR-15
fucking
at someone,
prick.
it may make them feel like you're going to kill them, correct?
No, it's gonna make him have a fucking
He
hug.
asked if it would affect someone that
The
way,
hell?
so as to perhaps deter the person.
Do you understand my question?
I do.
Can you please answer?
I did. I said, Mr. Rosenbaum was chasing me. I pointed my gun at him, and that did not deter him. He could have ran away instead of trying to take my gun from me. But he kept chasing me. It didn't stop him.
Mr. Rittenhouse, you're telling us that you felt like you were about to die, right?
Yes.
But when you point the gun at someone else, that's going to make them feel like they're about to die, right? That's what you wanted him to feel.
Not when they keep
You
fucking
wanted
running
him
at you.
to get the message from you that if you come any closer, I'm going to kill you. That's why you pointed the gun at him.
This guy's a
I
bitch.
pointed the gun at him to deter
He
him.
is, dude. He's got nothing, and he's trying to he's trying to trip him up so bad because he's got
if you
nothing.
point the gun at
You
him,
know they have
you
nothing.
were hoping he would stop chasing you because he would get the message.
They're
from
trying
you
to push
that
the
if he
whole
keeps coming,
premeditated
you're gonna
thing,
kill
and
him.
it's not going to fly.
Right?
I didn't want to have to kill Mr. Rosenbaum.
That's not the question I asked.
No, because you're getting questions, you're getting the answers. You just don't like the answers.
It seems argumentative, Mr. He said it serves no useful purpose, it's badgering. It does seem argumentative.
He's going to ask again.
Yeah, of course. He's just going to try and do it in a different way.
You intended, in that sequence we just saw, you intended to point your gun back at Mr. Rosenbaum.
See, there we
In
go.
the middle of the parking lot, right?
I pointed at him so he would stop chasing me, but he didn't stop.
That was your intentional decision to point at him. That wasn't an accident.
I'm going to interrupt here. The jury cannot see you.
I thought we moved it. I'm sorry.
No, so please get it out of there.
Exactly. Captain Shark says it perfect.
Is that lady his mom?
Yes.
I can see why she'd be distraught right now.
The point I'm trying to get at, Mr. Rittenhouse, is that that wasn't like an accidental turning around and it just happens to be pointing in his direction, much like I'm just happen to, wave this around. You made an intentional decision in the middle of that incident to turn and
He already said yes, dipshit.
Yeah.
And you can understand why that would make someone fearful for their life, right?
But he continued to chase me after, so no, I can't.
It didn't work.
It didn't stop Mr. Rosenbaum from chasing me.
And even after you shoot him one time and he starts falling, you continue to shoot 3 more times, right?
I continued to shoot until he was no longer a threat to me.
And then after that, you run around and
That's the
he's
mom,
lying there, face down on the ground, correct?
Yes.
And you're a medic, correct?
I have first aid training, yes.
Well, you proclaimed yourself that night to be a medic, an EMT. You told everyone that, right?
Yes.
And you had your medic bag with you, correct?
Yes.
And this location is right across the street from a hospital, isn't it?
Yes.
But your first thought was run away.
My first thought was to help him.
You didn't do anything to help him. You didn't do a single thing, did you?
The crowd started to scream, get him, get him, get him. And I didn't want to stay there with the crowd building and the mob advancing on me.
Were you surprised that a crowd would react that way when they just saw you shoot someone?
I don't know.
When you stood over Mr. Rosenbaum's body, did you know?
I'm Go ahead.
He's trying
When
to
you
take
stood over Mr.
cold blood.
Rosenbaum's body, did you know whether he was dead or alive?
I didn't.
Did you know whether or not it was possible at that moment to try and save him?
I wanted to help Mr. Rosenbaum.
He just already explained he had to
The
run.
crowd wouldn't have started
Oh,
screaming.
God, this guy's a
"Get him,
prick."
Get him, get him. I would have stayed and did everything I could to help Mr. Rosenbaum, but the crowd just started to chase me.
When
and
can we put this
scream at me.
prosecutor on trial?
Let's play. Can we have Exhibit 14, please?
I'm surprised
At
the judge hasn't spoke up.
3-hour, 58-minute, and 45-second mark.
Yeah, the judge has to walk a fine line, but at the same time, when they're badgering the witness like that, that's a little much.
I think he's like right at the end of his rope.
She's trying to play impartial until they push too far.
Okay, play from here, please.
And blindside. So the orders you hear about yelling no cameras, it was white voice. I guarantee you, man. Oh, you got a gun, baby.
Plus, after you fired your 4 shots at Mr. Rosenbaum, there were 3 more gunshots right after that, right?
Yes.
And those were coming from very close to where you were, weren't they?
Yes.
They were coming from right here on the south side of the 63rd Street car source, right alongside 63rd Street on the north side of 63rd, right?
Yes.
You didn't react at all to those gunshots, did you?
That time my audio was still going in and out partially.
But again, my question is, you didn't react at all to those, did you?
Not that I can see.
Let's continue, please.
Shot him, man. Shot him. Shot him, man. He laid him off. He laid him off, y'all. Laid him off.
No one in that crowd yells, "Get him," or anything threatening towards
Not in
you
that video.
until after you start running away, right?
No.
You had time in that moment to make a phone call, didn't you?
I called Dominic Black, yes.
You could have called 911, right?
Yes.
But you chose to call your best friend, right?
I called the first number of my phone.
Is that quicker than 3 digits, 911?
I don't know.
And then you started running.
Yes.
And the first person you encounter as you're running is Jason Lakowski, correct?
Yes.
This is a person that you had barely known for 15 minutes that night, right?
Yes.
And you told him you didn't shoot anyone, correct?
No.
You heard his testimony about that, right?
Yes.
Can we please play exhibit number 12? While we're getting that ready, you talked earlier about this crowd and what they were saying, and you felt like they were coming after you. You had time to stop and have a brief little talk with Jason Lakowski, didn't you?
I stopped for a second and asked him to help me get to the police.
Even with this crowd on top of you, as you describe it, you still had time for that, didn't you?
For a second. I stopped for a second.
Let's play exhibit number 12, please.
This guy has no idea what happens in a situation.
So there was like 6 shots.
Back up 10 seconds, please. Go ahead. Pause. There are people in the crowd that are asking you why you just shot someone, right?
Yes.
And you told them he had a gun.
At the time I was a little dazed and I was thinking of Mr. Zeminski with the pistol he had at the Duramax.
So you shot Mr. Rosenbaum because Joshua Zeminski had a pistol?
No.
You don't get to shoot someone else. You don't
Oh,
get to shoot
no.
someone
Now
else.
he's stretching.
Someone else has a gun, right?
No.
But you told the crowd he had a gun, didn't you?
That's what I said.
And that wasn't true. Mr. Rosenbaum never had a gun, right?
He didn't have a gun.
Now, can we please play exhibit number 3 at the 1 hour, 17 minute, and 10 second mark?
I'd love to stay. I gotta head out, guys. I gotta get some sleep. I gotta head to work here in a little while. So,
All right, you guys, you have fun. We're gonna jump over to the other stream here in a minute. I'm going to pit. If you would like to continue watching the PBS stream, I will put that in the chat once I find it.
all right, appreciate it. Later, guys.
No problem.
Later.
All right, guys. So it's gonna go in the chat. You are also welcome to watch our show. There's gonna be nothing more. I mean, it's gonna be basically the same thing. And right now, I'm getting so pissed off at the prosecutor. I'm thinking about buying a plane ticket. So I think it's probably better for me to go do it. If you want John Crop new live, we're gonna be back in a second with the stream, and yeah. Hold on, let me try something here.
This is an excerpt from the Gage Gross Courts Facebook live stream that night.
Shots. What are you doing? Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody? Who shot?
Pause. You told Mr. Grosskreutz you were going to the police, right?
Yes.
And then you said, I didn't shoot anyone, right?
I can't really make out what the last part of the words were saying.
Do you remember what you said?
I remember saying, I think I said I had to.
Let's play that back 10 seconds and play it again, please.
Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody? Who shot? Who shot?
Pause. Pause. Aren't your exact words, I'm going to the police, I did not shoot anyone?
That's what I remember from that night, but watching that, it sounds like I said I didn't.
That, again, was not true. You just had shot someone, correct?
I did.
Why didn't you tell the truth?
I was being chased by a mob, and I don't really remember that interaction very well.
Let's play Exhibit 5, please. This is the BG on the scene video. Go ahead. Pause. Now, we've heard a lot of testimony about this person who comes up behind you with something and hits you in the head. We've heard about Anthony Huber's first approach to you with his skateboard, correct?
Yes.
You testified that after a few more feet, you felt lightheaded and you stumbled. That's what you told when your attorney was asking you questions, correct?
Yes.
No one knocked you to the ground. You lost your own balance, correct?
I was hit to the point to where I stumbled.
You said in response to your attorney's questions that you stumbled because you were lightheaded. Do you remember telling us that?
From getting hit, yes.
You were lightheaded because you had been running and you were being chased. That was why you were lightheaded, right?
That and being hit, yes.
Let's continue. Pause. There is an individual who comes at you and jumps towards you and attempts to kick you, correct?
He does kick me, yes.
And you fire 2 shots directly at him with your AR-15, correct?
Yes.
You intended to hit him with those bullets, correct?
I intended for him. Yes.
At that close range, it's a miracle that you missed, right?
I don't know.
You intended to kill him with those shots, didn't you?
No.
Care whether or not those 2 rounds were going to kill him?
I didn't want to have to kill anybody that night.
In this moment, you're making a deliberate decision to pull the trigger twice, correct?
Yes.
That wasn't an accident. That was your conscious decision, wasn't it?
Yes.
And you're firing an AR-15 at close range to this individual, correct?
Yes.
And you knew full well that if you hit him with 1 or both of those bullets, it could kill him, right?
There's that possibility.
If you hit him with one of those, wouldn't you agree it's a pretty strong
All right,
likelihood
guys.
you're gonna kill him?
We are broadcasting. I'm on both channels right now, so
Did that even factor into your
I would
mind
keep
at
an
that
eye on
point?
both.
Did you even care
But
whether you were going to kill
I'm
him or
going to be
not?
talking to Wayne Williams over on my other stream, so
anybody. I
head
was
over there
being
if you want to watch that, or just stay here and watch this.
What shot at him?
You shot at him with the intent of hitting him and killing him, correct?
I didn't want to kill anybody.
Then why are you shooting at someone with an AR-15 at close range if you don't want to kill him?
Because he's attacking me and he's stomping my face in, jumping and kicking my face in.
That you didn't see any weapons on that person, did you?
No.
You didn't see a gun?
No.
You didn't see a knife?
No.
You didn't see a bat or a club?
No.
You didn't see a chain?
No.
All he uses is 1 foot, correct?
Yes.
Let's continue the video. Pause. You've just shot a round into Anthony Huber's chest, right?
Yes.
Now, up until this moment, and probably for the rest of that evening, you didn't know the name Anthony Huber, did you?
I did not.
Up until this moment in this evening, you had never had any interaction with him, took any notice of him, fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And when you shoot him, he's got his skateboard in his hand?
Yes.
You didn't see any gun in his hand, correct?
No.
You didn't see a knife?
No.
You didn't see a bat?
No.
You didn't see a club?
No.
All he's got is the skateboard, right?
That he's hit me in the head with twice, yes.
Okay. And you intended to pull the trigger at that moment with your AR-15, correct?
Yes.
That wasn't an accident.
No.
That was your deliberate decision, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that the way that gun was positioned, you were going to fire that bullet right into his chest, right?
He was attacking me, so I pulled the trigger.
And you knew that when you pulled that trigger, that bullet was going to go right into his chest, didn't you?
I can't say, I don't know where the bullet would have went exactly.
The end of that gun was pointed directly at his chest when you pulled the trigger, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that, correct?
Yes.
And you still pulled the trigger, didn't you?
Yes.
Because you intended to kill Anthony Huber at that moment, didn't you?
No.
What did you think was going to happen then? You got a gun that's aimed directly at his chest. You pull the trigger. What did you think was going to happen?
If I didn't pull the trigger, I thought Mr. Huber was going to kill me.
Maybe I misphrased my question. Let me try again. When you pull the trigger of the AR-15 and it is directly against Anthony Huber's chest, what did you think was going to happen to Anthony Huber?
that he would no longer be a threat to my safety.
Because he'd be dead, right?
Because he wouldn't be a threat to me. I don't know if he'd be dead or not.
Did you even care at that moment whether or not Anthony Huber lived and died?
Yes.
Your only concern in that moment was your own safety, correct?
Yes.
The next shooting is of Gage Grosskreutz. We have stopped the video at a moment here when he is crouched in front of you with his hands in the air, correct?
Yes.
Your gun is pointed at him, isn't it?
It's pointed downward towards his feet.
It's pointed at his body, some part of his body, correct?
Yes.
And he's no threat to you at this moment, is he?
Objection, Your Honor. He's standing in front of him with a gun.
That's an argument you can make. I'm asking a question of the witness.
Yes.
He's no threat to you at this moment, is he?
He is a threat. He has a gun in his hand.
You saw that gun.
Yes.
So at the moment, throughout all of these moments of your interaction with Mr. Grosskreutz, you were aware of the fact that he had that gun in his hand, correct?
Not until that moment.
I'm talking about from this moment on, correct?
Yes.
And of course, it's a handgun, right?
Yes.
And you have an AR-15, correct?
Yes.
And at this particular moment, he's not pointing his gun at you, is he?
Not at that moment.
But you've got your gun pointed at him, correct?
Looking at the video, I think I'm lowering my weapon. I think it's just a still shot of where you have it to where that, but I believe in the whole video, I'm lowering it, and then he points his gun at me.
Can you help me understand, Mr. Rittenhouse, why Gage Grosskreutz, with a pistol in his hand, is a threat to kill you, but you, with an AR-15 pointed at him, is not a threat to kill him at this moment? Can you help me understand that?
I've been attacked by several people, and he decided to come and point a gun at my head. Well, first,
He hasn't done that yet, has he?
No.
So again, I ask you, in this moment, you told us Gage Grosskreutz is a threat to you right now.
Yes.
He's got a pistol not aimed at you. You've got an AR-15 aimed at him. Why is he more of a threat to you than you are to him?
Because he was moving at me with a gun in his hand.
This is right after you've killed Anthony Huber, correct?
Yes.
Right after you fired 2 shots at almost point blank range at the man running towards the camera right now and missing him, correct?
Yes.
And you're telling us Gage Grosskreutz is the real threat at this moment?
Yes.
Can we please pull up exhibit number 80, beginning at frame 468? This is an exhibit which consists of, what's the number, 732? 729 frames from the BG on the Go video that we just watched. This was prepared by James Armstrong of the State Crime Lab. I'm not going to show all 729, but I'd like to start at frame 468, and we're going to go frame by frame from there until frame 500. Mr. Stute, could you please slowly advance frame by frame until I tell you to stop? Mr. Rittenhouse, this is immediately after Gage Grosskreutz has stopped in front of you, and you are doing something with your firearm at that moment. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You were asked some questions about what you were doing at that moment. Is it fair to say that you turn your firearm over and you're looking at it, you're examining it?
Yes.
But your testimony is you didn't do anything to actually manipulate it at that moment. Is that
Correct.
fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. Please continue. Frame 500 shows you firing your AR-15 towards Gage Grosskreutz. At this particular moment, he does not have that pistol pointed towards you, does he?
He does.
His left leg has stepped across not directly towards you, but to the side of you, correct?
Yes.
He's reaching in with his left arm towards you, correct?
Yes.
He never steps back and puts the gun in both hands in a ready aim position towards you, does he?
He doesn't do that.
He never takes that gun with his right hand and stands there and holds it out with his right hand in front of him and aims it directly at you, does he?
No, he does this, pointing it directly at my head.
And you thought that's the way he was going to shoot you?
Yeah.
You thought he ran up close to you to shoot you?
Yes.
You understand that he could have taken that gun if he wanted to and shot you from 10, 15, 20 feet away, right?
Can you rephrase? Sorry, I'm trying to understand the question.
You understand that a pistol like that doesn't need to be right up close to someone to shoot, right?
Yes.
It can shoot from 10, 15, 20 feet away, right?
Yes.
Mr. Grosskreutz could have stopped 10, 15, 20 feet away if he wanted to shoot you and fired his pistol at you, couldn't he have?
He could have, but he didn't.
And your testimony is that you believed he ran up close to you and reached in with his left hand with his gun in his right hand because that was his way of using this gun to shoot you?
Yes.
Did you think he was reaching in to grab your gun?
No.
You didn't think he was going to take your gun away, did you?
I thought he was going to shoot me.
With his pistol?
Yes.
Which he never actually does. Correct?
Correct.
He never fires that gun at you at all.
No.
In fact, in this entire sequence of events, no one ever fired a gun at you, did they?
Mr. Zeminski fired a gun from behind me.
Did Mr. Zeminski fire that gun at you?
I believe so.
What do you base that on? Did you see it?
The video.
Did you see it?
No.
You're talking about back when the incident with Mr. Rosenbaum happens, correct?
Yes.
That happened while you and Mr. Rosenbaum are running across the car source lot, correct?
Yes.
At that moment in time, you didn't see Joshua Zeminski fire a shot, did you?
No.
You heard a gunshot, right?
Yes.
But you had no idea who fired it.
I believed it was Mr. Zeminski.
So that gunshot did not at all factor into your decision to kill Joseph Rosenbaum, did it?
No, Mr. Rosenbaum trying to steal my gun did.
So you didn't think that was a gunshot from Joseph Rosenbaum?
No.
You knew he didn't have a gun?
Oh, I see what your question is now. Okay. You didn't think that the shot which had been fired supposedly by Mr. Zeminski had been fired by Mr. Rosenbaum.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay.
So you heard a gunshot. You now know that was Joshua Zeminski based on watching the videos, right?
Yes.
But at the time, you didn't think that was Joseph Rosenbaum firing that shot, did you?
No.
You knew Joseph Rosenbaum didn't have a gun, right?
Yes.
And you certainly would agree with me that you don't have the right to kill Joseph Rosenbaum for something Joshua Zeminski does, correct?
Yes.
When you heard that gunshot, you didn't know whether it was fired at you or up in the air or at Rosenbaum or anyone else, did you?
I heard it from behind me, but I didn't.
You didn't know where it was aimed,
Correct.
correct? You didn't feel it hit you, correct?
Correct.
You didn't hear it ricochet anywhere near you, correct?
Correct.
You received no indication that that gunshot was going to put your life in danger, correct?
I don't know.
There were gunshots going off all night long, weren't there?
Sorta.
Firecrackers,
Fireworks,
gunshots.
yeah.
Hard to tell the difference.
Yeah.
Right after you kill Rosenbaum, there's 3 shots right after that, aren't there?
Yes.
From very close to where you were.
Yes.
Yet you don't turn and shoot anybody there after you hear those, did you?
No.
So, getting back to my original question, in this entire sequence of events, no one ever fired a shot at you, did they?
No.
After you kill Anthony Huber, shoot Gage Grosskreutz, and attempt to fire those 2 shots at the person who jumped at you, you got up and you walked away, didn't you?
Yes.
And you're about, what, a block away from the police line?
Yes.
And you know that police line's there because you're running towards it.
Yes.
And there's really nothing in the road between you and that police line, is there? After the shooting? Everybody
No.
scatters?
No, nothing in the road.
So you have a clear line of sight from where you did those shootings to those law enforcement vehicles, correct?
Yes.
And you still have your AR-15,
Yes.
and the crowd is pretty much run after they hear the shots, right?
Yes.
You still have your medic bag,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
You never once offer to help anybody that you just shot, correct?
I don't.
Correct, you don't?
Correct.
Anthony Huber is lying there over on the ground after you shot him once in the chest, correct?
Yes.
You didn't know at that point whether he was alive or dead, did you?
I didn't.
You never went over to check, did you?
No.
You didn't know whether it was possible to save his life at that moment or not, did you?
I didn't.
And you didn't even care. You just kept on walking. Correct?
I kept walking to get to the police line.
Gage Grosskreutz, right after you shoot him in the arm, is yelling, "I need a medic." Did you hear that?
Yes.
That's in the videos, isn't it?
Yes.
You don't do anything to help him, do you?
No.
You just decide to get out of there as fast as you can. Correct?
Yes.
If you had seen someone running up the street with a gun and the crowd was saying that that person just shot someone, like they were saying about you, you would have taken action to stop them yourself, wouldn't you?
No, I wouldn't have.
You're running around putting out fires, aren't you?
Yes.
A shooting's far more serious than a fire, isn't it?
Yes.
You took it upon yourself to do the things that the police and the fire departments weren't doing that night, correct?
I helped put out fires, but I wouldn't say that.
You went around offering medical service because you didn't think there were EMTs or EMS that would be able to come in there, correct?
Yes.
So you took it upon yourself to do the things that you didn't think the police or fire could do, correct?
I wouldn't say I took it upon myself, but I was helping people with first aid and putting out fires at businesses.
So if you saw someone running with a gun and everybody said that guy just shot someone, you would have taken your AR-15 and tried to stop him, wouldn't you? It goes to the crowd's reaction to him, Your Honor. I think you would have reacted the same way.
The crowd is important in terms of it's a factor that bears on some of the counts as to what the surroundings were. Otherwise, the crowd is unimportant, and what he might have done vis-a-vis the crowd is, I don't see where we're going.
Understood. When you got back to that police line, and what'd you say? They pepper sprayed you?
I believe so, but I don't remember it.
They told you to get out of the road.
Yes.
Because they were going in there to
Yes.
do what you hadn't done, which is to try and help the people that you just shot, right?
Yes.
And then you went back after that to the 59th Street car source, didn't you?
Yes.
And you told them that you just shot someone.
Yes.
Someone, meaning an individual person, correct?
I wasn't meaning individual. I was saying I just shot someone. I just shot someone.
You were told by Nick Smith that the police were coming to your location, to the 59th Street car source, right?
I don't recall that.
And yet you decided to flee, didn't you?
No.
Hit that thumbs
You
up.
didn't stick around for the police, did you?
I went to go turn myself into the Antioch Police Department.
A couple of hours later.
An hour.
Actually, it wasn't a couple hours. He knows what time it was.
I'm asking the witness if the witness can answer.
Go ahead, you can answer, sir.
It was a couple of hours later, wasn't it?
No.
And in between leaving that location in downtown Kenosha and getting to Antioch, you were looking at social media, weren't you?
No, I wasn't. My phone was dead.
You had heard from other people that your name was out there, right?
Later on in the evening, I believe I heard something, but no.
You knew that your picture was out there, right?
No.
You're telling me, as you sit here under oath, that after those shootings, between then and the time you turned yourself into the Antioch Police Department, you had no idea that there was social media out there with your picture and your name as the shooter.
I'm trying to recall, but I can't. I'm trying to remember. I'm sorry, I don't remember.
I have no further questions.
I have nothing on that, Your Honor.
You may step down, sir.
Your Honor, I have a witness. But before that, call that witness. I need to use the men's room.
About a 5 to 10 minute break. Please don't talk about the case during the break. You may either use the jury room or you may remain down here in the library.
Rittenhouse broke down, telling jurors about the moment he opened fire the night of August 25th during the unrest in Kenosha. After a brief break, he composed himself.
And Mr. Rosenbaum was right there at the corner of the Duramax, starting to chase me.
Rittenhouse said while helping to protect a used car lot, Joseph Rosenbaum ambushed him.
As you see him lunging at you, what do?
I shoot him.
Rosenbaum would later die. Rittenhouse says he then took off down Sheridan Road.
People were screaming, and I just was trying to get to the police running down Sheridan Road.
And you say, I'm trying to get to the police. Why were you trying to get to the police?
So I didn't do anything wrong. I defended myself.
Rittenhouse told jurors that's when Anthony Hubert knocked him to the ground.
As I'm getting up, he strikes me in the neck with his skateboard a second time.
Then what happened?
He grabs my gun, and I can feel it pulling away from me, and I can feel the strap starting to come off my body.
And what do you do then?
I fire one shot.
Huber also died. Rittenhouse then said Gage Grosskreutz pointed a gun at him.
His arm is like that with me on the ground, and his pistol is pointed at me, and that's when I shoot him.
Prosecutor Thomas Binger immediately challenged the teen's motive during cross-examination.
You felt that night that calling 911 was not an option, correct?
I didn't feel that if I called 911, anyone would show up.
Which is why you decided to take care of it yourself, correct?
To provide first aid and put out fires.
To do the things that normally we would expect the police or the fire department to do, correct?
To help people, yes.
Okay. Now, the question becomes, how long will this take? Shame on me, it's 20 to 5.
It's been a long day too. I don't know
Yeah.
if you knew that.
But he's come here from Oregon and you want to get him in.
Well, no, you're available tomorrow, first thing.
Okay. I don't want to start wrong, right?
I mean, if I thought you could get your direct in 20 minutes,
Absolutely not.
then why don't we wait until tomorrow? Well, I shouldn't say that. Tell me what is expected course of the case after that, because maybe I would let you if it.
With this witness 3.
3? Raise your right hand.
That's what we have under subpoena. Well, Mr. Black isn't under subpoena. We have Drew Hernandez and Bray to clear up the racking, the spent shell casings, and what evidence was recovered. From
I don't want to.
I'm just,
I thought Officer Van Wee testified to emptying the gun when at the hospital
at the crime scene. Number 2, event number 2. The state is saying that my client, Paige Grosskreutz,
I know what's being said.
the gun. If there
Yeah,
was a
I understand that, and I thought that Officer Van Wee said that there was a full except for 8 shots, 8 bullets.
But there was no, the word I'm looking for, live round found at event number 2. So if there was a re-racking of that bolt, there would have been a live round. And
I counted and I came up with a full load, even without any bullet being found.
And additionally, that Mr. Grosskreutz said he didn't know whether or not his gun had one in the chamber. Bukowski testified to it, and in fact, there is a live round right on the ground.
Oh, this is what your third. Okay, well, let's deal with the realities of it. unless you gentlemen are prepared to tell me that you're going to send me your proposed instructions on within by 7 or 8 o'clock tonight. And unless you're going to tell me that you're going to argue for less than an hour and a half each, then we're going to end up either working Saturday or working on Monday. So let's take a vote here because the jury did clear Tuesday. And of course, I think I read once that Abraham Lincoln, when he took a vote on the Emancipation Proclamation, all the votes were no. And then he said, but the deciding vote is aye. And so I'm going to take a vote about what you folks want to do, but that doesn't come out the way you want. So who wants to work Saturday?
I'll work Saturday, I'll work Monday, I'll do whatever the court asks me.
Who wants to come back on Monday? Okay, so it's 1 to they don't care to I'm going to vote with you on Monday. So okay, so I know. Is it okay if I tell the jury we are hopeful that we will conclude the case on Monday? I understand that. Is there going to be extensive rebuttal?
I don't think it's going to be extensive, but
Yeah.
we do reserve the right to call
Sure,
rebuttal, yes.
I understood. Well, maybe I'll tell them I expect that we'll finish in the time which was given to us, which was included Tuesday. And we'll see what happens. All right. Anything else before I call the jury down? Oh, and then I'm going to dismiss them for the day. And we'll start in the morning with Dr. Black. Anything else?
Do you want the instructions by 7? Is that what you would?
Yeah. That'd be cool.
So
But if you, are you telling me that would be?
I'm telling you that I'll do whatever you want.
If you want by 8?
And we're talking just about the count 6, right?
Yeah, well, you know what? I'll send you my preliminary. No, I won't do that. I'll send you my preliminary tonight. As long as we're not going to argument until next week. I'm not even going to promise that. Let's just, cool. All right. Let's call the jury down, dismiss them for the day. You don't have to send me anything tonight, and I won't send you anything. Oh. All right, folks. How many are in favor of my continuing to allow that light to flicker through the remainder of the trial? Why don't we get maintenance in here and hopefully they can fix that. And we're gonna stop for the day, and we're going to come tomorrow morning at 9. And I have just discussed the matter with the lawyers, and I'm very confident that we will finish by Tuesday, as I asked you about a couple weeks ago. And there's a bare chance, I don't want to get your hopes up, but there's a chance we could finish on Monday. And that's the best of my information. And it isn't a promise, but I think that's very realistic. So in the meantime, please don't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. or read, or discuss the case with anyone, including members of your immediate household. And any questions? See you tomorrow.
I have to go upstairs, Judge.
Yeah, would you go upstairs, please, and Mrs. Mataska Muntink or her designee will talk to you.